Chapter 1699. A cold shout shook the dragon world. Lin Chen's spear, dark thunder 10,000 catties, broke the sky, and suddenly smashed on the head of the heavenly mandate elder. The lightning pierced through and tore through the layers of dragon scales. The elder of revelation was in so much pain that he flipped his dragon tail and used destructive explosion continuously, tearing his flesh apart. Countless descendants of the divine dragons were shocked. They had never seen the elder of revelation like this. He was being one-sidedly suppressed. If a normal sage king had Lin Chen's saint power cultivation, they might not be able to suppress the elder of revelation. However, Lin Chen was completely different, not to mention that all his techniques had been strengthened and their power had been multiplied. Coupled with the 9th grade sacred spear, enhancement plus 17, and various orange grade talents, he was monstrously powerful. Lin Chen, you scoundrel, don't be presumptuous. You're just a human. Don't come to my dragon world to be arrogant. This is not a place for you humans to be arrogant. Kaboom! Among the 10 great dragon kings, 5 of them had transformed into their true forms. Their dragon bodies covered the stars and the moon, and their dragon claws could break thousands of stars. Each of the great dragon kings was close to or on par with the elder of revelation's strength. The last time they attacked a living being together was during the War of the 9 Races. Clang! Lin Chen did not use his spear. Instead, he used his absolute flame sacred saber and slashed out. Splat! Wung! 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 The rapidly spinning saber aura was like a wave of saber waves. It spun rapidly and split into 5. The next moment, bang! The spinning saber aura suddenly exploded, and the saber aura shards bloomed inside and outside the dark domain. They suddenly shot toward the 10 great dragon kings. At this moment, all the dragons' pupils shrank. Damn it, what kind of crazy attack was this? Previously, all of Lin Chen's attacks would be focused on one point. Even if they were powerful, they would only appear in a small space. However, God's tear was the complete opposite. With Lin Chen's current saint energy, which was equivalent to 6 million venerable power, the God's Tear's AoE attack was like a dragon's hell. This was especially so for the Dragon Kings, who reacted almost instantaneously. Quick! Protect the descendants of gods. Mother****, is this even a human's attack? All the Dragon Kings stopped fighting one another. They either released their dragon chi or transformed into their dragon forms to protect their divine dragon descendant. The number of saber chi fragments was more than 100,000, it was in the millions. Every fragment of the saber aura contained sharp saber light of the essence soul, fragmented light of the energy, and holy power saber light, which made it impossible for the dragons to guard against. Bang! 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 The blade energy shards, which were as beautiful as broken jade, madly attacked the positions of the 10 dragon kings and the elder of heavenly mandate, causing chaos inside and outside the dragon realm. Inside and outside the black domain, smoke billowed, space was in chaos, and storms wreaked havoc. With Lin Chen's current cultivation level, the God's Tear Saber Strike was a genuine, gigantic natural disaster. One slash could kill countless celestial bodies. The 10 great dragon kings were forced to retreat for the first time. Some of them defended forcefully, some revealed their true forms to protect the descendants of the divine dragon, and some covered the retreat of the elder of heavenly mandate. Something's wrong. The 10 great dragon kings suddenly felt something strange. The attack launched by Lin Chen actually had the feeling of affecting time. It made the great dragon kings vaguely unable to feel the flow of time, which almost caused them to misjudge the timing of their defense. However, even Lin Chen himself was not aware of the wonderful changes brought about by his sacred artifact. When most of the smoke dissipated, all the dragons completely sucked in a breath of cold air when they sensed the situation nearby. The entire black domain was directly razed to the ground. One had to know that the space of the dragon realm's black domain was second only to the space of the dragon king domain. It was even more solid than the space of the saint king domain of the human race's sacred boundary. In terms of area, it was comparable to 10 celestial bodies connected. Such a huge area and space was actually flattened by Lin Chen with one slash. What kind of monster is this guy? This is not the only trick I have. When the smoke spread out, Lin Chen held the 9 Heavens Star Fury bow in his hand and aimed at the 10 Great Dragon Kings. Burning Sky Arrow. Lin Chen drew the bow fully, his palm flowing with colorful light, and shot an arrow at the 10 Great Dragon Kings. A burning meteor flashed across the sky, and everywhere it passed, auspicious light rushed into the sky, burning the black domain into a crimson red. In the next moment, the arrow light split into 5, with a shocking domineering aura that could shatter heaven and earth and pierce through the universe. Human race brat, don't be too arrogant. You're just relying on the fact that we want to protect these young descendants. Do you really think you can deal with us when we join forces? Among the 10 Great Dragon Kings, 4 of them were about to stand out and fight Lin Chen head-on. Rumble tilde. Rip tilde. A heaven-splitting dragon claw tore down from the 9 heavens, crushing Lin Chen's shocking arrow. Lin Chen's expression was solemn. On the divine dragon altar, a figure finally walked out, covering the sky and earth, instantly becoming the center of the dragon realm's black domain. The dragon race's divine dragon, the desolate ancient azure dragon. His clone was finally going to make a move. Previously, when the descendants of the various dragon clans were here, he respected his status and thought that with the 10 Great Dragon Kings, the Revelation Elder, and the various elders present, they should be able to take down this kid no matter what happened. However, Lin Chen's explosiveness and combat strength completely stunned him. Indeed, if the 10 Great Dragon Kings did not need to protect the descendants of the divine dragons and went all out, it might not be too difficult to take down this kid, but they would definitely have to pay a certain price. Since that was the case, he could only do it. The primordial azure dragon said coldly, "Young human, I acknowledge your combat strength and potential. In the future, given enough time, it is not impossible for you to surpass the gods of the human race, and even surpass me. However, you must stay in the dragon clan forever." Rumble tilde. The primordial azure dragon pointed a finger in the air, and a golden rainbow split the sky. There was no technique, only pure power condensed to the extreme. The primordial azure dragon's clone was not like the divine dragon's will in the divine dragon plane. He was at his peak now, and this clone was at the level of the martial god's divine blood clone. Sky-burning arrow. Extreme tower sky splitter. Divine strength sky cleaving sword. Lin Chen drew his bow and released a shocking arrow. The divine arrow, surrounded by blazing flames, shot toward the primordial azure dragon. Immediately after, he switched to the sky-freezing sword and slashed horizontally. This sword condensed pure power, primordial spirit, and saint power. It was unleashed at full force, splitting the huge waves and forming a shocking giant sword to slash at the primordial azure dragon. Lin Chen's attack was divided into 5 parts. The 10 Great Dragon Kings reacted quickly. They spread their wings or breathed, creating barriers to protect all living beings inside and outside the black domain. Both sides' attacks collided head-on. Rumble tilde. Bang. 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 An energy storm exploded, sending scorching heat waves millions of feet high. Sword rays shot in all directions, and the solid space of the black domain turned into dust. It was a shocking sight. Crawl. Lin Chen flicked away a few shattered sword rays with his spear. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stepped on a cloud and rushed toward the primordial azure dragon's clone without retreating. "Those who try to stop me, divine dragon shining hammer, D***emenit, come again." The young man's silver robes fluttered, and a red glow rose from his body. His battle prowess was unstoppable, and he was like a ferocious dragon. He waved his spear and charged into the energy storm. He was invincible, and he looked like he was going to turn the dragon world upside down. This scene made the legs of all the dragons tremble. Lin Chen's domineering and ferocious manner caused the hearts of all the dragons to tremble. He could still fight the divine dragon's clone. How could he be so fierce? Chapter 1700. Rip tilde. The azure-robed divine dragon clone pulled with both hands and tore apart the energy storm. When he saw Lin Chen, who was traveling through space, a cold smile appeared on his face. "How dare you be so arrogant after taking a casual blow from my clone? You overestimate yourself. You're courting death." The divine dragon clone curled up the dragon tail behind him and suddenly swung it down. It was so fast that it split the sky of the dark domain into 2. This tail was enough to kill a sage king. Suddenly, a grayish-white talisman that covered the stars and the moon descended from the sky. Host has activated the 8th grade slowdown rune. 1,700,000 points of Saint grade rune energy are consumed. An earth-shattering slowdown rune that froze the endless void appeared, suppressing dragons and sealing demons. When the slowdown rune exploded, the sky became especially stagnant and solid as if all the space fragments were frozen. The slowdown rune was not very effective when used directly on experts above the Sage King level. However, it was still very effective when used to weaken the opponent's attack. The divine dragon clone narrowed his eyes and felt his dragon tail pause for a moment. Kai tilde. Bam. 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 When the dragon tail crushed the slowdown rune, the divine dragon clone clearly felt its attack power weaken significantly. A dark lightning dragon with a sharp spear aura pierced toward him and split into 5. Clang tilde. With a crisp explosion, Lin Chen's demon-slaying spear was sent flying by the divine dragon clone's tail. As if he had suffered a heavy blow, he vomited blood and flew backward. The divine dragon clone flashed over and sneered. Human, no matter how strong you are, as long as it doesn't exceed the level of a Sage King, I will always be stronger than you. When he flashed in front of Lin Chen, he slapped down on Lin Chen's head. It was too fast. So much so that when the Dragon Kings reacted, the divine power in his palm was enough to destroy ghosts and gods. It had already reached Lin Chen's head. Bam! Lin Chen exploded with a single slap. No. 2 desperate female screams echoed between heaven and earth. However, the divine dragon clone's pupils shrank as if he had realized something. However, there was no trace of blood on the blasted Lin Chen. To think that there is such an exquisite and profound clone technique in this world, he quickly released his divine dragon aura and swept through the black domain. He sensed another location of Lin Chen. It was right above his head. The divine dragon clone abruptly raised his head and looked over. The young man swung his palm violently, and a beam of 9-colored aurora shuttled between heaven and earth and shot toward it. Try this. The divine dragon clone of the dragon race. The 9-colored starlight split into 5, and the divine dragon clone's pupils shrank. Buzz tilde. Space trembled and time warped. It was as if everything in the world was about to be transformed into nothingness. 5 9-colored pillars of light bloomed within the dragon realm's black domain. They were magnificent and majestic, connecting heaven and earth. When they spun slightly, they were resplendent and dazzling, blooming with fatal starlight. Even with the divine dragon clone blocking at the front, the enchantment set up by the 10 great dragon kings actually nearly collapsed. When the starlight dissipated, all the dragons held their breaths and looked at the sky. It can't be, a great dragon king said in disbelief. The shoulders of the ancient desolate dragon clone were split open, and the dragon scales were exposed. There was a faint bloody line in front of its chest. A large number of attribute light balls dropped, and there were even 5 attribute treasure chests. He had actually managed to injure the divine dragon clone. In the black domain, the heavenly mandate elder's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. If he had faced Lin Chen's move alone, he would have lost half his life even if he defended with all his might. Host has triggered the destructive tear twice and the destructive explosion once. As Lin Chen quickly refined the golden Saint Origin coins to recover, a look of relief flashed across his face. If he had not triggered the destructive explosion once, he could only injure his opponent once at most. The divine dragon clone was indeed powerful. If it had been a real dragon, his 9 tribulation star might not even have been enough to scratch its itch. The ancient desolate dragon looked at the clone's wound and slashed furiously. It felt an unprecedented humiliation. First, the clone fainted to give it no chance to escape. Then, the clone injured it with a killer move. It felt as if it had been played by a creature countless times weaker than itself. Very good, very good. You dare to injure my clone. It has been many eras since someone like you appeared. You deserve to be killed with all my might. The ancient desolate dragon laughed in anger. Dragon scales appeared all over its body. It stretched out its claws and swung its tail angrily. It was going to turn into a dragon. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. In an instant, The 5-piece God of War set was attached to him. Stop! A blue dragon light appeared out of thin air. A beautiful woman in a phoenix dress and 2 jade ribbons danced in the air. She looked graceful and elegant as she stared at the ancient desolate dragon in the void. Luo Shuiyu, who was in the distance, finally felt relieved when she saw the ethereal beauty. You can't touch him, Hua Kang. The woman was radiant and elegant. She scolded coldly, I have received my sister's order. I, the extreme hell water divine dragon, will protect this boy. Not to mention his great contributions to the dragon race, even if he didn't, I, the extreme hell water divine dragon, will protect his life. Lin Chen was surprised. This was also a divine dragon clone, the extreme hell water divine dragon? Why would she help him? Perhaps it had something to do with Luo Shuiyu and the divine dragon's will in the divine dragon's relic. The ancient desolate dragon raised an eyebrow and sneered, What, you like this boy? An old cow eating young grass? Since when is it your turn to teach me how to do things? Get out of my way, or I'll beat you up too. The woman in the phoenix dress smiled sweetly, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Oh, you're very tough. Why don't you give it a try? Let's give it a try. The ancient desolate dragon was enraged. He roared, 10 great dragon kings and heavenly mandate, listen up. Take this boy down. He still wanted to fight. The ancient desolate dragon was determined to take Lin Chen's life today. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. There's no need to fight. Kaboom! Bam! 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 Suddenly, there were dozens of earth-shattering explosions in the dark domain. The entire earth veins exploded into smoke. Oh no! The crown prince is gone. I saw a blood-red shadow flash by just now. We've been tricked. This boy purposely made us attack when we gathered the princess and the descendants of God together. Where is he? Where did he go? He's too fast. Does this boy still have helpers? The group of dragon elders was in a mess. Whoosh! 4 illusionary clones appeared around Lin Chen, as well as his ancient desolate dragon clone. A 1,000 feet long water prison floated in the air. Countless water blades and chains shot out from the water prison, binding the 50-odd descendants and ancient desolate dragon descendants in the prison. Seeing this, the 10 great dragon kings were horrified. Even the 10 great dragon kings did not expect this move. Lin Chen's aura concealment was too perfect. No matter what, it was the assassination technique of the strongest assassin in the heavenly sanctuary. Lin Chen smiled. His smile was pure and bright, like a rose flower. Everyone, I've said before that I can make the dragon tribe rise to power, but I can also make you fall into a nightmare. If you want to have no descendants, I don't care. These carefully selected descendants of the divine dragons are the best of the best who can enter the divine dragon plane. If they die in one breath. Lin Chen sighed. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Chapter 1701. All the dragon kings were stunned. That was right. Lin Chen now held the lives of most of the divine dragon descendants in his hand. He did not use the phantom doppelganger just now because he had a backup plan. Some of his doppelgangers would take down the divine dragon descendants while others would be in charge of escaping secretly, ready to activate hyperspace and hyperdimensional transportation to teleport to the location where the doppelgangers were escaping secretly. It was easy to do things with many doppelgangers. Even when he was having fun, he was twice as happy. Some of the Dragon Kings tried to activate their bloodline powers to secretly rescue the divine dragon descendants in the water prison. Lin Chen smirked, "Don't waste your energy. The tricks you left for them won't be able to escape from my extreme hell heavenly prison. It's still a peerless divine ability. Who are you looking down on?" The 10 great Dragon Kings looked terrible as if they had swallowed hot feces. Lin Chen turned to look at the ancient desolate azure dragon, raised an eyebrow, and said mockingly, "How about it? Do you want to see if your claws are faster than my big black spear? I'm a person who can be fast and long-lasting. I'm never afraid of being fast or long-lasting. Your Excellency, are you interested in making a bet?" No matter how angry the ancient desolate azure dragon was this time, he did not dare to act rashly. 1 or 2 divine dragon descendants was fine, but there were dozens of them. There were also a few ancient dragon descendants, and they were all elites who had entered the Divine Dragon ruins and received teachings from the Divine Dragon. If they forced this kid into a corner and killed him instantly, it would be a heavy blow to the Dragon Clan. Perhaps in the short term, with the Dragon Clan's current foundation, losing these dozens of Divine Dragon descendants would not be a problem. However, the problem would gradually be exposed in the future, and it would be even more serious. Without new blood to replenish the Dragon Clan, the loss of power in the upper echelons would be especially severe. These divine descendants would become Dragon Kings or even Great Dragon Kings in the future. When that time came, he, the ancient desolate Azure Dragon, would have to bear the main responsibility. He would not be able to withstand the suppression of the divine dragons from the other clans. The same went for the Heavenly Mandate Elder. If these dozens of divine dragon descendants died, he would be forced to stop. Unless he could break through and become a divine dragon of his generation. Divine Dragon, please reconsider. Our clan can't lose them. Divine Dragon, let this kid go. If the demigods are killed, who knows how much effort and epochs we will have to spend to cultivate this new batch of forces. The 10 great Dragon Kings gave in and transmitted their voices to the Divine Dragon. Lin Chen observed their expressions and continued with a smile, I'm going to use the fastest spatial passageway in the Dragon Realm. Before I officially leave the Dragon Realm, these people's lives are in my hands. If you dare to act rashly, I'll immediately slaughter them all. He smiled faintly. Don't try anything fancy with me. You don't have any room for manipulation. What? The primordial Azure Dragon was enraged. He did not care about the lives of these mystical dragon descendants, but these fellows could not die because of him. The beautiful woman in the phoenix dress stood in front of him and said coldly, Enough, let's end this here. Don't forget that they only went to explore the God Emperor's ruins. If they return and find out that you touched their descendants, you should know their temper. The primordial Azure Dragon's eyes flickered a few times. Its tense appearance finally relaxed a little as it said coldly, Lin Chen, I can let you leave, but you must first hand over half of the hostages. Lin Chen sneered, Sir Dragon God hasn't appeared in the world for too long, has he lost his mind? Or have I overestimated your intelligence? Before I leave the Dragon Realm, I won't let any of them go. If I leave the Dragon Realm safely, they can return in one piece. The primordial Azure Dragon was furious. You dare to insult me? Why should I believe you? Lin Chen spat. Because I'm more trustworthy than you Dragon Tribe. If you don't believe me, you can take a gamble. The various Dragon Tribe powerhouses' eyelids twitched wildly as they watched. Lin Chen opposed him with equal harshness and really did not give him any face at all. Silence. A suffocating silence. The primordial Azure Dragon was so angry that he wanted to slap Lin Chen to death. After living for so many eras, this was the first time he was controlled by a brat like this. Forget it. Scram, I'll let you go now. If you want to kill these fellows, do as you please. The primordial Azure Dragon flicked his sleeves and left, turning into a wisp of smoke as he returned to the altar. Finally, he disappeared. At least he let Lin Chen go. If Lin Chen killed these divine dragon descendants, Lin Chen would have to bear this grudge. As long as the main responsibility was not on him, it was fine. The woman in the phoenix dress looked at Lin Chen and said softly, Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his hand. No, senior, my spear already has an owner. I won't be meeting you. The woman in the phoenix dress, Lin Chen said, Senior, I'm in a hurry. The woman in the phoenix dress rolled her eyes at him. Come with me. After Lin Chen released his clone and the divine dragon to quickly collect the attribute light balls, he did not bother to look at what he had obtained and fled. Supreme Water Deity. The 10 Dragon Kings wanted to speak. The woman in the phoenix dress stopped them and said, You guys stabilize the dark domain first. I'll be responsible for the safety of these divine descendants. If anything happens, I'll guarantee it. The 10 Dragon Kings looked at each other and could only accept the order. The Heavenly Mandate Elder looked at Lin Chen's back as he left. His old face was faintly ferocious, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. Lin Chen, I'll remember you. Our Dragon Clan will definitely repay such a great humiliation. Dragon World, Sky City. The woman in the phoenix dress personally led Lin Chen to this place. This was one of the space strongholds that connected the dragon world to the outside world. It was the fastest place to go to the Divine River Galaxy, where the sacred boundary between the great wilderness and the human race was located. The woman in the phoenix dress stepped into the air above Sky City and apologized to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, today's matter, Lin Chen smiled casually. The dragon race's situation is complicated. I understand. After saying that, Lin Chen removed the extreme prison Heavenly Prison and released the dozens of divine dragon descendant. The woman in the phoenix dress was surprised. You released them just like that? Aren't you afraid of me? Lin Chen nodded. A little. But even if you attack me, I have enough confidence to escape now. It's just a waste of time. Moreover, I believe in my judgment and that of the other divine dragon descendants. After all, without their cooperation, I can only capture half of them at most. Cooperation? The woman in the phoenix dress was stunned. Then she looked at the divine dragon descendants in surprise. You let him capture you on purpose? Yes, please understand, Supreme Water God. A handsome divine descendant cupped his fists and said sincerely, Friend Lin Chen has helped the dragon race many times. He is sincere in cooperating with the dragon race. We shouldn't treat him with prejudice. The dragon race needs allies to be wary of the current situation. Although the divine dragon descendants present were proud and arrogant, they were also the most elite of the dragon race. Their foresight and experience were not comparable to ordinary masters. Lin Chen had won them over, and they also saw endless possibilities in Lin Chen. They were determined to be on good terms with Lin Chen. That was why they pretended to be prisoners and secretly helped Lin Chen escape. Chapter 1702. The woman in the phoenix dress sighed. With all of you in the dragon race, I can retire in peace. Lin Chen smiled at Luo Shuiyu. You were the one who called this senior over, right? Luo Shuiyu shook her head indifferently. It's good that you're fine. Next time, don't be so arrogant. Brother Lin Chen. At this moment, the divine dragon descendants cupped their fists and greeted him respectfully. I hope you don't take what happened to the dragon race today to heart. From our standpoint, we will always welcome you to the dragon world. Lin Chen smiled and said, Straightforward people, I like it. See you in the future. I'm in a hurry. I'm leaving. When he turned around, Luo Shuiyu reached out to speak. Wait a minute. The one who spoke was Princess Xingyue. She subconsciously blurted out, Will you come back in the future? As soon as she said this, the divine dragon descendants all stared at Princess Xingyue with a hint of ridicule or ambiguity. Lin Chen waved his hand without turning back. It's the same whether I come back or not. In the future, I will either die or see my story everywhere in the universe. When Lin Chen just entered the spatial passage of Sky City, dozens of starlight descended from the sky and landed on the heads of the divine dragon descendant. With a rumble, the bloodline pressure of all the divine dragon descendants present soared again. Their bloodline grade soared again. It's His Excellency Lin Chen who helped us improve our bloodline again. This is an opportunity bestowed to us by our friend Lin Chen. The divine dragon descendants were ecstatic. The woman in the phoenix dress revealed a rare look of shock as she stared at Princess Xingyue and Luo Shuiyu. These two's bloodline had improved the most. It had more than doubled in a short period of time. Lin Chen of the human race is really a magical human. No wonder Luo told me to take care of this young man in the message dragon jade. It's true. Host has received 2 orange grade talent exclusive treasure chests. Host has received 4 sacred grade upgrade coupons. Total of sacred grade upgrade coupons, 11. Host has received 2 billion mid-grade strengthening points. Inside the spatial passage, the system's screen flickered repeatedly, and Lin Chen withdrew his clone that was hiding in the dragon world. He had no time to think about how many attribute light balls and attribute treasure chests he had obtained. While God Slayer status was active, Lin Chen would not gain any growth attribute points, and the attribute points he would lose would be reduced. At this moment, his expression was grave. According to the Water Divine Dragon's clone, The fastest spatial passageway in the dragon world would take 7 days to reach the Great Wilderness. It would take too much time for the Great Wilderness to enter the sacred boundary. He needed to return to the sacred boundary to find out the exact location of his servants through the universal cycle seal of life and death. Otherwise, if the distance was too far, even Lin Chen's primordial spirit wouldn't be able to sense it. The God Slayer innate skill still needs some time to cool down. This time, I have a clear idea of my maximum combat power. If we were to deal with the Genesis Alliance, we should be able to fight them together. Lin Chen's heart flashed with a sharp killing intent. Everyone, you must be safe. Lin Chen seized the time to recover his Saint Point holy power and deactivated his God Slayer status. Then, Lin Chen turned on the system. System, I want to awaken the 5th stage of the flesh shell. Previously, after injuring the Heavenly Mandate Elder and the Primordial Azure Dragon's Divine Dragon clone, Lin Chen had obtained a large amount of top-grade Heavenly Path points. Since he had some left, he might as well awaken another round. Consumed 3 million top-grade Heavenly Path points. Awakening successful. The host's flesh shell has reached 100% of the 5th stage. Total strength increased by 500%. Lin Chen's pure strength soared to 499,000 venerable power. 500,000 venerable power was a limit. In terms of Lin Chen's base strength and the number of times his flesh shell had awakened, it should be 540,000 venerable power. However, the additional venerable power had not broken through this limit. Just as Lin Chen was increasing his strength, Sacred Boundary, Battle Zone. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Come on. Let's fight to our heart's content. Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of you? Both of us have a head on our shoulders. Who's afraid of who? Do you believe that I'll destroy your entire family tree with one slash? In the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, the disciples of the 4 famous sects were fighting each other. In the void, countless young talents were fighting each other, using many high-level and top-grade purple tier techniques. From time to time, 1 or 2 amazing half-orange tier techniques would appear. Stop. At this moment, a lazy and elegant voice echoed in the sky. Strangely, all the battles between the geniuses stopped abruptly. It was as if the entire world had entered a state of stagnation, not to mention war emperors, sages, even 9th Revolution sages and sage kings could not move this stagnant time at all. Everyone could feel the time and space had stopped, but they could not resist it. Their eyes were wide open, filled with shock and fear. These people don't have it either. They have never come into contact with the aura and fate of the stars. We've searched all the places in the mortal realm. There's no more news from the sacred boundary. Where should we go to find him? The elegant and lazy voice sighed softly. Another mellow and pleasant voice spoke slowly. 3-dimensional creatures really like to fight, just like the limitless sea of the godly realm. The elegant and lazy voice was slightly curious. It said that the godly Theacher's remains have descended on this plane. The gentle and pleasant female voice had a hint of disdain. The godly Theacher's remains here were merely pulled here by the demons from a high-tier plane spacetime gap. Compared to the true godly Theacher's foundation, it's not even a drop in the ocean. At most, it's just a little incomplete divine fate. The elegant voice said, that's right. Above the true God is the godly king, and above the godly the arch is the godly the arch. If this plane could contain the godly Theacher's aura, Sister wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble for the stars back then. All the sages inside and outside the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable fear, and their bodies were trembling. They clearly sensed that within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, there was no change in space, and no new creatures should have descended. Why was it that they could only hear the voice, but they could not sense the other party's aura and presence at all? They could not even detect a trace of space ripple. Could it be the legendary 9th stage sage? Or a 9th revolution sage? Or a sage king? But that was not right. If a sage king wanted to send a voice transmission, they could more or less sense the direction of the voice transmission. It was like a gust of wind. They could not see it or touch it, but at least they could feel it. But now, they could only hear the voice and could not sense any movement. In addition, this still spacetime was too strange. Let's go to the next area. We cannot easily interfere with the fate of three-dimensional creatures. Everything has already been predetermined. This so-called sacred boundary of the human race has no future to speak of. Sigh, nephew Xingchen, where exactly are you? If we still can't find you, the Lin family will no longer have a place to stay in the divine realm. When the two melodious voices faded into the distance, the space-time freeze was lifted. Boom tilde. The attacks of the many geniuses that had previously stopped collided with each other, and their momentum was not yet stopped. A moment later, everyone stopped. Everyone was still fearful. They could not imagine what they had just experienced. They also seemed to have heard something about the divine realm. What about the sacred boundary of the human race having no future to speak of? 7 days later. Outside a sky-splitting abyss in Xuanyu, hurricanes were raging everywhere. The space was shrouded in wind blades, and there was a completely different world. There was actually a huge canyon hidden within. The two sides of the mountain were in a half-moon shape, and in the center was a beast tomb. At this time, the beast tomb had already been razed to the ground. 2 palaces, one ice and one fire, stood there. Many figures flew back and forth between the 2 palaces, and the atmosphere was especially tense and urgent. Inside the 2 palaces, many severely injured experts had collapsed in the main hall. They were Lin Chen's servants. They had suffered an unexpected surprise attack and serious injuries. Chapter 1703. Inside the Ice Heart Palace and the Divine Flame Palace, is everyone out safely? Yes, but Senior Ling Er's injuries are too serious. She's still unconscious. Alas. Senior Xiao Ling Er paid a huge price to move the Divine Flame Palace and the Ice Heart Palace. His Excellency Zi Qianqiu is also unconscious. It's too serious. The enemy attacked when Senior Fang Ling and Senior Lang Fanyun left. Jiang Taishu's breathing was weak. He was also seriously injured, but he was still managing the situation. Everyone, we can't stay here for long. Maybe we have to change our strategy and give up some things. The enemy has a diviner on par with me. It's just a matter of time. Jiang Taishu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. 2 servants hurriedly supported him and gave him 2 saint elixirs. Inside the Divine Flame Palace, in a space where the saint fire was burning, the Grand Elders of the Divine Flame Palace were protecting a beautiful figure, activating the saint fire to protect her life vein. It was Bai Ruoyan. However, she was unconscious, and no one knew if she was dead or alive. Beside her was Fairy Scarlet, who cooperated with the Grand Elder's Divine Flame Heart Sutra to protect her heart vein. Shen Lingshuang accompanied by Ruoyan all the time. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, self-blame, and unwillingness. Sister Ruoyan, in order to protect me. If I wasn't so weak, if I was as strong as Master, this wouldn't have happened. Shen Lingshuang's hair was covered with a snow-like divine light, and her starry eyes flickered with a strange divine light. Lingshuang. Shong Guanju patted her shoulder, interrupting Shen Lingshuang. She looked at herself and Shong Guanju in confusion. Shong Guanju sighed. Don't blame yourself too much. You still can't fully control your martial god bloodline. Moreover, the enemy obviously has an intention this time. You're one of their targets. Shen Lingshuang said with a sobbing tone, but, because of me, Sister Ruoyan, silly child. Shang Guanju hugged her and said with a smile, it's because she protects you that you can't let her down and give up on yourself. Shen Lingshuang hid in her arms and sobbed. Shang Guanju suppressed the injuries in his body and comforted her. Your sister Ruoyan will be fine. She has the eternal sacred fire to protect her life. She was injured this time, but it drew out more power from the sacred fire. She will just be in a coma for a while. Nearly 10 days ago, Divine Flame Palace and Ice Heart Palace were ambushed. The enemies were from the Founding Century Alliance and Holy Prison, and they were led by 5 Saint Kings. If it wasn't for Lin Ping and Shangguanju, the head Grand Elder of Divine Flame Palace, and the servants risking their lives to escort them out, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, what surprised Jiang Taishu and the others the most was the other party's method. Divine Flame Palace and Ice Heart Palace had set up many protective measures in the miracle domain. Logically speaking, It should be extremely difficult for a Saint King to completely avoid them. Zi Qianzhou's twofold daoist palace array formation was used to search for enemies, Xiao Ling-Er's thousandfold spatial eye, Jiang Taishu's arithmetic technique was used to conceal everyone's fate, and the aura concealment technique was used specifically by the annihilation of heaven and earth. Logically speaking, with so many layers of protection, even if there were enemies coming, they should have discovered them in advance and moved away in advance. However, the founding century's arrival was too fast and too sudden. It almost didn't give Ice Heart Palace and Divine Flame Palace any time to react. In addition, more than half of the servants' main battle force wasn't with them, which led to this tragedy. Jiang Taishu was almost certain that the other party must have an extremely powerful arithmetic master. Their combined strength and ability was definitely not inferior to his. However, according to Lin Chen's previous instructions, Xiao Ling-Er had built many spatial tunnels, and the spatial coordinates were especially hidden. After being attacked, the top battle force of Divine Flame Palace, a group of supreme elders, immediately rushed to the rescue and cooperated with Lin Ping'an to cover the servants' escape. As for the Realm Tower and Pill Domain's Elder Guild, as well as the many 8th-stage experts that had gathered, most of them were scattered in the various domains in advance and weren't attacked this time. Although the price was disastrous, with more than half of the people injured, and 4 servants of the 17th floor and 10 servants of the 16th floor had died, the main force still had a breath of life left. They were desperately moved out by Xiao Ling-Er and Zi Qianzhou. In Iceheart Palace, Jiang Taishu said to the 2 servants, "Don't worry about me. Quickly go and see Miss Lung Yueqi and Miss Bai Ruoyan. They can't have any mishaps." Outside Divine Flame Palace, Fei Wushuang, whose robes were dyed red with blood, stood in the mountain gorge. Her delicate hands danced gracefully, and colorful light flowed from her fingertips. The 5-colored holy light rolled over and over as it bathed the many unconscious experts. Yu Wangsheng opened many jade boxes and used the power of his primordial spirit to mobilize the natural treasures and saint pills in the jade boxes. He drew out a huge amount of energy and channeled it into the bodies of the people, quickly healing their injuries. The 2 of them were extremely efficient in healing. However, what they lacked now was time. Among them, Ji Wuchen and Long Jiushan were in a severe coma. When they were attacked, the 2 of them unleashed all their killing moves, almost sharing the burden of several waves of attacks. They fought their way out of the encirclement and almost lost their lives. Jiang Taishu sent a telepathic message, "Sister Wushuang." Fei Wushuang looked at him and saw his eyes. She sighed softly and said, "Big brother Taishu, you." "Sigh, forget it." The latter's slender fingers drew a line, and a beam of 5-colored light entered Jiang Taishu's body. The injuries of his primordial spirit and body were temporarily relieved. Jiang Taishu immediately took out the carefree flag and used the heavenly cycle seal of life and death to send a dangerous message to his master. Jiang Taishu pinched his fingers and gritted his teeth while enduring his injuries. He calculated, and the life artifact of a fortune teller, the carefree flag, shone brightly with holy light. "It's only a matter of time before the other party finds us. We can't stay here for too long. We have to gather Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun's strength and return." Guilt appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "I also have a certain amount of responsibility. I thought that other than the Wuji elder, no one could surpass me in terms of arithmetic. I secretly hid it from my master and let Fang Ling and the rest search for the immortal Dawn sect's inheritance. Guilt. Guilt." Jiang Taishu thought that he could predict all the heavenly secrets in advance. With Xiao Ling-Er and Zi Qianzhou's help, he thought that he could foresee any danger that came. Only then did he let half of the main force's combat power leave to accept the immortal Dawn sect's inheritance, but they were almost annihilated. He was ashamed to face his master. "Even if I have to risk my life, I have to ensure everyone's safety. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't be able to face my master anymore." Jiang Taishu waved the carefree flag, and the starlight in the sky formed a star chart that stretched across the sky. He panted, and as he observed the star chart, his expression suddenly changed. "They're gone. The fates of those sage kings who went to the mystic realm to launch a surprise attack have completely disappeared." It was impossible for such a situation to disappear. The only possibility was that their fates had been concealed, and he couldn't deduce the other party's location. Boom tilde. At this moment, the barrier and the space of the hurricane region outside were broken. A group of powerful auras descended between heaven and earth. Jiang Taishu's pupils shrank. The founding century alliance had actually caught up. Is today the death anniversary of this old man, Jiang Taishu? In his despair, Jiang Taishu's heart was as clear as a mirror. Chapter 1704. Rumble tilde. The Grand Elders and servants of Divine Flame Palace reacted quickly. Those who still had the ability to fight rushed out of the palace and appeared in the air. These little rats run pretty fast. Didn't Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun break through to the Saint King realm? I wanted to have a good fight with them, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's start with these guys first. Divine Flame Palace, why did you choose Lin Chen? One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. Don't blame us for being merciless. Lin Chen, who has the bloodline of the martial god, belongs to this old man. As the mocking laughter echoed through the world, hundreds of figures appeared in the void around the two palaces. Although there were not many of them, every one of them was strong. There were even a few Saint Talents from the Saint Talent ranking, especially the group of figures at the front. 5 Saint Kings had gathered. They were Saint King Ghostfiend, Saint King Qiankuan, Saint King Tianxiong, Saint King Yinyang from the Genesis Alliance, and one of the most troublesome Saint Kings in the Holy Prison, Saint King Thousand Fok. However, when Jiang Taishu looked through the air, his attention was on a black-robed man behind the 5 Saint Kings. The black-robed man was in the center of the group, and because of him, the fate of the entire group was hidden. From his position, he was the other party's fortune-teller. The black-robed man also looked at Jiang Taishu immediately. Under the black robe, an astrolabe was spinning slowly in his eyes. Dark red streaked across the astrolabe. It was extremely mysterious. It was Heartbreak Red, who was imprisoned in the holy prison Eye of Hell, the number 1 fortune-teller of the human race in the Antiquity Age. Unfortunately, Jiang Taishu, you have too many burdens around you. As fortune-tellers of the same realm as me, you and I have never had a real face-to-face battle. Heartbreak Red shook his head self-deprecatingly. Shangguan Ju's beautiful eyes narrowed. He transmitted his voice to the girl in the green dress beside him. Grand Elder, we are surrounded. With our current combat strength, it's too difficult to protect everyone and kill our way out. The Grand Elder was expressionless. He said indifferently, this is the result of our choice. Cover Ruoyon and the important disciples well. The truth is, we have lost the bet. Shangguan Ju said coldly, can't we let those old fellows come out of seclusion? The beautiful face of the young woman in a jade green dress was as calm as water. They've already come out of seclusion and traveled to various galaxies. Even though I've sent a message just now, it's impossible for them to rush back in a short period of time. Shangguan Ju gritted her teeth and her expression changed. Why are you guys dawdling? The impatient beauty transformed into a beam of light and appeared in front of the two of them. It was Lin Ping'an. She placed her hands on her hips and looked at the 5 saint rulers. She curled her lips and said, leave that androgynous fellow and the other 2 old things to me. Can you handle the remaining 3 saint rulers? The girl in the green dress frowned and said, you want to commit suicide? She admitted that the pain disaster was powerful, but the Holy Prison's Thousand Fox Holy King was at the same level as her. He alone could stop Lin Ping'an, let alone deal with the other 2 Holy Kings. Lin Ping'an brushed her hair behind her ear and suddenly smiled. What he gave me, I will return to him. Boom tilde. Disaster energy materialized, and Lin Ping'an stepped on the 3 disaster poison dragons and flew away. The girl in the green dress and Shangguan Ju did not have time to refute. They could only follow Lin Ping'an. The handsome Thousand Fox Holy King raised his eyebrows, and a rare look of seriousness appeared on his face. Did this thing really turn into a spiritual body? Pain disaster, what a disgusting thing. Whoosh. Lin Ping'an arrived, and her delicate palm was surrounded by layers of death calamity aura. She slammed her palm down. Many fox tails swayed behind Thousand Fox Holy King, and he pointed. Bam! 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 The disastrous aura exploded and quickly condensed into 10 dancing poisonous dragons that charged toward the Holy King Ghostfiend and the Holy King Heaven and Earth. You want to fight 3 at once. Pain disaster, you think too highly of yourself. The 2 saint rulers each attacked and crushed the poison dragons. The saint ruler battle royal instantly began. Shangguanju and the girl in the green dress immediately intercepted Tian Xiong Holy King and Yin-Yang Holy King. Shangguanju, the guardian venerable, was injured, and the chief grand elder was sharing the pressure for her, taking the initiative to attack the 2 saint rulers. The entire eastern part of Xuanyu was turbulent, and the space was turbulent. If not for the temporary stronghold set up by the 2 palaces at the border, many humans would have been implicated in this battle. The other experts of the alliance immediately took action. The previous Divine Flame Palace Master appeared in a flash, and she led the Hall of Guardians to block the attacks of the alliance expert. The servants who still had the strength to fight rushed to the front line without any regard for their own safety, confronting the experts of the Founding Era Alliance head-on. The experts who came this time were all at least rank 4 saints. Under the premise of many attacking one person, the injured servants also fell into a prolonged battle. Heartbroken Red, who was in the center of the alliance team, yawned and said in boredom, "How boring." They planned to retreat to the space passage in the west. Cut off their escape route. Heartbroken Red opened a scripture and slowly read it. He said casually, "Also, the daughter of the Einherjar bloodline you want is in the Divine Flame Palace. There is no one around her who can fight, so go and get it yourself." As soon as he said that, 7 saints immediately used their movement techniques and went around the main battlefield. Jiang Taishu gritted his teeth. The other party had completely figured out their route of action, and he was powerless to stop them now. In fact, if Heartbroken Red assisted the 5 Saint Kings in the battle and helped them predict the actions of Lin Pingan, Shongguanjue, and the others, the Founding Era Alliance would win the battle even faster. However, Heartbroken Red was only in a temporary cooperative relationship with them. They each had their own ulterior motives. Hey, Wu Pianju is gone, and there is a replacement. Moreover, this one is more malleable and less unstable than Wu Pianju. We must take her down. There is still pain disaster here. As long as we take the daughter of the Einherjar bloodline and kill Ji Wuchen, Zi Qianqiu, Xiaoling and the others who pose a great threat, it will be a perfect retreat. The goal of the Saint Kings was very clear. They were here to kill Xiaoling and take Shen Lingshuang away. Rumble. In the Divine Flame Palace, the door was broken in. The injured and unconscious Bai Ruoyan and Shen Lingshuang were surrounded by the Saint Kings. Whoosh. The 4 elders of the Divine Flame Palace were forced to retreat from Bai Ruoyan's side and face the Saint Kings. Shen Lingshuang was fearless. Her pretty face was full of determination as she stood in front of Bai Ruoyan and the elders of the Divine Flame Palace. Last time, Sister Ruoyan protected me. This time, it is my turn to protect Sister. The leading white-clothed saint glanced greedily at the unconscious Bai Ruoyan. He smiled coldly and said, "The goddess of the Divine Flame Palace? If she grows up, she will be a great threat. Kill her on the spot. This young master will refine her body into a female slave." TSK. The Saint King in white clenched the air angrily. The space twisted and twisted as he twisted toward Shen Lingshuang. Shen Lingshuang rushed forward recklessly. Outside, bang. With a loud bang, the aura of disaster exploded. Lin Pingan kept retreating as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. She suddenly spoke to everyone telepathically. "Everyone, leave immediately." As soon as she said that, Shongguanjue and the girl in the green dress narrowed their eyes as if they realized something. Saint King Thousand Fox reacted quickly telepathically. She wants to detonate her spiritual body and become a primitive pain disaster. Stay away from her. Chapter 1705. Heartbroken Red stared at Lin Pingan with great interest when he heard that Lin Pingan was going to transform into the most primitive pain calamity. He acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him. "Is she going to fight us to the end? Be careful, the pain calamity is no small matter. It's not that easy to kill us with just the pain calamity. We can retreat, but once it erupts, she won't be able to. She'll instantly become the target of all 36 domains. The pain calamity of the past has been extremely tragic. She won't be the first, and she won't be the last. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the Saint Kings forcefully stopped fighting and retreated. Seeing the fear on everyone's faces, Lin Pingan felt a sense of familiarity as if she had returned to the past. Her cute little face suddenly bloomed with a satisfied smile. It's not bad to be able to be a human for once. Rumble tilde tilde. The calamity energy in Lin Pingan's body began to become violent and restless, like countless ancient beasts that had been suppressed for a long time wanting to pounce out. The entire sky of Xuanyu suddenly became dark and gloomy. Purple-brown clouds intertwined like cloud dragons and covered Xuanyu. Countless humans of the Xian domain felt an instinctive fear that came from their lives. It was as if an omen of calamity was coming, and there was no way to avoid it. The calamity descended, and all living beings felt the omen of death. At this moment, a large number of hidden experts in Xuanyu sensed the location of the calamity. Heartbroken Red waved his sleeves and put away the scripture. He stroked his beard and stared at Lin Pingan, clicking his tongue in wonder. Interesting. It's rumored that when the pain calamity erupts, it can trigger the calamity of the human race and even affect the luck of the entire human race. It seems that it's true. Perhaps I can make use of her to create an even greater killing weapon. However, the next moment, Heartbroken Red's expression became serious. Something's not right. There's a mysterious aura approaching. He immediately transmitted to all the Saint Kings, "Be on guard, someone's approaching." At this moment, a familiar laughter entered Lin Pingan's ears. "Silly girl, you've held on long enough." The young man's warm palm patted Lin Pingan's snow-white shoulder, and the rampaging calamity energy in her body instantly calmed down. "Leave the rest to me." Lin Pingan was startled and tears filled his eyes. Hearing that familiar voice, Shangguanju, Jiang Taishu, Fei Wushuang, and all the servants suddenly had a new hope. A tall and slender figure appeared in front of Lin Pingan, blocking his way. Everyone from Ice Heart Palace and Divine Flame Palace was ecstatic, almost crying tears of joy. Lin Chen had returned. "My lord." Jiang Taishu was both happy and ashamed. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart, and a trace of doubt grew in his heart. He and his lord had the universal heaven death seal, so why didn't he sense anything when his lord was near? In the Divine Flame Palace, bang tilde, clang tilde, a section of the blade that was slashing towards Shen Lingshuang stopped in mid-air, motionless. What? The golden-armored saint was shocked. He saw that his blade had been blocked by 2 fingers. Shen Lingshuang was stunned. Looking at the familiar back in front of her, tears welled up in her eyes. "Master." Shen Lingshuang hugged her master and sobbed. They ambushed us. Sister Ruoyan was injured in order to protect me." Before she finished speaking, Shen Lingshuang felt her master's body tremble slightly after hearing that Sister Ruoyan was injured. He said coldly, "Lingshuang, they did it, didn't they?" "Yes." Before Shen Lingshuang could speak, Fairy Crimson, who was beside by Ruoyan, gritted her teeth. These Saint Talents on the Saint Talent ranking wanted to capture Sister Bai Ruoyan and refine her into a female slave, making Lingshuang into a substitute for Wu Piju. "In that case, let's destroy them." Boom tilde, bang. A series of tremors shook the inside and outside of the Divine Flame Palace. Before all the powerhouses had time to be shocked by Lin Chen's return, a loud bang blasted out. The 7 Saint Geniuses were sent flying out of the Divine Flame Palace. "Crown Prince. Young Master, are you okay?" "Your Highness, be careful. Lin Chen is back." The servants of the Saint Talents were about to rush up to protect their Saint Talents when a figure stepped on a cloud and swept past in an instant. The silver-robed man's hands were enshrouded in Saint Power as he grabbed the white-robed Saint Talent, the son of true martial arts, and pulled him horizontally. Splat tilde, rip tilde. A tearing sound like brocade resounded through the sky. All the servants of the Saint Talents and the powerhouses of the Founding Century Alliance felt their hair stand on end, and their scalps went numb. The son of true martial arts, Xue Xiaolong, who had been recorded in the annals of history and was regarded as the envy of countless geniuses and legends, was torn in half alive. What everyone saw was a young and calm face. Under the calm expression, The starry eyes flickered with crazy killing intent. Even the powerful saint kings of the holy purgatory had goosebumps all over when they saw this scene with their own eyes, and they were shocked. Tearing apart a saint talent with his bare hand. All the saint talents present today felt a chill run down their spines. Killing a saint talent with his bare hand. What the F***ck is this monster? Bang tilde. Boom tilde. The sky exploded with a roar, trembling, and throbbing. Countless blood-red clouds appeared out of thin air in the sky above Xuanyu. The blood-red clouds shrouded the sky, and a violent wind and bloody rain howled. Waves of sinister wind howled, as if heaven and earth were weeping miserably. A layer of dark haze enveloped heaven and earth. At that moment, in the 36 regions of the sacred boundary, all the powerhouses of the heaven-opening realm and above sensed the arrival of this haze. At the same time, the bloody rain fell, and heaven and earth wept. The depletion of providence, and the appearance of a calamity. This was the phenomenon of the saint talent roll's demise. It represented the weakening of the human race's providence. One had to know that although most of the saint talents on the saint talent roll were not as strong as the top powerhouses, they had many life-saving trump card. Even the saint kings were not very confident that they could kill a saint talent instantly. However, Lin Chen had directly torn apart a saint talent on the saint talent roll, and Xue Xiaolong, the son of true martial arts, did not even have the chance to use his life-saving trump card. Just how strong had Lin Chen become now? Lin Chen's gaze swept across the entire area, and his voice was as cold as a knife. You people of the Founding Century Alliance seem to have had a lot of fun killing before. Now, it's my turn. Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, another phantom raised his sword and slashed furiously. Kai. Slash. A ray of sword aura was drawn from the tip of the absolute flame saber. The saber was like a tidal wave, spinning rapidly. The primordial gods had tears without a trace. The saber aura instantly split into 5 shadows. Saint King Thousand Fox narrowed his eyes. This attack is no small matter. He took a step forward and clasped his hands together. The 9 fox tails behind him bloomed, shining with snow-white holy light. He was about to receive Lin Chen's God's tear. Rumble. The arrow that could burn the 9 heavens and 10 earths released a sharp light that pierced through heaven and earth. It split into 5 and shot toward the 5 Saint Kings of the Founding Century Alliance from behind. What? Saint King Thousand Fox did not expect this move. His fox tails furiously curled like a peacock spreading its tail. The snow-white holy light surged as he and the other Saint Kings were forced to receive Lin Chen's sky-burning arrow head-on. When the fierce arrow light and heat wave exploded in an instant, the Saint Talents did not even have time to be surprised by the strength of Lin Chen's attack. The moment the 5 Saint Kings were caught, the Aurora Saber aura trembled and exploded into saber aura fragments that blotted out the sky. The saber aura fragments were like broken jade, twisting toward all the powerful beings of the Founding Century Alliance. This God's tear caused all the powerful beings of the Founding Century Alliance to tremble in fear. Almost all the powerful beings had the same thought in their mind. This kid must be crazy. Chapter 1706. Lin Chen's frenzied attack caused everyone to be visibly moved. He had actually launched such a large-scale attack in all directions. His people would definitely be caught in the attack. Was he planning to die together with his people? Bang! 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 Endless fragments of saber energy struck the area where the Alliance experts were. They tore the space apart, pierced through the ground, and shattered the sky. It was as if heaven and earth had been stirred into a ball of chaos. Even if the Alliance experts had sacred artifacts and trump cards that could travel through the void, they would still be pierced through by the saber energy. Unless they could surpass the speed at which the saber energy tore the space apart, they would not be able to escape. Instead, they would die even more miserably. Heartbroken Red, who was protected in the center of the Holy King team, had completely lost his composure. His eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. He had not anticipated the direction of this attack at all. He, Heartbroken Red, had not been able to predict this kid's fate. Strange, too strange. Could it be that this kid's fate had surpassed this dimension? But that was not right. With his cultivation level, even if he had surpassed the creatures of this dimension, he could still predict a little. However, This kid's fate seemed to have never existed. It did not belong to this world at all. When the smoke spread and slowly dissipated, the sky was dyed red by the blood rain and smoke. Xuan Yu was shaken by this saber attack. This time, God's Tear's battle results could be said to be shocking. Of the hundreds of Founding-era Alliance experts, only a few dozen were left. More than 90% of them had died. The surviving sages on the Saint Talent list still had lingering fears. They looked as if they had just survived a disaster. They were almost done for. If they had used their life-saving trump cards a little later, they would have died without a doubt. With Lin Chen's current cultivation level, using God's Tear would be a one-sided battle. Many sages still had powerful life-saving trump cards. Even if their defenses were pierced, they would at most be seriously injured. Death was the final step. However, Lin Chen's Extinction Rupture and Destructive Explosion talents would trigger a second chain reaction. Even if he was lucky enough not to be engulfed by the shards of the saber energy and only managed to survive with heavy injuries, once the Destructive Explosion talent was triggered, he would basically die without a doubt. Therefore, the most terrifying saber art was not the God's Tear, but the God's Tear used by Lin Chen. It was the real nightmare. After launching such an attack, I don't believe that the Divine Flame Palace is unscathed. Injuring the enemy by 1,000, but losing 800 of your own men, just as the Saint Talents and the 5 Saint Kings were surveying their surroundings. However, the scene in front of them completely stunned them. 3 layers of Saint Energy barriers enveloped Divine Flame Palace and Ice Heart Palace, protecting most of the unconscious and wounded. 3 of Lin Chen's doppelgangers stepped into the air and floated in front of Divine Flame Palace and Ice Heart Palace. His 3 doppelgangers joined forces to unleash a Saint Power defense, which could easily block the attack of the Blade Chi fragment. As for the servants who were in the middle of the battle, they were also unharmed. The servants were wild with joy as they looked at their surroundings. Vaguely, within the reddish-gold halo surrounding them, a surge of yin-yang dragon chi surged and entered their bodies. All the servants felt a warm vitality, and the divine light was actually healing their injuries. This is too amazing. This is the Lord's divine dragon bloodline ability protecting us. And it's not just one exceptional divine ability, it seems like there are 2. The Lord's trip to the Dragon Clan this time is simply a shocking transformation. The servants' faces were filled with ecstasy. With their sharp experience, they could tell at a glance that Lin Chen had used 2 exceptional divine abilities above the exceptional divine ability, Taishi Divine Light plus Immortal Creation. The 2 bloodline abilities, one for defense and one for recovery, not only protected the servants' safety within the Blade Chi fragments, but also accelerated the recovery of their injury. Unharmed. How is this possible? This is too scary. How strong is he now? Those that look exactly like him are his doppelgangers. His doppelgangers are actually this strong. The hearts of the saint geniuses trembled. They had heard of Lin Chen's legend, but they generally thought that Lin Chen's battle prowess in the Divine Flame Palace was mostly due to external forces. In just half a year, what kind of earth-shattering transformation had happened to him to have such battle prowess? This kid's saint power is actually not inferior to ours. In terms of saint power alone, only Big Brother Zhenlong and Big Brother Qianhu can suppress him. Saint King Ghostfire's eyes were filled with disbelief. Heartbroken Red sized up the situation and immediately said, "Retreat." He pointed behind him, at the doppelganger holding the 9 Firmament's Star Fury bow. If his doppelgangers all had such battle prowess, we wouldn't be able to touch them now. We've overstepped our boundaries in this operation. The most important thing is... Heartbroken Red looked deeply at Lin Chen in the distance and said, "I can't see through this child. I can't see through him at all. Continuing to fight is an extremely unwise choice." Saint King Qianhu made a prompt decision and waved his hand, creating a spatial tunnel in the void. "You want to run after showing off?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and suddenly held the heaven-freezing sword. He raised the sword and slashed horizontally, divine power splitting the sky. A dazzling white sword fell from the sky and split into 5, smashing heavily toward the 5 Saint Kings. Kaboom! Bam! 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 The space disintegrated and exploded, shattering into paste one after another. Heaven and earth returned to chaos, and hundreds of thousands of miles of Xuanyu space was crushed into pieces. Have they escaped? Lin Chen exhaled, and the sharpness in his eyes was still as sharp as ever. Founding Century Alliance, this is just the beginning. Let this handsome guy play with you. Inside the spatial tunnel, the remaining Alliance elites were still in shock. That sword attack had almost hit them. If not for Saint King Qianhu's all-out defense, they would have lost another batch of people. Saint King Qianhu lowered his head and looked at the crack in his palm. The saint blood was flowing faster and faster, and it could not heal itself. He muttered to himself, although he was distracted by stabilizing the spatial tunnel, he was still able to break through my defense and injure me. This kid's combat power has already surpassed that of an ordinary Saint King. Saint King Qianhu felt an unprecedented level of difficulty. It had only been half a year, and Lin Chen had already grown to such a level. If he was given another year and a half, wouldn't he be King powerful? Lin Chen, this kid is indeed the #1 enemy of the Holy Purgatory and the Founding Century Alliance. If we don't kill this kid, it's useless even if we kill his entire team. Saint King Enyang's expression was uncertain. Heartbroken Red was amazed. As expected of a young man who dares to challenge the hegemony. Today, my horizons have been broadened. Looks like there will be plenty of opportunities to play with Jiang Taishu in the future. Ha ha ha. Inside the Divine Flame Palace, Lin Chen quickly rushed into the palace. On a jade bed, Bai Ruoyan was unconscious. Her face was pale, and she was as beautiful as a withered flower. Lin Chen was about to impart the immortal creation bloodline ability to Bai Ruoyan when Fairy Crimson suddenly spoke up. No, Miss Bai Ruoyan has now entered a self-healing state. The eternal sacred flame is repairing her damaged heart meridians. Only by cultivating the same cultivation technique can she speed up her recovery. Any other power will interfere with the eternal sacred flame's automatic protection. When Lin Chen heard this, he asked in a low voice, "Are you sure she's not in danger?" Fairy Crimson nodded. Yes, but the time she will wake up has not been determined yet. Lin Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. If anything happened to Sister Ruoyan, he would rush to the Founding Century Alliance's headquarters and fight to the death with these guys. Chapter 1707. Right now, the only way to speed up Bai Ruoyan's recovery was to maintain the status of the Divine Flame Palace Elders. They all cultivated the Divine Flame Heart Sutra, so they could maintain Bai Ruoyan's sacred fire and maintain the vitality of the host. Therefore, Fairy Crimson assisted the elders, and the elders assisted Bai Ruoyan. Lin Chen was just turning around when the beautiful woman jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly. She raised her head slightly, tears and worry flashing in her cold jade-like eyes. She said, "You didn't get hurt in the dragon race this time, right?" Lin Chen's heart warmed. Just now, Ice Heart Palace and Divine Flame Palace had walked through the gates of hell, but Lung Yueqi was still worried about him, Lin Chen, and not her. Lin Chen smiled and said, "What can a mere dragon race do to me?" Shen Lingshuang jumped up and hugged Lin Chen with her tall and slender body. She cried loudly, "Master, you're finally fat." I was so scared just now. I thought I wouldn't be able to see Master in the future, and I wouldn't be able to eat so many delicious candies. Lin Chen was distracted by her bumping into him with a ball. After this girl's martial god bloodline awakened, her body developed at an especially fast speed. Now, it was different from before, and her body was only inferior to the little demon empress. Lin Chen patted the girl's head and scolded jokingly, "The last part about eating candies is the main point, right? Come down, you're already so big, how can you stick to Master like this?" Shen Lingshuang shook her head like a frightened little rabbit. "I won't, it's safest to hug Master. I want to hug Master's thigh tightly, I won't go anywhere." Lin Chen was so angry that he laughed. Then, the group of clones and servants entered Divine Flame Palace. Bang! Jiang Taishu knelt directly in front of Lin Chen, shaking the floor until it cracked. "Master, this subordinate deserves to die." Jiang Taishu lowered his head heavily, wanting to kowtow and apologize to Lin Chen. Lin Chen waved his hand, and Jiang Taishu stood up automatically. He said seriously, "Don't do these things. Sit down and talk." Jiang Taishu, Fei Wushuang, and the other servants wore bitter smiles as they sat down, looking restless. On the other hand, Lin Chen's holy dragon was outside, healing the injured servants with the yin-yang creation divine dragon's bloodline ability. The yin-yang creation divine dragon bloodline was a true healing divine dragon. Its recovery speed was unparalleled in both the human race and the dragon race. Furthermore, Lin Chen's doppelganger's saint energy was boundless and vigorous. Just by transmitting saint energy to everyone, the normal healing speed was also very fast. In the main hall of the Divine Flame Palace, the Chief Grand Elder and Shangguan-ju did not disturb Lin Chen. From the battle strength Lin Chen displayed when he returned, the two of them already knew that he was not the same as before. When the two of them were adjusting their breathing to recover, Shangguan-ju said with a teasing smile, "Grand Elder, how is it? My eyesight is still not bad, right? The Divine Flame Palace bet on this kid is not a loss, right?" The girl in the green skirt said indifferently, "Don't be in a hurry to show off. You know in your heart how much power the Founding Century Alliance has united this time." However, Lin Chen is indeed the first person in many senses since ancient times. Even those peerless saint geniuses before the sacred boundary was established cannot compare to him. In the main hall, Lin Chen quietly listened to the recent events. First, the 4 World Seas brothers from the 17th floor fought the Founding Century Alliance in order to cover everyone's retreat. In the end, they self-destructed and died. 10 servants from the 16th floor also died in battle. However, their last wisps of spiritual origin were stored with Yu Wangsheng. In the future, if Lin Chen's cultivation was strong enough, he might be able to refine a body for them. He could also guide the spirit into the body and resurrect them. Perhaps their spiritual memories would be missing. The only limitation was that after resurrection, it would be difficult for their cultivation in this life to recover to its peak. It would not be a problem for them to be saints for the rest of their lives. Secondly, Fang Ling and the others had left the team at the last moment. Yes, they had accepted the last inheritance of the Immortal Dawn sect with Jiang Wn. However, Lin Chen did not know about this. If Fang Ling and the others had not left the team, even if the other party had sent out 5 Saint Kings as the vanguard, under the premise of cooperating with the Divine Flame Palace, everyone should be able to leave easily. Lin Chen exhaled. His eyes were full of killing intent and sharpness. Jiang Taishu thought that he was angry about his mistake and immediately said resolutely, "Lord, Taishu has no face to face you for letting Miss Ruoyan suffer such a calamity and the team suffer such a huge loss. I only ask that after the team leaves here as soon as possible, I, Jiang Taishu, am willing to commit suicide." Lin Chen was stunned. He immediately shook his head and laughed. "Taishu, you think too much. Admittedly, you all accepted the inheritance of the Immortal Dawn sect without telling me, so you all have a little responsibility. However, in the final analysis, it was because the other party had a fortune teller of the same level as you that the team was attacked. It was not your fault." Hearing that the Lord did not have any intention to blame them, Fei Wushuang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, with their understanding of Lin Chen, if Jiang Wn wanted to completely hand over the inheritance of the Immortal Dawn sect to Lin Chen, he would definitely not accept it. Firstly, Jiang Wn was the last successor of the Immortal Dawn sect. Her mission was more important than the other servants. The inheritance of the sect was the most important foundation to restore the glory of the 9th grade. Secondly, the inheritance of the Immortal Dawn sect was the meaning of Jiang Wn's parents' protection. It was the proof of their will to pass on the inheritance. If it was passed to an outsider, it was equivalent to denying everything of her parents. Therefore, if it was mentioned directly, Lin Chen would most likely not accept the inheritance of the Immortal Dawn sect. Only the servants would choose this kind of sneaky method. Jiang Taishu did not care too much and said seriously, "My lord, now that you have returned, our team will have to move as soon as possible. The other party has already discovered our location. I predict that the team will move to the ancient sword city of the Sword region. Miss Qing Cheng and Miss Little Demon Empress are also there." Lin Chen raised his hand and smiled frivolously. "No, the team will continue to rest and recuperate here. Let's wake up Ji Wuchen and Xiao Ling before we leave. Otherwise, It will be slightly troublesome to move the Divine Flame Palace and the Ice Heart Palace. This time, it was Jiang Taishu's turn to be stunned. Even with the Lord overseeing, this was still an exposed location. If the other party gathered their strength, the next time, it would not be 5 Saint Kings, but 10 or even more. At that time, with the current strength of the team, they would instead become a burden to the Lord. Lin Chen smiled and said, Taishu, let me ask you, what is the best defense? Jiang Taishu said without hesitation, attack. Lin Chen said, then let me ask you, why didn't your complete Heaven's Death Seal sense my return? Jiang Taishu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked around at the 5 Lin Chen present, and his pupils shrank. Could it be that everyone present was the Lord's doppelganger? In fact, the main body had not returned yet. Then, where did the Lord's main body go? Seeing that Jiang Taishu was full of doubts and had a face full of question marks, Lin Chen's doppelganger smiled as coquettishly as usual. Taishu, you can focus on recuperating. I guarantee that they will not have time to mess with us. I am already preparing to go to the headquarters of the Founding Century Alliance. Jiang Taishu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The Lord's main body was actually about to reach the headquarters of the Founding Century Alliance. The servants' mouths were slightly open. Both sides were sneaking into each other's homes to show respect. How could the Lord be so fierce? Jiang Taishu's mouth trembled. My lord, your way of thinking really does not follow the conventional way of thinking. Lin Chen's doppelganger shrugged. How high the sky is, how coquettish I am. An even greater conflict unfolded. Lin Chen challenged the Founding Century Alliance alone. Chapter 1708. The best defense was offense. Even if Lin Chen's team continued to move, it would only be a matter of time before they were discovered. This would put them in a completely passive state. It was useless to repel them, but they would still regroup. They had to give them a strong offensive and catch them off guard. They had to be heavily injured before they could coordinate with many powerhouses. This way, the Founding Era Alliance would not take action in the short term, and Lin Chen's team would have time to breathe. Moreover, there was no one more suitable than Lin Chen. He was the only person the other party could not predict. As the candidate to infiltrate the Founding Era Alliance, he was the only one. Jiang Taishu said worriedly, My lord, the current Founding Era Alliance is not what it used to be. They have already joined forces with the Wu family, the Holy Prison, and 3 other newly joined 9th-rank sects. The foundation of the 12 9th-rank sects is very strong. They have become a new hegemonic existence in the sacred boundary. Lin Chen said, Since I dared to go, it means that I have already prepared a big gift for them. When the time comes, even if you don't use arithmetic to conceal the secrets of heaven and directly expose our team, they won't dare to touch us. Jiang Taishu was startled and bowed deeply. My lord, this old man sincerely admires your choice. That's right. It was not that Jiang Taishu was inferior to the Heartbreak Red of the Holy Prison. Both sides were in the same realm, and the gap between them was very small. Without a real fight, it was difficult to know who was better. The reason Jiang Taishu did not deduce the Heartbreak Red was that he had to protect and conceal the fate and secrets of Lin Chen's team. He also had to constantly deduce and calculate the actions of the Founding Era Alliance. Hiding Lin Chen's team had imperceptibly added a lot of burden to Jiang Taishu. However, the Heartbreak Red did not need this. The powerhouses of the Founding Era Alliance did not need the Heartbreak Red to deliberately hide. He only needed to focus on deducing and deciphering Jiang Taishu's arithmetic. Therefore, the arithmetic contest between the two sides was an unequal contest. Lin Chen's doppelganger patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Next time, I will give you a chance to have a fair duel with him. Let them know that I, Lin Chen's #1 diviner, is not to be trifled with. Jiang Taishu clasped his fists. I will not let you down. In the easternmost part of the Sage Monarch domain, in the 100 heavenly palaces. Clouds and smoke curled up as palaces floated in the air. Dragons and phoenixes danced in the air, and the vermilion bird and the black tortoise took form. A wisp of purple chi came from the east, illuminating the mountains and rivers, and the heavenly palace was illuminated by the holy light. It was like the sacred boundary, and fate covered the sky. This was the headquarters of the founding Century Alliance. They gave themselves the title of Heaven and wanted to become the new master and heaven of the sacred boundary. He lived in the heavenly palace and looked down on all living beings. They had already monopolized a portion of the sacred boundary's karmic luck. During this period of time, many experts had broken through successively and defied the heavens, especially the Saint Talents on the Saint Talent list. There were quite a few people on the Saint Talent ranking who were still in the heaven-opening realm. They pursued a perfect advancement and would not break through easily. However, with the development of the Genesis era, they began to condense the providence of the sacred boundary. Their cultivation could be said to have progressed by leaps and bounds. Many of them had already reached the peak of the heaven-opening realm, and there were even First Revolution Saints and Second Revolution Saint. Headquarters, Heavenly Palace. Dozens of Saint Talents and hundreds of upper echelons of the Alliance gathered in the headquarters Heavenly Palace to discuss the matter of challenging the Yang and Huang region. Young Master Shui Yi, who was sitting at the head of the table, said with a frown, "The Yang and Huang regions are really tough to deal with. Among the 36 regions, these two regions are resisting the most fiercely. They are also the ones resisting the most." Another valiant and beautiful saintess nodded solemnly. "Even their rank 9 sects want to fight with us to the end. These two regions have consumed a lot of our strength and energy." A burly saint genius in black armor sneered. "What are you afraid of? In half a year, 6 regions have already come under the control of our alliance. If this continues, suppressing these 2 regions is only a matter of time. When the time comes, we will surround and attack them. Do you think they won't surrender?" The white-clothed Saint Talent next to him, who had an elegant temperament and was full of confidence, shook his head and smiled. "Haimi, your thinking is too simple. Those with weak minds and weak moral integrity would have surrendered from the very beginning when they should have. Those who won't surrender will not surrender even if we fight for another era, 10 eras, or 100 eras. The Yang and Huang regions are destined to be a troublesome enemy second only to Lin Chen." The eyes of a Saint Talent with a sword lit up as he drank heartily. "Speaking of which, how is the operation in the holy prison? Didn't the heartbroken Red deduce that the other party has a daughter with the bloodline of the Einherjar? She can make up for the lack of Wu Pianju's position." The mischievous green-clothed woman giggled. "Maybe they also wiped out Lin Chen's team along the way. There hasn't been any news of him in the past half a year. Maybe he went somewhere to cultivate in seclusion and is too scared to come out." Buzz tilde. A crisp and melodious sound rang out. All the Saint Talents immediately stopped talking and looked serious. "Everyone, this kid is not to be underestimated." The clear and calm voice of a young man came from the jade screen in the main hall of the Heavenly Palace. "More than half of the spiritual marks that I controlled just now were shattered. The founding Century Alliance lost more than 400 experts, all of whom died in Xuanyu." As soon as he said that, everyone was surprised. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, rumble tilde, the sky of the Holy Monarch domain rumbled, and the entire sky trembled and throbbed. Countless blood-red clouds appeared in the sky above Xuanyu. The blood-red clouds shrouded the sky, and a violent wind and bloody rain howled. The chilly wind howled, as if heaven and earth were crying miserably and sorrowfully. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were shrouded in a layer of dark haze. This aura first appeared in Xuanyu, and in less than half a day, it spread to the Holy Monarch domain. The bloody rain fell, and heaven and earth wept. Destiny was exhausted, and a calamity appeared. This is. Could it be in Xuanyu's direction? Who is it this time? 2 of them died in such a short time? All the Saint Talents opened the Saint Talent list at the same time. They saw that the orange brilliance on the Saint Talent list gradually faded, and another name dimmed. It was the son of the lost holy nation, the son of Zhenwu, Shui Xiaolong. A Saint Talent died. Such a major event had happened twice in a row in such a short time. A clear voice slowly came from behind the screen. "Shui Xiaolong is dead in Xuanyu, which happens to be the area where those fellows hid after escaping. It seems that they failed." The expressions of the dozens of Saint Talents changed, and it was very interesting. They knew very well what the death of a Saint Talent meant. Since the other party had the ability to kill Xue Xiaolong, they might be able to kill them too. Behind the screen, the tall figure suddenly stood up and said with rare excitement, "They are here." Just as he finished speaking, rumble tilde, bang, bang. The entire heavenly palace shook, and two figures were blasted into the heavenly palace like shooting stars, creating two huge pits. The dozens of saint talents stood up one after another, and their pupils shrank when they saw the two people who were thrown over. They were the son of the 9 phoenixes and the descendant of the divine sword, 2 saint talent. All the experts stared at the entrance of the heavenly palace. They saw a figure step up the stairs and enter the heavenly palace. What entered the eyes of the saint talents was a man in a silver robe and a pair of black glasses. He walked over alone with a spear. The man took off his black glasses, and his young, handsome face was full of frivolous mockery as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This is the headquarters of the Founding Century Alliance. The security is not very strict. Next time, can you send someone more decent to guard the outer palace? Don't use such repulsive people. They're not even qualified to pass the time. All the higher-ups of the Founding Century Alliance were so angry that their eyelids twitched wildly. 2F** King Arrogant. A saint talent on the saint talent list was treated as a repulsive person. Chapter 1709. However, when all the higher-ups took a closer look, they realized that this person's appearance was too familiar. Could it be that this kid is Lin Chen? His alone. He dared to barge into our Genesis Alliance with only one spear. This is too much. I can't take it anymore. How dare you say that a saint is a crooked melon? You're courting death. Many higher-ups slammed the table and stood up angrily. None of them had cultivation lower than rank 7. They were all higher-ups of the Alliance, and there were even 12 half-step Saint Kings. Clang! The sword roared like a dragon, and a ray of sword light flew toward Lin Chen like a jade dragon. The attack was earth-shattering. One of the Sword Dao saints didn't hesitate and attacked Lin Chen. Although the attack wasn't strong, it caused the space in the Saint Monarch domain to turn into a vortex. Lin Chen stomped on the ground, and his shoulders shook. He activated Supreme Sky Fu Heaven technique and unleashed his saint power with him as the center. Rumble. Bang. The space array formation of the Genesis Era's headquarters was sent flying. It was as if it had collapsed, instantly shattering into nothingness. Among the 100 heavenly palaces, the dozen or so palaces in the center were all sent flying. The situation changed, and all the phenomena in the Genesis Alliance headquarters were covered by a horrifying saint power. All the higher-ups were sent flying, and the first heavenly palace was shattered. In the void. While countless palace fragments were flying, Lin Chen walked in the air with his spear, quietly looking ahead. Damn it, how can this kid have such powerful saint power? Didn't they say that his trump card is pure strength? His saint power cultivation is also so powerful. Don't be careless, let's attack together. When the majority of the Founding Century Alliance's experts were readjusting their formation and preparing to launch an attack on Lin Chen in the college entrance exam, everyone suddenly froze. Even the powerful saint talents on the saint talent list were completely shocked when they looked at Lin Chen. At this moment, 100 hexagonal stars were shining all over Lin Chen's body. Each saint point was brewing boundless saint power that could move mountains and fill seas. All the higher-ups and dozens of saint talents felt as if they were struck by lightning. 100 saint points. What kind of F*** joke is this? A saint king in his early 20s? What realm is this fellow at? The saint geniuses were all dumbfounded. Even if they had extremely high standards, they had never seen such a scene before. Lin Chen had already reached the Saint King realm? But that's not right. Out of his 100 saint cavities, 50 of them were in the same location, and there wasn't even any life and death chi in them. The mouth of a half-step Saint King from a 9th rank sect twitched. He trembled and said, "Does Lin Chen create a new cultivation system for the human race?" He went from the transformation realm to the Saint King realm? Upon hearing this, many of the higher-ups felt their minds explode, and their faces were filled with question marks. Was there such a ridiculous possibility in this world? Blood Universe Forbidden Art, 6 Yang Heaven Burning Sword. Only then did the sword saint from before raise his sword in anger. His saint blood burned as he slashed towards Lin Chen. The 6 types of flames burning with the aura of extermination were quickly absorbed by the sword tip. When the sword slashed out, it turned into a shocking sword wheel that slashed towards Lin Chen. As soon as the sword saint attacked, dozens of saint geniuses responded one after another and used many ultimate techniques towards Lin Chen in an instant. The higher-ups of the alliance didn't want to fall behind. They all used their strengths and attacked Lin Chen violently with many killing techniques. Lin Chen casually waved his hand. Rumble tilde. The saint fire in his palm burst out, and a huge burning palm covered the sky with rolling saint flames carried the 9-layered fire seal. In an instant, it smashed down towards the Genesis-era headquarters. Bang! 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 The saint fire burned everywhere, and the 100 celestial palaces turned into a sea of fire. The Alliance's protective enchantment was all burned through. The entire Genesis Alliance was instantly in a mess. Lin Chen's 9-layer burning heavens palm had turned the Alliance into a pile of mush. Countless Alliance elites were shocked when they came out of seclusion. The Alliance's spatial enchantment was enough to withstand the attack of a Saint King Realm elite. How could it be burned through and damaged to such an extent? Fart. Hundreds of higher-ups and dozens of saint talents either vomited blood or retreated rapidly. Their saint powers were distorted by the flames, and their bodies were charred black. The saint talents, who had life-saving trump cards protecting them, were not in danger. Only a small number of them were injured. However, the saint talents were even more shocked. There were a total of 42 saint talents present. Lin Chen was actually able to contend against them with his own strength. Even the higher-ups and the representatives of the various forces were repelled by him. Without a doubt, this was definitely the battle prowess of a Saint King. Could it be that he had really opened 100 Saint points and reached the Saint King realm? That was too terrifying. Stop hiding. Leader of the Founding Era Alliance, come out. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with crazy killing intent. He wanted to make up for the attack on the Ice Heart Palace. The main Celestial Palace was shattered everywhere. Only the screen was undamaged. Whoosh tilde. The screen slowly opened from both sides, and an extravagant and handsome figure slowly stood up. At first glance, almost everyone, including Lin Chen, could feel that he was different from the rest. The long-haired man was dressed in a long robe with a phoenix tail. He wore a feather on his head, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. He had a pair of delicate phoenix eyes, light crescent-shaped eyebrows, and a fair and feminine appearance. He was like an elegant and untainted prince. The most mysterious thing was that he had a pair of demonic and feminine 5-colored pupils. The colorful eyes seemed to have endless magical power. At a glance, one's soul would be captivated, and they would fall into eternal captivity. Not to mention ordinary powerhouses, even the Saint Talents on the Saint Talent ranking did not dare to look at his eyes. It was as if they would be controlled by his eyes in the blink of an eye. Prince Lin Chen, your name resounds like thunder in my ears. The man with colorful eyes was calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Between his brows, there was a kind of confidence that was in control of the universe. This confidence was not conceit, but an absolute boldness that made people believe in him. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This person was not simple. He was also a Saint Talent, but he was on a completely different level from the other 42 Saint Talent. Suddenly, a touch of sincerity appeared on his fair and handsome face. He stretched out his hand to Lin Chen and said, "Lin Chen, why do you care about the lives of those ordinary people? Since ancient times, the winner takes all. Overlords have always been built on endless sacrifices, and legends have always been built on seas of blood and mountains of corpses. If you and I work together, we will dominate the Saint Talent ranking." Boom tilde. The dark lightning turned into a dragon, and Lin Chen's spear pierced forward. In an instant, the dark lightning was like a peacock spreading its tail, attacking layer by layer. The man with colorful eyes became serious. Lin Chen's attack was full of killing intent. The enhanced, +17, demon-slaying spear's sharp edge was not to be underestimated. The man with colorful eyes flicked his sleeves and waved the 9th grade Saint artifact, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation fan. The colorful holy light formed a fan, condensing the aura of destruction and reincarnation of all living things. It turned into a beautiful vortex that swept across the area swiftly. Bang! 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 The beautiful five-colored vortex collided with the sharp dark lightning spear light. The 100 heavenly palaces were crushed by the aftershock and turned into dust. Countless experts in the Genesis headquarters were affected. Those below rank 3 saints were burnt to ashes after being slightly affected by the lightning. Those above rank 4, even if they were not killed instantly, their defenses would be completely torn apart by their extinction rupture injury, and they would enter a state of slow death. Only those on the Saint Talent ranking and rank 5 and above could barely escape or defend themselves from the shockwave. The 5-colored light slowly disappeared, and the 2 people stood in the air. The young master with colorful eyes was full of interest as he waved his fan and pointed at Lin Chen. Interesting. You're actually on par with me, sharing the limelight. Lin Chen, I have to admit that you have the potential to stand at the top of the Saint Talent ranking. He smiled devilishly and beautifully as he said loudly. Speaking of which, I have not introduced myself. I am the current 10th on the Saint Talent ranking. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. He was one of the top 10 people on the Saint Talent ranking. Chapter 1710. There was no absolute difference in strength among the current Saint Talents on the Saint Talent list. If there was an absolute difference in strength between any Saint Talents, it would be a battle of life and death. However, there were 10 people who were special. That was the top 10 on the Saint Talent list. These 10 people were the peak of the human race in the sacred boundary. They were existences above the rules. The existence of these 10 people was the focus of attention of the various clans. Even the demon emperor and the divine dragon, who were supreme existences, valued them greatly. This was because they were the closest to the deity position. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, no wonder the Founding Era Alliance can unite more than 100 Saint Talents. In the same generation, apart from the top 10 on the Saint Talent list, no one else has this kind of charisma. Interesting. The stronger the potential, the more attribute light balls. Lin Chen's eyes shone with the ruthlessness of someone who had nothing to lose. So what if they were in the top 10 on the Saint Talent list? He would still beat them up. If he didn't beat up this son of a B*TCH Founding Era Alliance today, he wouldn't be called Lin Chen. The Rainbow Eyes Prince opened the 6 Paths of Reincarnation fan, and the deathly aura of the unfallen reincarnation cycle circulated around him. He covered his smile with the fan and chuckled. I am Ying Jiufeng, the current 10th on the Saint Talent list. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, I have long known that you are not the type to submit to others. His laughter was evil and charming. However, the more a man is like you, the more intense the pleasure is when I conquer you. Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and he felt a chill. Damn, this guy is not a pervert, is he? The next moment, Ying Jiufeng's expression changed, and he shouted coldly, the sacred boundary doesn't need 2 overlord. Boom tilde. A pair of 9-colored phoenix wings spread across the sky, and countless colorful feathers floated down from the sky. Colorful lights filled the Founding Era Alliance headquarters. It was magnificent and gorgeous. Ying Jiufeng, who was spreading his 9-colored phoenix wings, was shining with 100 hexagonal starlight. The hexagonal starlight between his eyebrows was even more dazzling. It was as if there was a starry sky hidden in it. He was actually a Saint King. This scene shocked countless experts of the Alliance. The cultivation speed of the top 10 on the Saint Talent ranking was much faster than before. Not good. Alliance Master 9 Phoenix is serious. Retreat. The battle between the top 10 on the Saint Talent ranking is not something we can handle. Upon seeing this scene, the haughty sages began to retreat to the outside world. Lin Chen sensed an unprecedented bloodline pressure from his body, similar to the pressure of a divine dragon. Phoenix bloodline? Moreover, it's a pure divine phoenix bloodline that perfectly blends with the bloodline of the human race. Her background is not to be underestimated. Is this the top 10 of the Saint Talent ranking? Lin Chen's fighting spirit rose, and he smiled coldly. Only the top 10 saints have the cultivation of a Saint King. Let me see how strong I am. Ying Jiufeng laughed. As you wish. Rip tilde. The three vanishing shadows were like lotus flowers blooming in the sky. Countless lotus flower after images of the saber light slashed out. The 9th grade Saint grade flying daggers were showing their prowess. Summon the calamity. Ying Jiufeng pointed his finger, and a wheel rose above his head. It was actually a 9th grade Saint artifact. The dazzling golden disk of the 9th grade instantly revolved, and it overflowed with countless signs of calamity. Whether it was the absolute blade of hurricane, the explosive rise of the lightning tribulation, or a meteor shower, all of them struck onto Lin Chen's lotus dance. A 9th grade Saint artifact might be extremely rare for normal Saint Kings and Saint Talents, but it was not too rare for the top 10 on the Saint Talent ranking. Ying Jiufeng sensed that something was wrong. Although Lin Chen's flying daggers were strong, their cultivation techniques grade was not high enough. Logically speaking, he should be the one suppressing Lin Chen's lotus flower dance. However, their attacks were actually evenly matched. But just now, when his attack came into contact with Lin Chen's flying daggers, there was a moment of stagnation. Buzz tilde. Space distorted and rippled. Lin Chen stepped on a cloud shadow, his body flying in the sky, and his spear smashed down on Ying Jiufeng's head. He hesitated, but Lin Chen would not hesitate. Rip tilde. The spear tore apart the afterimage, and Lin Chen missed. Lin Chen, your movement technique is very strong. I indeed don't have an advanced orange grade movement technique, but you want to compete with the descendant of the divine phoenix in terms of speed. You are asking for death. Ying Jiufeng, who was flapping her 9-colored phoenix wings, turned into a 9-colored divine light and slashed down at Lin Chen at close to the speed of light. Clang tilde. Lin Chen held the spear with both hands and swung it fiercely. Lightning flashed and stopped Ying Jiufeng, who was moving at close to the speed of light. Splat. The 9-colored blade still cut Lin Chen's shoulder, but his reaction was lightning fast. He suddenly used his knee to push against the spear, and the front of the demon-slaying spear bounced up. The tip of the spear rose and cut Ying Jiufeng's wings. Phoenix blood flowed out. Whoosh tilde. The two retreated instantly, each with one injury. Lin Chen turned around like a dragon. 8 burning dragons rose above his head and roared toward the sky. 8 division burning dragon celestial roar. The terrifying spiritual dragon roar transformed into a storm that crushed everything in its path. Ying Jiufeng formed a seal with one hand, and a huge true phoenix primordial spirit appeared around her. It was hundreds of thousands of feet tall and roared fiercely. Ancestor Phoenix Roar. The sound waves of the Phoenix Roar gradually expanded like a ring and destroyed layer by layer, piercing through the countless burning dragon sounds like sharp sword. Bang! 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 All the buildings within hundreds of thousands of miles were turned into dust, and the space instantly distorted and collapsed. The terrifying cracks in the ground spread all the way to millions of miles away like giant pythons. The dragon sound and phoenix roar shook heaven and earth, and the terrifying collision of primordial spirits could be said to be tearing the world apart. Countless experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Chen could actually fight with the founding-era alliance leader, who was ranked 10th on the Saint Talent ranking, to such an extent. It was simply shocking. There was no doubt that he now had the combat strength of the top 10 on the Saint Talent ranking. The experts of the Saint Monarch domain, who had come out of seclusion, and a large number of reclusive old monsters kept looking over, and their hearts palpitated. Such a powerful space in the Saint Monarch domain was distorted to such an extent. If it were in other domains, what kind of earth-shattering battle would this be? In this battle of primordial spirits, Lin Chen was slightly inferior and kept retreating. Ying Jiufeng's colorful wings spread out angrily. She was calm and confident. She waved the 6 paths of reincarnation fan, and the 9-colored blade aura flashed wildly like feather blade. Rip tilde. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud and retreated rapidly. The two of them sped up and turned into a beautiful beam of colorful light and blood-red light, flashing wildly all the way. The demon-slaying spears after images were like tides. Lin Chen's spear technique was fully unleashed, supplemented by flying knives. Ying Jiufeng had the wheel of mountain, sun, and moon protecting her body. She held the 6 paths of reincarnation fan and attacked Lin Chen rapidly. Bang! 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 The two of them were like the aurora between heaven and earth, moving thousands of miles in an instant. They fought from the sky to the ground. Everywhere they passed, the Founding-era Alliance headquarters was completely destroyed. The experts of the Alliance retreated again and again, their expressions horrified. This was a true battle of the pinnacle. The combat strength displayed by the two of them was outstanding in the Saint Monarch domain. Chapter 17:11. Rumble tilde. Boom. 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 High above the Genesis headquarters, two divine lights surged back and forth like an aurora that could split open the sky. Every time the two beams of divine light collided and clashed, the overflowing saint energy would shatter the void that filled the sky. During the battle, Lin Chen scanned Ying Jiufeng from head to toe and marveled in his heart. You really have a lot of killer moves. After refining thousands of high-grade odd crystals, along with the enhancement of amberlight, sacred artifact, as well as the increase in talent, you were able to fight evenly with me in the past when we had the same amount of holy power. Ying Jiufeng was also shocked. He didn't show it on the surface, but he was more surprised by Lin Chen in his heart. Through the battle, he knew that although Lin Chen's holy power was powerful and even had hundreds of holy points, his actual realm was that his holy points weren't stained with life and death, and he hadn't even reached the heaven-opening realm. Therefore, his actual cultivation was only at the perfected transformation realm. Are you also a monster beyond the norm, Lin Chen? My interest in you is really growing. Ying Jiufeng's body bloomed with brilliant colors. Palm of creation. The 9-colored brilliance gathered in his palm, and starlight radiated in all directions. Ying Jiufeng's entire body was stained with eternal and indestructible Buddha nature. With one palm, all living things were destroyed. With one palm, the Genesis was shattered. The expressions of the many experts of the Genesis Alliance changed drastically. This energy fluctuation seemed to be able to shatter everything in the world. Even the reclusive saint kings of the Sage Monarch domain felt a ghastly sense of horror. This was a combat technique that was infinitely close to a top-grade orange technique. The palm gave birth to creation and controlled destruction. Ying Jiufeng's palm crushed toward Lin Chen. This palm also contained the energy of two legendary supreme-grade odd crystals that only existed in legends. The energy of a supreme-grade odd crystal. Compared to a high-grade odd crystal, one was equivalent to 1,000. The two weren't on the same level at all. Since you want to fight, I'll fight you to the end. Lin Chen's movement technique stopped, and his shoulders trembled. Buzz tilde. An illusory divine light appeared, wielding absolute blaze. Lin Chen's first avatar descended. His saber-wielding arm was enshrouded in flowing light as he suddenly slashed out. Torrential waves and rain, breaking the sky. When absolute blaze slashed diagonally, the blade shot out countless exploding rain of fire, bringing with it a violent and sharp edge. In the blink of an eye, it shot out swiftly. At that moment, Lin Chen's saber technique was already equivalent to Lang Fanyun's. Other than the lack of saber intent, there was almost no difference. Bang! 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 The rain of blades shattered the sky and pierced through Aurora's gorgeous palm of creation, tearing countless holes in it. When the violent and blazing sharpness shot out, it scattered in all directions of the Alliance headquarters. Lin Chen just so happened to be in the territory of the Genesis headquarters. Once an enemy was caught in the aftermath of his battle, the speed at which they perished was far faster than when ordinary experts fought. The aftermath of the saber rain caused many experts to be swept away by the second wave of attacks before they could retreat in time. He didn't come here to fight and compete for the 10th place on the Saint Talent list. He, Lin Chen, wanted to fight until the Genesis Alliance couldn't raise its head for a short period of time. Kai tilde. Rip tilde. Holding the spear with one hand, a streak of dark lightning mixed with red light pierced through the final palm of creation. Ying Jiufeng was shocked. A cloning technique that's not inferior to the main body at all? If one person can't handle it, another person will join. Winning with numbers. What a violent and simple tactic. Lin Chen, who was standing on a cloud, pushed the tip of the demon-slaying spear forward and collided with the 6 paths of reincarnation fan once again, clang tilde. The two of them were in a stalemate in mid-air. Ying Jiufeng channeled more saint power and suddenly increased his strength, intending to use the second hidden force to pierce through the holy fan and hit Lin Chen. What? Ying Jiufeng's heart trembled. When his hidden force exploded, it seemed to be blocked by a mysterious force. No, it should be said that it was stopped. This is not the first time. This guy's saint artifact has some mysterious power. Lin Chen quickly raised his spear for the second time. Ying Jiufeng stepped on a dazzling stream of light, swept his wings, and quickly retreated. He retreated. Lin Chen was slightly surprised as he looked at his demon-slaying spear. In addition to the orange glow of the enhancement function, the spear seemed to be surrounded by some mysterious power. Lin Chen said in surprise, speaking of which, when I was fighting with that heavenly mandate elder, it was the same. I thought it was an illusion. Could it be? Lin Chen didn't say anything. He held the spear with both hands and swept it horizontally. Invincible thunder spear, annihilation of the world. Dragon-like lightning bolts appeared side by side and flashed toward Ying Jiufeng. Instant light split shadow. The lightning bolts contained Lin Chen's unique saint power and penetrated the first layer of defense of the wheel of landscape sun and moon above Ying Jiufeng's head. Bang! 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 The lightning bolts exploded all the way, including Ying Jiufeng's escape route. Miraculously, the lightning bolts that exploded in a certain place paused for a short time before spreading out. Ying Jiufeng happened to be in that place. He retreated a little awkwardly. Although Lin Chen's spear was powerful, it didn't really break through Ying Jiufeng's defense. However, Ying Jiufeng's eyes were full of surprise and astonishment. Lin Chen was the same. He stared at the 9th grade saint artifact in his hand with ecstasy. I see. It turns out that the special attack wasn't an illusion. It was indeed my ability. No, it should be the ability of my offensive saint artifact. It can affect time and space. Time and space stagnated. The current Lin Chen could do this for a short period of time. Although it was unconscious before, Lin Chen did notice its existence now. As long as Lin Chen used his strongest saint power and the saint artifact's strongest power, it would trigger this special ability. All of this originated from when Lin Chen was forging many saint artifacts, and he had Jin Wuxia and six-fingered Shenyuan fuse with the ancient Eon Dragon scale. That dragon scale contained the divinity of the ancient Eon Dragon. Otherwise, with the size of the ancient Eon Dragon, the dragon scale would be much bigger. When the ancient Eon Dragon scale with divinity was cast into Lin Chen's saint artifact, it would shine when it was stimulated by the strongest attack. The reason why Lin Chen couldn't use this effect before was that his cultivation wasn't high enough. Even as strong as he was now, Lin Chen had to use all his strength to slightly trigger this effect. The second reason was that the saint artifact's grade wasn't high enough. Lin Chen's saint artifact's growth limit was 9th grade. Only when the saint artifact reached the peak could it shine with its special ability. Now, this special ability with a small amount of divinity could become Lin Chen's new trump card. Boom! 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 The fierce battle between the two sides became more and more intense. They simply didn't care about the life and death of the Genesis-era headquarters. Seeing the battle between the two of them, the saint talents who were retreating were completely dumbfounded. They had imagined that there would be a gap between them and the top 10 on the saint talent list, but they hadn't expected the gap to be so huge. At this moment, 4 pillars of light bloomed, and 4 more auras descended. This is Lin Chen. How fierce. He dares to challenge the Genesis-era headquarters alone. A total of 4 saint kings, representing different 9th grade sects, had arrived at the Genesis-era headquarters. Lin Chen glanced around and saw that there were more saint kings joining in. The corners of his mouth faintly curled up. Yes, that's right, more. His operation this time was to steal from the Genesis-era headquarters. While Lin Chen's original body was fighting to his heart's content, his other doppelgangers had already begun to move. If I don't turn the Genesis-era alliance upside down today, my name isn't Lin Chen. Chapter 1712. There was the twin-tormented Sage King, who wore a black and white dress. There was the Great Void Sage King, who had a silver sage wheel behind his head. There was the Blazing Ghost King, who had a red halo revolving around him. There was the Jugang Sage King, who carried 2 swords on his back. The moment the 4 Saint Kings appeared, they surrounded Lin Chen and one of his clones. These were the Saint Kings of the 4 sects closest to the Genesis headquarters. The combat power of a Saint King was not to be underestimated. Even a 9th-rank sect could not send a Saint King to the Genesis headquarters for tea all year round. It was not realistic, except for the vengeful veteran forces like the Holy Purgatory and the Wu family. Therefore, those who attended the Genesis headquarters were mostly sect masters and family heads, and they were basically all half-step Saint Kings. And this time, 4 Saint Kings came at once, proving the efficiency of the Genesis headquarters. Ying Jiufeng sent a telepathic message to Lin Chen and smiled. Lin Chen, you have no chance of winning. It's not too late to surrender now. I still have enough leeway for you. Don't be so shameless. Lin Chen laughed mockingly. No chance of winning? Who gave you such confidence? Just because your brain is full of excrement. Today, I said I would destroy the Genesis Alliance, and I will do so until you reach the climax. No one's words matter. Rumble. 4 phantom divine lights descended from the sky and bloomed between heaven and earth. 4 Lin Chens with the same aura, charm, state, and appearance had appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, Ying Jiufeng's pupils shrank. He finally realized that this incident had already begun to exceed his expectations. The 4 illusionary doppelgangers stepped into the air and flew toward the 4 Saint Kings who had rushed over to help. 9-layer burning sky palm, extreme jade heaven opening sword, burning sky arrow. Once he attacked, the clones used their ultimate techniques and suppressed the 4 Saint Kings, shocking the entire Genesis Alliance. Clones. This kid's clones are actually comparable to his original body. A total of 5 clones. That's too scary. Each of them has the combat power of a Saint King. Doesn't this mean that Lin Chen is equivalent to 6 Saint Kings? Didn't they say that his original body could only reach the Saint King realm by relying on external forces, and his clones are not at that level? What kind of miraculous encounter did he have in these few months? The dozens of Saint Talents on the Saint Talent list were completely dumbfounded. Their mentality was once again hit them. Damn it, they were called the hope of the human race, but they could not even be compared to a clone. Most importantly, the other party was younger and had a lower cultivation than them. The people who were more handsome than them were from the same generation. No, the younger generation a few generations later. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Was this guy really human? If he was given a few more years, he would be defeated Saint Kings. Even a mother **K wouldn't dare to write like this. Ying Jiufeng's expression finally changed when he saw Lin Chen's clone personally stopping the 4 saint rulers. His expression was no longer as calm as before. Instead, he was facing Lin Chen sternly. You're worthy of me using my trump card. Lin Chen, since you dare to barge into my alliance headquarters, you'd better show me the strength you used to sweep through the saint prison that day. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to escape today. Ying Jiufeng waved his palm, and 4 green jade bottles exploded. They contained the blood essence of powerful phoenixes. When they exploded, they turned into phoenixes, and the roars of phoenixes reverberated through the sky. 4 Phoenix True King Formation. Ying Jiufeng's blood essence burned fiercely as he waved his fan in the air. 4 crimson lights burned with raging flames, turning into light pillars that rose between heaven and earth. The shadows of phoenixes lingered in the sky, forming a powerful 4-sided barrier that shrouded the headquarters space. Crimson clouds burned, and blazing light drifted. It was as if heaven and earth had turned crimson, and endless phoenix cries reverberated. This was a formation space that belonged to Ying Jiufeng alone. Oh! What a powerful barrier formation! Lin Chen was surprised. Such a formation must have been set up by a prominent figure in the field of formations, and it must have been set up by Ying Jiufeng. Once it was formed, it could even easily trap 10 holy kings. He had seen Zi Chencho's formation and the key to breaking it. Lin Chen was sure that this 4 Phoenix True King formation must have been created by a formation master who was not inferior to Zi Chencho, or even stronger. Lin Chen was amazed. Looks like my guess was right. There are even more terrifying experts hiding in the Genesis, such as the fortune teller who is comparable to Jiang Taishu. I made the right decision to sneak in this time. If they had joined forces to ambush me, I would have had a hard time dealing with them. Rumble. The changes did not stop, and a scorching wave of air pushed Lin Chen back. Ying Jiufeng's entire body was emitting a 9-colored aurora, and his multicolored pupils were emitting different expressions and auras. He began to grow a tail, and the divine light on his wings increased dramatically. His eyebrows were like rosy clouds, and feathers grew from his arms. He was so beautiful that it was as if a real phoenix had manifested in human form. When the 4 holy kings sensed this aura, although they were suppressed by Lin Chen's doppelganger, they still felt a suffocating pressure. They were shocked. Lin Chen had forced the top 10 on the Saint Talent list to use their true trump card to deal with him. Ying Jiufeng laughed arrogantly. Lin Chen, feel honored that you are alive. To be able to live to see me in such a noble state, it is not an exaggeration to say that you are the luckiest human being. Lin Chen was once again moved. Good Lord, the top figure on the Saint Talent list was so King powerful. No wonder even the divine dragons and true gods paid attention to him. This was the first time he had seen someone with more god-level bloodlines than him. Phoenixes had 9 chicks, and every one of them was once a divine bird. Ying Jiufeng, on the other hand, had the phoenix bloodline, which was perfectly inherited, and he was a peerless genius who could cultivate human cultivation technique. That's right, he had 9 types of divine bird bloodlines. Moreover, Ying Jiufeng could perfectly integrate human cultivation techniques, which was unprecedented in history. The phoenixes once had the same brilliant civilization as the dragons, but they were wiped out because they tried to occupy the Ashura tribe. Ying Jiufeng was one of the lucky ones after the Great War. He was protected by a true god and luckily survived. He was not only a descendant of the true phoenix, but also had the bloodline of a true god, which was a perfect combination. To be precise, he had as many as 10 types of god-level bloodlines in his body. Lin Chen, who had the system, only had 4 types of god-level bloodlines: the Atlas Divine Dragon, the Yin-Yang Divine Dragon, the Ancient Taishi Dragon, and the Extreme Hell Water Divine Dragon. Ying Jiufeng actually had 10 types. Lin Chen could not help but applaud him, his heart full of amazement. What a fierce man. The sacred boundary is such a vast civilization and epoch, and such a guy was born. Moreover, he is so strong, but he is only ranked 10th on the Saint Talent list. Lin Chen was very curious. What kind of monsters were the top 9 on the Saint Talent list? Chapter 17:13. It was true that the stronger one was, the different levels one came into contact with, and the scenery one saw was also different. There was once a type of divine bloodline that could shake the world. Now, in front of Lin Chen, there were 10 types of divine bloodlines in one body. Lin Chen, let me see what other trump cards you have. Otherwise, die. Boom tilde. Ying Jiufeng's figure flashed. This time, his movement speed skyrocketed by 2 levels, so fast that Lin Chen could barely react. Bang! Lin Chen raised his spear to block and was blasted away. Ying Jiufeng pursued and attacked Lin Chen all the way. He used 2 9th-grade sacred artifacts to unleash an even fiercer attack. The strength of his attacks was far beyond the battle of ordinary sacred kings. Even Lin Chen, who had many means such as technique strengthening and orange-grade talent, was facing Ying Jiufeng, who had activated all 10 types of divine bloodline. Lin Chen and a clone, 1 spear and 1 saber, covered and cooperated with each other and engaged in a tug-of-war with Ying Jiufeng. When the 4 sacred kings who came to help saw Ying Jiufeng's combat power, it was a shocking sight. This is the combat power of the 10th on the Saint Talent roll. Even if the 4 of us were to attack together, it's very likely that we would end up in a miserable defeat. The difference between the same level is actually so great. Even if one was a minor level higher than a sacred king, it was not so easy to suppress a sacred king in a one-on-one duel, let alone under the premise of the same cultivation level. Those who could become sacred kings were 1 in a billion geniuses. There was no such thing as absolute strength difference. However, the top 10 on the Saint Talent roll were exceptions. Because they were humans who were outside the norm. Reincarnation destruction. He fanned up clouds and destroyed the reincarnation cycle. With Lin Chen as the center, 3 vast wheels suddenly unfolded, and the center overflowed with endless destructive aura. Dark lightning force. Lin Chen went all out. The tip of his spear drew up a sky-covering lightning, and in an instant, he tore apart one of the destruction wheels in a flash. The clone drew its saber and slashed another wheel, relying on the characteristics of the ancient Aeon dragon. When the last wheel was about to explode, Lin Chen forcibly tore open an opening and rushed out with his movement technique. Lin Chen, who had broken out of the encirclement, was at a disadvantage the entire time. Ying Jiufeng laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, you came with your true body, right?" Ying Jiufeng spread his 9 phoenix wings and chased after Lin Chen. He sneered and said, "I know that you still have a supreme technique that can destroy the doppelganger of a true god. Since you came here with your true body, logically speaking, you should use this trump card now. However, you won't be able to use it in a short time, right?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, looks like you've done a thorough investigation on me. Then let me test you. How many people are there in the Black Horse Club?" Ying Jiufeng's attacks did not slow down, and the corners of his mouth were filled with disdain and disdain. Ying Jiufeng especially admired Lin Chen's strength and courage. However, he disdained Lin Chen the most. How foolish. Lin Chen, you could have taken your people and left the sacred boundary to hide for a period of time. At the very least, you could have waited until you could use that trump card that destroyed the doppelganger of a true god again before coming out. That would have been the best choice. Ying Jiufeng's gaze fell on Lin Chen as if he was looking at a dead man as he mocked. "However, you chose to fight the Founding Century Alliance now. Could it be that you can't bear to part with those mortals? You're fighting for these lowly mortals? Foolish, too foolish. That's why people at the bottom will never be able to achieve greatness. If you want to conquer the world, how can there be no sacrifices?" Ying Jiufeng said coldly. Confidence and courage that could control the wind and clouds flashed across his face. People are born unjust. In this world, the seat of happiness is limited. Lin Chen, what can you get in the end by fighting for these mortals? Fame, status, or pathetic self-pity and redemption? Life is the most lowly thing in the world. It can be replaced by anything, but you can't change anything. However, Lin Chen said, "I, Lin Chen, do what I want to do. I don't care about life and death. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. Why don't you use one more move?" After saying that, he thrust his spear horizontally at Ying Jiufeng. Seeing that he was fighting for a long time, a trace of doubt flashed across Ying Jiufeng's mind. Why didn't he take out his trump card at this time? Why would he rather fall into a disadvantageous position and continue to fight with him? Looking at Lin Chen's unstoppable smile, Ying Jiufeng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be? A trace of uneasiness flashed across Ying Jiufeng's mind. Outside the boundary, time moved forward slightly. Almost at the moment when the boundary array was activated, the Alliance powerhouses who had retreated outside the headquarters breathed a sigh of relief. When their minds were at their most relaxed, Host consumed 1,700,000 sacred rune energy to activate the slow rune. Whoosh! A grayish-white talisman that froze space appeared out of thin air and suddenly exploded. All the Alliance powerhouses fell into a temporary stagnation in the void. Rumble. Raging flames burned everywhere. 5 9-layer burning sky palms descended in an instant. 5 streaks of light turned into shooting stars, wiping out everything in their path. 9-layer burning sky palms, wind demon perishing sacred finger. Bang! 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 Hundreds of Alliance powerhouses were killed, and some of them didn't even know how they died. Many Saint Talent's defensive sacred artifacts and unique techniques were activated passively for protection, and another life-saving method was consume. This sneak attack was too unexpected. In addition, when the boundary array was activated, the powerhouses even breathed a sigh of relief. They died when their minds were at their most relaxed. What? Not good. There's still a sneak attack. Only the Saint Talents could barely react. However, the stagnation effect brought about by the slow rune was extremely terrifying. It froze space like a golden soup. Those on the Saint Talent list, since you've chosen to join the Founding Century Alliance, it means that you're already mentally prepared. When the cold, knife-like voice reverberated throughout the area, all the Saint Talents felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and a chill went straight to the top of their head. Rip tilde. A flying dagger whistled like a streak of light on a horizontal line, and swiftly slashed through the air. The knife flashed, and a head fell to the ground. Another person on the Saint Talent list had fallen. 2 Lin Chen appeared like ghosts, one on the left and one on the right. They stepped on clouds and flew swiftly through the sky, killing many of the founding Century Alliance's powerhouses. Their targets were the Saint Talents on the Saint Talent list. Lin Chen actually had a clone. This time, the Saint Talents felt the fear of death from the bottom of their heart. Only when facing Lin Chen did they feel what all life is equal meant. They deeply realized that even though they were Saint Talents, they would also die in front of this man. Lin Chen's movement techniques were beyond the reach of ordinary sacred kings, let alone these Saint Talents. They were still in a state of being ambushed and couldn't react at all. The knife flashed like lightning, and the knife flashed like blooming peach blossoms. Among the Saint Talents, Instant Flash's movement techniques and attacks were so fast that they didn't even have the chance to use their trump cards to escape. One by one, the Saint Talents fell under the knife flashes and clouds. Saint blood covered the surroundings, and a rain of blood roared between heaven and earth. On this day, those rank 9 half-step sacred kings witnessed another historical change in the sacred boundary. Lin Chen massacred the Saint Talent list. Chapter 1714. Rumble tilde. Blood rain poured down, and thunder rumbled. Not only the Sage Monarch region, but the 36 regions were also covered by blood rain in a very short time. Cold winds blew, and angry roars could be heard everywhere. Heaven and earth were crying, and providence was declining. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the sky darkened. It was as if the world had been destroyed. Everyone's heart was shrouded in a layer of haze. This aura was too strong. It was far stronger than any other time. Jiang Taishu, who was in Xuanyu, suddenly looked up. Seeing this strange phenomenon, even though he had expected it, he was still so shocked that he trembled all over. My lord, even if a god descends to the mortal world, he's not even 1,000th of you. Since ancient times, even if one person on the Talent Saint list died, it would cause a great impact on the entire sacred boundary. However, there had never been such a large number of Saint Talents dying in history. Lin Chen would undoubtedly cause a great change in the sacred boundary once this battle began. In the vast space tunnel. As a fortune teller, Heartbreak Red immediately reacted, and his expression was full of surprise. This strange phenomenon. Could it be the so-called death of the Talent Saint list? The Yin-Yang Saint King, who belonged to the Alliance, was shocked. The location of the death of many Saint Talents came from the Sage Monarch region. Could it be that something had happened to the Alliance? But that was impossible. With the 10th person on the Talent Saint list, even 8 Saint Kings could not kill so many Saint Talent. Although the Talent Saint list was young, it was not that easy to kill them. Just who was it that could have such terrifying power? The 1000 Fox Saint King was shocked. There was only one person who could do such a thing. Lin Chen. The usually calm Heaven and Earth Saint King was shocked for the first time. No, how could this guy have arrived at the Alliance earlier than us? He was still in Xuanyu just now. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was in Xuanyu just now? No, they only saw multiple Lin Chen, but they were not sure which one was the real one. Could it be? The Heaven and Earth Saint King and the 1000 Fox Saint King looked at each other at the same time, almost thinking the same thing. In fact, his main body had not returned to Ice Heart Palace at all. Perhaps he had been heading straight for the Genesis headquarters from the very beginning. Stealing from each other. What a great way to steal from each other. Good job, Lin Chen. You're really something. Full speed ahead. The Yin-Yang Saint King roared. He was afraid that something would happen to his Saint Genius nephew. In the Martial God Clan's Divine Martial Hall, several elders were whispering to each other. Young Master Wu Pianju has regained his confidence and is going into seclusion. He should be very clear about his current state. After losing the god's blood, no matter how much he secludes himself, it's useless. Perhaps, it's the last bit of stubbornness. In the past, he was awe-inspiring, but now, his reputation had been swept to the ground. Who would have thought that this would be the end of my Wu clan? Even as the elders sighed, A rumbling sound could be heard as the outside world began to show signs of chi flow drying up. Whoosh tilde. A beam of green light descended from the sky. The Wu family's ancestor immediately appeared in the hall with a solemn expression. The Saint Talent leaderboard has been massacred. There's a huge change in the Genesis era. We have to prepare to move out in advance. Wu clan, ultimate martial realm. Countless sage materials and weapons hung in the air. Only one person was sitting cross-legged in the air. It was Wu Pianju, who had already fallen. He held a jade-green Rui scepter in his hand, and his expression was one of hysteria and excitement. It's getting weaker and weaker. Father's God's blood is getting weaker and weaker. Wu Pianju's handsome face was contorted, but there was an unusual agitation. Ha 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 ha, Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, it's not far now. What bullsh asterisk T Genesis, Holy Purgatory, and Lin Chen? They're all trash. There's only one step left, and I can trample all of you under my feet. Ha ha ha. Wu Pianju's maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the realm. It was hair-raising. Somewhere in the heavenly divine region, the pure energy of the 9 yin and 9 yang was like two dancing dragons. It lingered in the surroundings and turned into streams of dragon aura, which entered the dozen figures sitting cross-legged here. Rumble tilde. The changes in providence in the outside world quickly affected this place. What? The true dragon Saint King, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Although he did not care much about the Alliance's sage talents, there was no precedent in history for so many of them to fall at once. Something big must have happened to the Alliance. Things have changed. Stop healing for now. The true dragon Saint King said coldly. The people who were healing immediately stopped. This group of people were the peerless experts imprisoned in the eye of hell in the Holy Purgatory. They had more or less sensed the upheaval in the Alliance. They were not interested in the Genesis era's survival. What they were interested in was the person who was challenging the Alliance. This person was qualified to be their opponent. The true dragon Saint King said coldly, "Quickly go to the Genesis Alliance and capture the enemy. This is your first mission." Without any hesitation, the group teleported from the heavenly sage domain to the sage monarch domain, outside the Alliance headquarters. A flying knife swept up a knife light, and peach blossoms flew, cutting down the sages. A flying knife was as fast as lightning, and everything in its path turned to ashes. Lin Chen's two doppelgangers were crushing the experts in the Genesis era's headquarters. First, they had the advantage of a sneak attack. Second, the experts of the Genesis era had either gone out to suppress other regions or had more important matters to attend to outside the sacred boundary. As a result, almost no one could stop Lin Chen. If it had been an ordinary Sage King, or even two ordinary Sage Kings, the Alliance headquarters would have been able to withstand the sneak attack. After all, the half-step Sage Kings representing the 12 ninth-rank sects were here. No matter what, they had many trump cards in their hands. They could completely suppress the situation, but the one who came was Lin Chen, this monster. His movements were insanely fast, and his attacks were ridiculously powerful. If one's defense was broken by his attacks, not only would they not be able to heal, but they would also be more seriously injured. There was even a surprise internal explosion. In addition, the two doppelgangers used instant light doppelganger. Each of them could attack 10 times in one move. He was even using a sneak attack. Who could withstand this? 5 doppelgangers inside the barrier and 2 outside. Lin Chen had used all of his doppelgangers. As long as the Sage Dragon was still in the Ice Heart Palace, he could know the situation there at any time. Moreover, the Sage Dragon was not as weak as his doppelgangers. Even if he was attacked by a Sage King, he would not die immediately. If anything happened in the Ice Heart Palace, Lin Chen could rush back. Therefore, he dared to go all out. This sneak attack had severely injured the upper echelons of the Genesis Alliance. They could not completely carry out their plan with only their top combat strength. The strength of these upper echelons was indispensable. Lin Chen's doppelgangers went crazy on the spot. The 42 sage geniuses present were all wiped out. Not a single person could escape. Lin Chen treated everyone equally, regardless of gender, As long as they joined the Genesis era and attacked mortals, they were all treated equally. Attribute light balls and a large number of attribute treasure chests floated in the air. Lin Chen even released his doppelgangers to collect them for him. The harvest is not bad. These sage geniuses have a lot of good things on them. Each of them is filthy rich. Most importantly, there are 3 sage geniuses who are in charge of the core elixir resources and sage artifacts of the Genesis era. Lin Chen's doppelgangers smiled knowingly. This was equivalent to half of the Genesis era's resources falling into Lin Chen's hand. If you touch my people, I'll F***ck your Genesis era. Ying Jiufeng, this is just the beginning. Chapter 1715. The entire Sage Monarch domain fell into boundless darkness. The sky collapsed and the earth trembled as if the end of the world had arrived. The entire human race's providence seemed to be declining. Every time the blood rain increased, the speed of the decline of providence increased. Host has received 20,000 Saint-tier cultivation technique soul essences, 9,900 top-tier heavenly Dao points, 10,000 lightning-type energy points, 2 billion set essence points, 19 million mid-tier strengthening points, 1 billion Saint-tier vitality points. Host has received 1 orange-tier talent treasure chest, 1 special divine material fragment, 2 Saint-tier equipment hint coupons. Suddenly, Lin Chen's primordial spirit clone touched an ancient treasure chest surrounded by orange-yellow light. Host has received a cultivation technique exclusive treasure chest. Open to receive, 1 top-tier orange-tier cultivation technique fragment, 3/3. Host can integrate it at any time. After integration, Host will randomly receive a top-tier orange-tier cultivation technique. There were all kinds of attribute treasure chests dropped by the fallen Saint Talents on the Saint Talent list. Some were even comparable to Sage Kings. There were even attribute fragments of top-tier orange-tier cultivation techniques. After all, none of the Saint Talents were simple. Every Saint Talent was the most precious and special talent of the human race. Lin Chen's massacre on the Saint Talent list was equivalent to breaking the rules and declaring war on the entire sacred boundary. At this moment, the Genesis headquarters was completely turned upside down by Lin Chen's 2 clones. The 100 heavenly palaces that had been built earlier were all destroyed. The underground city had all turned into a pipe dream. The powerhouses in the headquarters were either dead or injured. All living beings were equal in front of Lin Chen. Inside the headquarters barrier, Ying Jiufeng's handsome face flashed with rage. You actually have clones? Lin Chen laughed mockingly. When a dark horse appears, it will attack from behind. Caring for the chrysanthemum region behind you is a must for me to be a dark horse opponent. It seems like you don't know me well enough. Ying Jiufeng's veins were bulging. He felt like he had been played by all sides. The information he received clearly stated that Lin Chen could only use 5 clones. He clearly saw that Lin Chen had used 5 clones before he used his trump card. He didn't expect to be played. Could it be those 9 guys? Only then did Ying Jiufeng realize that she had been tricked. It was obvious that only Qian Yingxue and the other 9 sages who had left the Genesis era had concealed this information. This guy definitely had more than 5 clones. I want you dead. I don't care if you live. Ying Jiufeng's body was covered in 9 auroras. His fan spun like a tide, with 9 auroras lingering around the fan. The entire space of the array formation began to tremble violently. The dazzling reddish-gold blade light spun at an extremely fast speed and expanded rapidly. The sharpness of the blade light grew fiercer and fiercer. At this moment, the 4 Saint Kings were shocked. There was no mistaking it. It was definitely one of the legendary orange-tier martial arts. There were very few orange-tier cultivation techniques left in the human race's sacred boundary. As powerful as the Saint Talent ranking was, there were only a handful of people who possessed a complete orange-tier cultivation method. Even the path of hell that Wu Pianju had used when she was on the brink of death in Lin Chen's superspace and time was only an incomplete top orange rank cultivation technique. Run. Ying Jiufeng is going to kill him. This kid is finished. Damn it, if we use this move here, we'll be crippled too. The 4 Saint Kings cursed as they fled, retreating without regard for anything else. The four of them even joined hands to form a defense and retreat to the edge of the array formation space. One had to know that Ying Jiufeng, who had activated all of his divine bird bloodline, was already a monster among monsters. Normal Saint Kings could not even last a few rounds against him. With the four of them together, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Normal Saint Kings would not even have a complete corpse if they used a top orange rank cultivation technique in such a state. Buzz. A ray of 9-colored holy light appeared in Lin Chen's palm and finally condensed into a ball of 9-colored starlight. Ying Jiufeng was so angry that he laughed. "Is this your strongest attack now? I'll take it." Lin Chen smiled playfully. "I'm afraid you won't be able to take it." As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Jiufeng waved his fan horizontally, and hundreds of golden talismans appeared out of thin air. The golden talismans released a dazzling golden light, and the reddish-gold blade light shot out like a storm toward Lin Chen. Great Compassion Creation Curse. 9 Tribulations Star. Lin Chen threw his palm toward the sky, and the 9 Tribulations Star fell from his hand and turned into 5 beams of 9-colored light. Buzz. Kaboom. At this moment, the array formation space shook. Outside the Alliance headquarters, those powerhouses who had been attacked had not found Lin Chen's clone to deal with the sudden attack, but their pupils constricted again. The surface of the array formation that was surrounded by the red phoenix actually started to tremble and crack. Crack, crack, crack. The array formation that was enough to trap 10 Saint Kings actually started to crack. Countless powerhouses had the same question in their minds at the same time. What kind of fierce battle had broken out inside this array formation? The cracks increased until finally, the array formation space could not bear the burden and exploded. A terrifying gust of wind suddenly erupted from the array formation space and crushed all the buildings within 1,000,000 miles of the headquarters. Mountains and rivers were crushed by the aftermath of the collision, and the ground collapsed. Many of the Alliance's powerhouses who had rushed over to help were blasted far away. No one could imagine just how terrifying the power of the center of the array formation was. As far as the eye could see, there was only a huge reddish-gold wind blade storm and a 9-colored light pillar that was blooming between heaven and earth. As the 9-colored light pillar rotated, it annihilated all objects and energy that came close to it. Lin Chen's figure retreated quickly, and he looked a little disheveled. A ghastly hole had been torn in his star-chasing heavenly morning robe. 4 doppelgangers protected Lin Chen as the 5th doppelganger was destroyed by the shockwaves of the collision. Ying Jiufeng looked down at his right arm, where a thumb-sized wound had split open. He had actually been injured by the attack. Moreover, the wound on his arm was still expanding, and he could not heal it no matter what method he used. The other 4 Saint Kings were also covered in cuts and scars. They quickly retreated and affectionately greeted Lin Chen and Ying Jiufeng's family along the way. Buzz. At this moment, space suddenly stopped. The expression in Lin Chen's eyes changed. The aftermath of the collision between his and Ying Jiufeng's Great Compassion Creation Curse was second only to the extent of the Godslayer's injury to the Divine Dragon clone. Such violent energy had actually been stabilized. The azure spirit power was like a horizontal line of aurora, condensing into countless strands of spirit power, which began to divide and dissipate the energy of the collision. Whoosh! The void of space rotated, and countless wind eyes appeared. A terrifying hurricane erupted in the center of the wind eye, swallowing the stars and absorbing the violent energy of the collision. Then, space trembled, and a powerful spatial force was transmitted, stabilizing the energy of the wind eye. What smooth coordination, and they're all expert. Lin Chen thought to himself. Could it be the founding century alliance's hidden trump card? The clones were immediately on guard, and the rune energy was rapidly consumed, quickly replenishing the saint power that the clones had just consumed. Seeing this, Ying Jiufeng frowned and said, "Why did you take so long to come? This kid has caused the Alliance headquarters to suffer a lot of losses. You have to bear the main responsibility. Hey, kid, do you think you're a big-faced person just because we give you some face? We're not your servants. Don't tell us what to do. The 9 divine bird bloodlines are indeed very powerful, but you have to become a god before you can teach us a lesson. You're just a fledgling now. When the energy shockwaves from their collision dissipated completely, 17 figures appeared in the void. The leader was the true dragon Saint King. This was the first time he saw Lin Chen's true body, and he narrowed his eyes. This is the first time I've seen a Saint King with saint power without opening his saint acupoint. This kid is the first. Although he was an enemy, he had to admit it. This little guy was the most outstanding human he had ever seen, bar none. Chapter 17:16. When Lin Chen looked up, other than the true dragon Holy King's oppression, the other 16 people gave him a very subtle but extremely dangerous sense of danger. The residual energy of the 9 tribulation star and the great compassion world creation curse were dissolved by these people. A cold-looking man in white waved his sleeves, and with heaven and earth as a seal, his 10 fingers formed a seal that froze the air. Still void. The space was gradually being completely sealed. From the Genesis headquarters to the extreme east of the Sage Monarch domain, almost all the space had become an absolute cube, and no one could enter or exit. This was an eye-opener for everyone in the Alliance. This spatial divine art is several levels stronger than Ling Er's. Lin Chen's heart sank. Judging from the appearance of this group of people, there were men and women of all ages, but without exception, they were all true old monsters. Some didn't even have a complete human form, but they gave Lin Chen a piercing pain from his primordial spirit. Whoosh! Lin Chen's 2 illusory doppelgangers returned, and a phantom divine light descended. Lin Chen's 7 doppelgangers heavily protected his main body. Intuition told Lin Chen that this group of people was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would result in death. This kid is Lin Chen. His courage is commendable, daring to go against the flow. He has some of my demeanor back then. What a pity, what a pity. Haha, his only mistake is meeting us. The 16 of them sized up Lin Chen with gazes filled with amusement, ridicule, curiosity, jealousy, and amazement. It was as if they were looking at a prey in a cage. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. You want to fight me when you haven't recovered from your injuries? The beautiful woman in the lead chuckled, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a hellish black light. She smiled and said, "Little guy, we don't need to be at our peak to deal with you." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. So confident. As they chatted, Lin Chen's gaze finally landed on the cold-looking man and the elegant young man with an evil temperament at the back of the group. Their sword intent broke the universe, and their saber intent suppressed the 9 heavens. In terms of attainments in Sword Dao and Saber Dao, he had completely surpassed Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun. Lin Chen even had an intuition. If it was a one-on-one fight, he might not be able to defeat either of them without using the War God set, even if he was surrounded by his doppelgangers. Especially when he noticed their unique 9 killer seals, Lin Chen suddenly asked, "You're from the Holy Prison? Why didn't I see you when I went in?" As soon as he said this, everyone's expression became very interesting. This little fellow had actually entered the Holy Prison. Why hadn't they heard the true dragon Saint King mention this before? Dao Yaro Yaro, who was wearing a peach robe and had a supple waist, smiled charmingly. "We are imprisoned in the Holy Prison's Eye of Hell. It's on the 19th floor, and it's even deeper." At this time, Ying Jiufeng deactivated her bloodline and transmitted her voice to true dragon Saint King. He might not be able to use the killer move that destroyed the Holy Prison. Kill him. Dead or alive. As long as we take him down, the people around him won't be able to do anything. True dragon Saint King's eyes lit up. This kid had lost the killer move that prevented him from destroying the Holy Prison. True dragon Saint King immediately looked at everyone and said calmly, "Your injuries and strength have recovered by 80%. It is time for you to do your best." After he finished speaking, he looked at the white-robed Ju Baichuan. The latter's cold appearance nodded slightly. "The space has already been sealed." Clap, clap, clap. Lin Chen clapped his hands and said with a mocking smile, "Good, very good. I didn't expect to meet so many people in this trip. It's really interesting." Lin Chen's abnormal behavior made true dragon Saint King laugh instead of getting angry. "What, you're about to die, and you've gone crazy?" "Die?" Lin Chen laughed. No. I don't have any strong points or specialties. It's just that my entire body, including my life, is very tough. The toughness of one's life is directly proportional to one's handsomeness. With my title as the most handsome person in the sacred boundary, none of you can take my life. Clap. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and a green light descended from the sky. It bathed his body and his clones, and they all disappeared in an instant. Host activated hyperspace dimension. 70,000 top talent points consumed. The moment Lin Chen disappeared, all the powerful cultivators present were dumbfounded. Even Zhu Baichuan, who had a cold and arrogant expression and absolute confidence in his space technique, almost had his eyes pop out of their sockets when he saw this scene. What's going on? How did he get past his space dimension divine skill and escape? That's impossible. Unless a true god made a move. But even if a true god made a move, they would have to break through his space dimension seal first. His space dimension seal was still intact, so how did he disappear? All the elites looked at Zhu Baichuan at the same time. True Dragon Saint King's eyes flashed with killing intent as he stared at Zhu Baichuan. Zhu Baichuan's mouth twitched when he sensed everyone's gaze. Hey, why are you all looking at me? F***CK. Are you all suspecting that I went easy on him? True Dragon Saint King said coldly, you didn't really go easy on him, did you? Zhu Baichuan stomped his feet in anger. F***CK, you can insult my personality and handsomeness, but you can't insult my cultivation technique. Go easy on him. If you don't believe me, try to see if you can travel through the void. If you can tear through the void, I'll poop upside down. Who knows, maybe you secretly strengthened it after he escaped. F***CK, what the F***CK, did you all say anything? The enemy is right in front of you, and you dare to collude with him? Beat him up. What the F***CK, that's right, beat his face. It wasn't easy to lure the enemy's leader here, but you actually let him go. Zhu Baichuan was surrounded and beaten up by the other elites. Ying Zhofeng's face was gloomy. Lin Chen actually had such a technique. If that was the case, the next time they met, they would have to break that technique to kill him. Otherwise, they would never be able to kill this kid. But now, there was still a mess to clean up. Lin Chen's heavy blow to the Founding Era Alliance was like a hammer to the head. A large number of Saint Talents on the Saint Talent ranking had fallen, and Ying Zhofeng would definitely be held accountable by the forces behind those Saint Talent. Moreover, countless powerhouses had been involved in the battle between him and Lin Chen, causing irreversible and untreatable injuries. These people were the backbone of the alliance. Without them, the Founding Era would not be able to operate completely. In addition, the alliance had lost nearly a quarter of its Saint Talents, so they would have to stop most of the things at hand. This technique was really a stalling tactic. Ying Zhofeng secretly made up his mind. The best defense is offense, right? Lin Chen was more like a venomous snake. He would take revenge for every move he made, and he would do it immediately. This kind of person is more dangerous the longer I stay. Next time, it will be my turn to use my trump card to destroy him. Ice Heart Palace. Lin Chen's figure appeared beside Shenglong. This time, the servants sensed the heavenly cycle seal of life and death in Lin Chen's primordial spirit and finally confirmed that Lin Chen's original body had returned safely. My lord. Jiang Taishu said in surprise. The phenomenon on the Saint Talent ranking just now, Lin Chen nodded and smiled. I did it. It was just a greeting gift to them, plus some interest. What a heroic spirit. Massacring 42 Saint Talents on the Saint Talent ranking was unprecedented in history, and it was just a greeting gift. At this moment, all the servants were filled with a heroic spirit that would last for eternity. Following such a master, their injuries were not in vain. Chapter 1717. Lin Chen looked at Fei Wuxuang and Fairy Crimson with a smile. Beauties, I'll have to rely on you to heal me. Lin Chen looked around and said loudly, we'll wait for everyone to recover before we move. The corners of his mouth rose wildly as he smiled wickedly. Now, it's time for all of you to soar. All of you to soar. Hearing this, everyone's morale soared, and their eyes lit up. Since the Lord had spoken, he would definitely not go back on his word. Of course, this includes the friends who have followed my servants. I, Lin Chen, will not treat you unfairly. After the healing is over, you are free to move, and you can choose to leave or stay. I will also give you corresponding rewards. After all, you were injured because of me. Lin Chen transmitted his voice to everyone in the Ice Heart Palace and Divine Flame Palace. Then, he looked at Yu Wangsheng and threw him a few Providence plant pouches. I got these from the Genesis Alliance. They should be helpful to you. When Yu Wangsheng's primordial spirit entered the Providence plant pouch, he said happily, pill recipes from the pill god family. And there are 3 scrolls of 9th grade pill recipes. The value of a 9th grade pill recipe was comparable to a high-grade orange tier cultivation technique. It was no wonder that Yu Wangsheng was so surprised. Although he had now broken through the ranks of the 9th grade, it was still quite difficult to create a 9th grade pill recipe. Naturally, he would not let go of a ready-made recipe. Lin Chen ignored the excessive consumption of saint power and stepped into the Ice Heart Palace. He said bluntly, "Those who follow me, I will let my doppelganger give you the rewards. There's no need for pleasantries. You have to take it even if you don't want it." The reclusive old monsters who followed the servants looked at each other and cupped their fists respectfully. "Thank you, Your Excellency Lin Chen." Lin Chen gave half of the Providence plant pouches he obtained from the Genesis Alliance to his doppelganger and entered the Ice Heart Palace with the servants. Lin Chen first used the Yin-Yang Divine Dragon's immortal creation bloodline ability to heal the main servants on the 19th and 18th floors. Half a day later, Fei Wushuang, Yu Wangsheng, Jiang Taishu, and the others were the first to recover to their peak state. Lin Chen said bluntly, "Taishu, from today onwards, with me in charge, you don't need to hide the aura of the entire team anymore. Focus on deducing the movements of the Founding Era Alliance and confusing the other side's fortune teller." As soon as he said this, Lin Chen's servants exclaimed in surprise again. Too domineering. Under the premise that Lin Chen did not conceal the members of his team, any first-class fortune teller would be able to deduce the position of Lin Chen's team based on clues. This was undoubtedly a message to the enemy. Bring it on. There was only one thing that stood out. Face it head on. Yes. Jiang Taishu cupped his hands, his eyes burning with a strong fighting spirit. With that, he would be able to fight Heartbreak Red head-on. Lin Chen looked at Long Zhoushan, and with a push of his palm, a treasure box appeared. He smiled and said, "Zhoushan, take this opportunity to improve your strength and injuries." When Long Zhoushan received the time treasure box, he was overjoyed. "Divine bone marrow. And there's so much of it. My lord, you're so strong." Long Zhoushan had estimated that at most half of the divine bone marrow in this treasure box, there would be more than a 50% chance of him becoming a body-refining Saint King. Now, there was twice as much as expected. If he still could not become a Saint King, he might as well kill himself. Moreover, the second absorption would not be as painful as the first absorption and refinement. Instead, it would be very beneficial and extremely useful. Lin Chen smiled and said, "When the time comes, my Saint Dragon will assist you and speed up your refinement." Long Zhoushan said excitedly, "Yes, I, Long Zhoushan, will not come out of seclusion until I become a Saint King." Lin Chen laughed and scolded, "Damn you, then when I'm pressed to the ground and beaten up, will you come out of seclusion?" Long Zhoushan immediately straightened his back and shouted, "This time, I'll consider staying on the 5th level. In the entire sacred boundary, no one can press my lord down and beat him up. Only my lord can press others down and beat them up, so I can be at ease and enter seclusion until I become a Saint King." Lin Chen, I hope that the bookstores in the sacred boundary will have your books, or I'll smash them. As soon as this was said, the Ice Heart Palace burst into laughter. After Long Zhoushan went into seclusion, Lin Chen instructed them to take action. There was no need to migrate, and they would first heal everyone before moving. In terms of defense, his 7 clones stood in each direction of Xuanyu. They were like overlords. Who would dare to break in? Ice Heart Palace's seclusion mystic realm. All the seclusion mystic realms and planes were related to a certain sect medium of the sect. Taking away the sect medium, one could establish a spatial passage to the mystic realm at any time and even move with them. With a thought, Lin Chen opened the system. Heavenly Dao Possession System version 8.0, host, Lin Chen, cultivation, 5th Heaven Saint Realm, Saint Grade Essence, 1762.25 billion points. Limit, 510,000 Venerable Energy, Flesh Shell Awakening plus 500%, Saint Grade Blood Chi, 199.04 billion points. Saint Grade Spiritual Energy, 999 billion, Peak Early Stage Nascent Soul, Saint Grade Cultivation Essence, 11 million, Saint Grade Rune Energy, 24.08 million, Peak Heavenly Tao Points, 22.99 million points. Peak Talent Points, 72.86 million points. Set Essence, 2,912 billion points. Mid-Grade Strengthening Points, 92 billion points. Saint Grade Elemental Energy, 3.89 million points for Fire, 2.99 million points for Earth, 2.33 million points for Wood, 3.66 million points for Metal, 3.54 million points for Water, 5.67 million points for Lightning, 5.46 million points for Wind, 5.46 million points for Light, 6.43 million points for Darkness. Set Column, 5 pieces of the Golden War God Set, incomplete. Special Treasures, Peak Orange Cultivation Technique Fragment, 3/3, Saint Weapon Upgrade Voucher, 1/3, Divine Material Fragment, 1/3, Unique Talent Treasure Chests, 4 or more treasure chests will definitely drop a high-grade orange talent. There is a small chance of a peak orange talent or a one-time use peak orange talent. There is a high chance of a peak orange talent in 10 treasure chests. Talent Column, Bloodline Status Column, Cultivation Technique Status Column, Life Awakening Column, Killing Technique Column, Unique Rune Column, Godhead Column, Divine Elephant 2/3, Godhead Fragment, Cooldown, 168 days before activation. Lin Chen's attributes soared once again. Most importantly, his peak orange cultivation technique fragment had been maxed out. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. No one would be able to remain calm when a peak orange cultivation technique appeared. Others possessing a peak orange cultivation technique and Lin Chen possessing a peak orange cultivation technique were two completely different concepts. His strengthening ability and instant light split shadow could teach an enemy of the same level a lesson. Currently, my strongest attribute is my holy power, followed by my primordial spirit, and then my physique tempering strength. Please don't give me any primordial spirit or physique tempering cultivation techniques, Lin Chen gulped. Unlike purple cultivation techniques, orange cultivation techniques could not be fused into a peak orange cultivation technique. If he wanted to use the fusion function to fuse a peak orange cultivation technique, he would need a large number of low-level cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques that were intermediate orange cultivation techniques could only be found in rank 8 or rank 9 factions, and they were in short supply. If he were to use the system's fusion function, he would need close to 100 intermediate orange cultivation techniques to fuse into a peak orange cultivation technique. A peak orange cultivation technique was already one of the rank 9 sect's ultimate techniques. What did it mean to have 100 intermediate orange cultivation techniques? There was only one possibility, and that was that Lin Chen had robbed 1/10 of the rank 8 sects in the sacred boundary. Some sects' cultivation techniques were passed down from elders to disciples, or by fax from the higher-ups. They would not use the original cultivation technique to learn and cultivate. If he wanted to fuse a peak orange cultivation technique with numbers, then the sacred boundary would only have a lunatic who would pick fights with rank 9 sects every day, and it would have to be the kind that would annihilate them. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. Brother Chen, oh Brother Chen, you want to fuse a peak orange cultivation technique with numbers? Forget it. Don't think about it. You'll hurt your brain. Chapter 17:18. In short, this was the only way for Lin Chen to obtain a top-tier orange-tier cultivation method. System, I want to fuse technique fragments. Host has chosen to fuse top-tier orange-grade technique fragments. Beginning random synthesis. In the system space, an orange-colored vortex began to spin, and the 3 jade-like fragments began to fuse. Lin Chen clenched his fists. He was so nervous that he stopped breathing. 2 hours later. Lin Chen was still nervous. He didn't dare to breathe. 4 hours later, Lin Chen was eating roasted gluten. 6 hours later, Lin Chen was digging his nose. 8 hours later, Lin Chen affectionately said, "I'll lead you to fight." 10 hours later, Lin Chen said, Why aren't you done yet? I've already finished 2 novels. Can't you put in more effort? 12 hours later, Lin Chen said, it's fine if this technique doesn't suit me. 14 hours later, Lin Chen said, square root finally, ding. The system made a crisp sound, and Lin Chen shuddered. It's here. It's here. Synthesis successful. Host has obtained top-tier orange-grade technique, annihilation star explosion. Technique summary. It's an extreme offensive technique. If you want to use this technique, you'll have to cut off your own path of retreat. Use your life to stimulate all the saint power in your saint acupoints and condense it into annihilation star explosion. Simple and clear. This top-tier orange-grade technique ignored cultivation. Regardless of whether one was a saint king or a heaven-opening realm cultivator, using this technique would use up all the saint power in their saint acupoints. It was simple and violent. One move would determine victory and defeat, life and death. If there was any saint power left in the saint body, this technique would backfire on the user. Therefore, there was no turning back for this annihilation star explosion. It could only be used with full force. Lin Chen frowned. If he used this technique, all the saint power in his saint acupoints would be used up. He knew very well how miserable a saint would be without saint power. Even someone as strong as Lin Chen could only rely on pills and other limited methods to recover his saint power if he didn't have saint power. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt like he was struck by lightning. I'm a fucking genius. That's right. Why did the main body need to use the annihilation star explosion? He could just let his clone use it. The phantom doppelganger was created using rune energy. Although he could also use gold saint origin coins to replenish his saint power, Lin Chen mostly used rune energy to replenish it. It was fast and efficient. As long as there was rune energy, Lin Chen's avatar would be the strongest man. No matter how many times he did it, his stats would be satisfied, and his clone would be awesome. Good fellow, there's no time to lose. System, integrate the annihilation star explosion. The host has begun fusing with a top-tier orange-tier cultivation method. Consuming 900,000 saint-tier cultivation method essences. Lin Chen's current cultivation technique essence was sufficient. Even an orange-tier cultivation technique wouldn't pose a problem to him. 7 days passed in a flash. Xuanyu, Kangmang River. One of Lin Chen's illusionary doppelgangers stepped on the boundless river. He suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Friends come from afar, greet with a big sword. You guys didn't come from afar just to enjoy the scenery, right? I've always liked to be straightforward. Why don't you show yourself? The raging waves of the Kangmang River suddenly stopped. 12 people stepped out of the void. Oh! Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. The 4 people in the lead were 3 men and 1 woman. Some of them had eyes that seemed to be filled with electricity. They were stocky and strong, surrounded by electric snakes. Thunder dragons roared above their heads, and their saint power shook the universe. Some of them were cool and confident. Their saint acupoints were surging and whistling, as if a saint acupoint was hiding an apocalyptic storm. The 2 on the left were women in red robes. Their temperaments were flirtatious, and their waists were as slender as a snake. Their jade-like hands were holding a jade fan made of white bones, and they covered half of their faces. Their beauty was faintly discernible, and there was a biting cold murderous intent in their beauty. The last one had a cold expression. His face was as cold as an eagle's, and his brows were as sharp as knives. When he looked down at Lin Chen, his brows were full of arrogance and disdain. There were 4 saint kings. As for the other 8 people, there were men and women, old and young. Without exception, they were all half-step saint kings. Previously, Jiang Taishu had used his divination to hide the entire team. But now, Jiang Taishu was focused on deducing the movements of the Genesis era, and the team was completely exposed to the eyes of the various forces. This team was sent by the rank 9 forces of Xuanyu, Battle Region, Guyu Region, and Kang Region to warn Lin Chen, because Lin Chen's team was located at the intersection of the 4 regions. Once any conflict or battle broke out, they would be the first to be affected. The leader in black robes said coldly, "Your Excellency, what are your intentions for arranging so many strong people in Xuanyu? I'm the Saint King of Kunlun, and I represent the Kunlun sect to order you to lead everyone out of Xuanyu. You can't stay for even one more day." Lin Chen was not angry. Instead, he laughed. "Are you telling me what to do? My people are in Xuanyu, and they haven't done anything evil. Why do I need you to order me to leave?" A murderous look flashed across the Saint King of Kunlun's cold face. He said in a low voice, "It's not your turn to argue. Kid, the battle that broke out here a while ago has already destroyed many of the rank 9 sect's cultivation mystic realms. I don't trust you." Whoosh. Lin Chen's clone flicked his finger, and 2 Providence plant pouches floated in the air. He smiled and said, "This is an apology. My people will leave after they finish healing." "No." A Saint King with lightning dragons circling around him shouted coldly, "You're a disaster here. Get out of here." Lin Chen sighed. Why is it that every time I want to have a good talk, there are always people who like to cause trouble? Lin Chen kept the Providence plant pouches and said, "My people will leave sooner or later, but it's not your place to tell me what to do. I've already given you face. If you don't like it, come at me." Lin Chen smiled mockingly and said, "I've always been a virtuous person. I respect the old and love the young. I hope that you won't be too ruthless." Kaboom! He activated his cultivation technique, and 100 hexagonal stars shone. Lin Chen released a huge amount of pressure around him. Saint King Juemei, who came from the green region, giggled. "Little brother Lin Chen, we're not scared. Put away your power. We have 4 Saint Kings and 8 half-step Saint Kings. If you want to fight, it means that you're going against most of the forces in Xuanyu. Are you sure you've thought it through?" Suddenly, Lin Chen's clone had a look of enlightenment. It was as if he had been enlightened and was reborn. He raised a finger and smiled. "One move. If you can take one move from me unharmed, I'll leave with my people immediately. Otherwise, if you can't do it, don't interfere with my business." Arrogant. The Grand Supreme Elders and Chief Deacons of the rank 9 sects couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. This young man was way too arrogant. If the 12 of them really joined forces, unless the opponent was 7 Saint Kings or above, there was no way they could defeat them. Among the 4 Saint Kings, a handsome Saint King in green robes raised his head and drank a mouthful of strong wine. He wiped the wine stains with his sleeves and smiled viciously. "Young man, you're facing most of the rank 9 forces in the 4 regions. If you fight, you'll offend the top forces in the 4 regions." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. "Don't talk nonsense with me. I can fight the Holy Prison, the Martial God Family, and the Founding Century Alliance. Why would I be afraid of people from the 4 regions? This place is too small. Let's fight somewhere else." Chapter 17-19. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the space opened. He raised his eyebrows at everyone. "Come in and fight. Bring it on. I'll let you know the difference between heaven and earth in one move. This prince really wants to see how strong the new talents of this era are. Everyone is bragging about how amazing they are." 8 half-step Saint Kings and 4 Saint Kings stepped into the spaceplane at the same time. In a world of ice and snow, this was one of the seclusion dimensions of the Ice Heart Palace. It was perfect for battle. Just as everyone arrived, zap tilde, lightning danced in the air, and thousands of bolts of lightning tore through the sky, turning into a rolling thunder dragon. The hot-tempered thunder punishment Holy King grabbed the air, crushing the space, and attacked Lin Chen. Bang! 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 Ice and snow rolled up, and the wind blew clouds. Lightning spread. Lin Chen stepped on the clouds, and his body flew in the sky. The thunder dragon destroyed everything in its path, shattering a large number of glacier, and lightning destroyed the world. Don't attack rashly. This kid's movement technique is not simple. The Kunlun Holy King narrowed his eyes, and the contempt in his eyes disappeared. The clouds dissipated, and Lin Chen's clone smiled playfully. So hot-tempered. Immediately, his eyes shone with a strange light, and a rare excitement appeared. The half-step Holy Kings subconsciously tightened their butts. Damn it, what is this kid trying to do? This kind of look was like the look of a bored child who had found a new toy. Saint power, out. With a cold shout, Lin Chen's shoulders shook. The sky changed, and a terrifying tide of saint power surged like a huge wave. 50 saint points and 50 virtual saint points surged with hurricane-like saint power. Lin Chen's blood seemed to be burning fiercely, blazing like the sun, and red clouds rose. At this moment, the four holy kings' eyes narrowed. They could feel that all of Lin Chen's saint power was gathering at an extremely fast speed and leaving his body. It was as if he was staking everything on this. Elder. He laughed and said, "A holy king sent himself to my door. I can't let him go this time." Everyone was stunned. Holy king. Sparring. How could this brat be so arrogant to such an extent? Throughout the entire sacred boundary, who would dare to say that the Saint Kings were used as sparring partners? The exquisite charm Saint King waved her jade-like hands, and pink flower petals filled the air. She was no longer as calm and composed as before. Instead, she was ready to fight. The green-robed Holy King shouted coldly, "He wants to use all of his saint power in one go. Something's not right." Buzz tilde. Above Lin Chen's head, a ball of light that looked like a flickering lantern rose. Dazzling like the polar star, multicolored, gorgeous, beautiful, and filled with absolute killing intent. The four Saint Kings felt the fear of death as they looked at the lantern-shaped ball of energy. At that moment, all of Lin Chen's saint points had been emptied of their saint force, leaving not even a trace behind. In the next moment, the 9-colored starlight trembled and split into 5. Lin Chen suddenly clenched his fist, and 5 balls of beautiful starlight instantly bloomed. Star explosion. The 5-colored starlight suddenly exploded. Not good. Defend with all your might. The 12 of them had anticipated this. They each used their own unique techniques, and many saint light avatars instantly formed. At that moment, the 12 of them were completely in a state of cooperation. They did not have their own thoughts. If they did not work together, there was a risk of death. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. Starlight bloomed, and heaven and earth returned to chaos. Xuanyu, near the Kangmang River. Boom. 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 The space trembled violently for hundreds of times, and the powerful shockwave spread to nearly half of Xuanyu. Although it did not affect Xuanyu, it left a bone-deep fear in the strong cultivators of Xuanyu. They did not know what had happened, but if this energy had erupted from Xuanyu, there would have been countless deaths and injuries. The Kangmang River surged with angry waves. The 12 of them were in a sorry state as they floated in the air. That move just now had directly blasted the entire realm into nothingness. A few of the half-step Saint Kings were even injured, and their expressions were full of shock. This was under the premise that they had joined forces to defend, but they were still injured. However, Lin Chen did not intend to kill them. This attack did not trigger the annihilation rupture skill. It was a show of strength, and also a chance for him to test his skills. Saint King Juemei's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration and awe as she stared at Lin Chen. It was too scary. If any of them had faced that move alone, they would most likely have died. There was almost no chance of survival. If they had reacted a little slower, even the 4 of them would have been injured. It was definitely a top-tier orange-tier technique. But the problem was that even if the 4 of them practiced top-tier orange-tier techniques, they would not be able to unleash such power. Just who the hell is this guy? Lin Chen's clone was ecstatic. Too powerful. This was a top-tier orange-tier technique. Its power was infinitely close to the 9 Tribulations Star. But Lin Chen could only use the most powerful technique, the 9 Tribulations Star, once in a short period of time. As for the Annihilation Star explosion, as long as Lin Chen had enough rune energy, he could use it as many times as he wanted. However, Lin Chen's clone had to be in peak condition in order to unleash such power. In battle, the clone would use up saint power, and its power would decrease accordingly. However, the most important thing was that Annihilation Star explosion was still in fortified 0 state, and it was only enhanced by Supreme God Possession. Amberlight's support effect was only suitable for advanced orange rank techniques and below, and Annihilation Star explosion was not within its range of application. If the Annihilation Star explosion could be strengthened, its power could be increased by several levels. System: Restore the Phantom Doppelganger. Consumed 400,000 points of Sacred Tier Rune energy to replenish the clone's saint power. 400,000 point. Lin Chen's current rune energy was only about 20 million points. Using it once was equivalent to using up a clone. Seeing that Lin Chen's saint power had recovered to its peak condition, the four saint kings were completely stunned. What kind of monster was this? Recovering saint power was as easy as eating and drinking? That was the saint power of 100 saint points. Did he think it was just 1 or 2 saint points? The green-robed saint king exclaimed, as expected of the guy who dared to challenge the Genesis. I admit defeat. Lin Chen laughed mockingly. Why, do you want another round? Next time, I won't be merciful. Everyone's mouth twitched. This was called being merciful? You're ruthless. The 4 saint kings bade farewell one after another, and the 8 half-step saint kings also fled resentfully. In the seclusion plane of the Ice Heart Palace, Lin Chen's original body opened his eyes and said with satisfaction, I've just finished cultivating, and I already have a sparring partner. Without a doubt, this Annihilation Star explosion will become my strongest killing move in the near future. If I use this move in the state of the God Slayer, even someone as strong as the Dragon Tribe's Heavenly Mandate Elder won't just be injured. Lin Chen stood up. He had recovered from the exhaustion from the Alliance War. He smiled casually. It's time to go out. Whoosh. In the Ice Heart Palace, Lin Chen gathered all the servants. After 7 days, those who were injured were no longer in danger of dying. More than half of them had recovered, and traveling was no longer a problem. When Lin Chen was sitting in the main hall of the Ice Heart Palace, all the servants followed his lead. Now, those who were present were all Lin Chen's trusted aides or servants. The previous palace master of the Divine Flame Palace and guardian Venerable Shangguanju were also present. Lin Chen's first sentence was still shocking. Next, I can let you practice cultivation methods, mental cultivation methods, alchemy hand seals, sacred artifacts, bloodlines, and so on. In short, I can increase the basic abilities of anything that can increase your strength by 4 or 5 times. Boom. All the servants' brains exploded. Lin Chen's lips curled up wildly. Since he was going to start a full-scale war, then he would play big. He was going to lay his cards on the table. Chapter 1720. What was going on? Lin Chen's words had overturned all the knowledge and common sense of the servant. If Lin Chen had told them that he had a way to increase the power of their techniques, they wouldn't have been too surprised. After all, there were special secret techniques similar to Fei Wushuang's amberlight flowing light that could increase the power of techniques. However, Lin Chen had said everything, including sacred weapons, bloodlines, mental cultivation methods, and everything else that could increase strength. Shangguanju's snowy face was full of astonishment as she said in disbelief, You, Lin Chen, are you serious? How are you going to do it? I'm afraid you'll have to pay a big price to do this. She was afraid that Lin Chen would do something impulsive and stupid. Now, he was the hope of the entire team. She couldn't let anything happen to Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed mockingly. Why are you so worried about me? You can fall in love with me, but don't fall in love with me. Shangguanju rolled her eyes at him. Did you get stimulated by something at the Founding Century Alliance and want to pay a big price to increase our cultivation and strength? If that's the case, forget it. You're the leader and core of the team. Lin Chen raised his hand and interrupted her. Don't worry. I do have to pay a big price to make you stronger, but it won't affect my strength and potential, and it won't affect my lifespan. As long as your Divine Flame Palace is of the same mind as me, I can even give you the same effect. Lin Chen's words reminded the servants of the big shots who had followed Lin Chen to attack the holy prison twice. Their mental cultivation methods and techniques had increased their power by several times in a short period of time. Could it be that their lord could also give them this level of ability? Lin Chen smiled. From now on, focus on recuperating. Close your eyes and deduce the mental cultivation methods you need to use and the techniques you're most proficient in. Or secret techniques. Everyone can choose 3. After choosing, practice them in your mind one by one. The servants immediately did as they were told. Shangguanju and the previous palace master hesitated for a moment before sitting cross-legged and closing their eyes to circulate the Divine Flame Heart Sutra system, I want to use the attribute transfer function to convert all the targeted cultivation techniques and mental cultivation methods. Beginning to consume 5,200 heavenly Tao points, 8,200 heavenly Tao points, 2,300 heavenly Tao points, 20,000 intermediate strengthening points, activating attribute transfer function. At this moment, all the cultivation techniques, mental cultivation methods, and bloodlines in the minds of the servants began to strengthen. Then, Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Smack! All the saint artifacts, weapons, and treasures in the Providence plant pouches of the servants began to be strengthened. Lin Chen smiled coquettishly as usual. Genesis, oh Genesis, you have your saint talent ranking. So what if the Holy Prison team and the Wu family team work together? I can make everyone in the team possess the power of the system. I have enough attribute points now. Let's see if your alliance is stronger or if my team is stronger. Lin Chen's crazy plan, systematize all members. What they were playing with was their heartbeat. Now, his attribute points were enough to strengthen the entire team. For people as strong as Jiang Taishu and Xiao Ling who had special methods, if they were strengthened, their strength would increase by several times. While everyone was receiving the system's baptism and strengthening, Lin Chen stepped out of the Ice Heart Palace. Lin Chen still had important things to do. When he raised his head, what entered his eyes was a jade ice branch hanging on the cliff. The beauty's green dress was as elegant as a lotus, and her features were picturesque. She was as quiet as a blooming snow lotus on a snowy mountain. The beauty turned her head and looked at the young man in a daze. She stroked her hair and smiled. Is it done? Lin Chen shrugged. How could it be so easy? I was so busy that I didn't even have time to look for you. Ning Qingxian giggled and landed beside Lin Chen. She said softly, Ling Shuang has already entered seclusion. The two walked side by side. Lin Chen said, this girl has great potential. I keep feeling that her background is not so simple. Ning Qingxian nodded and said, maybe one day, after this matter is over, we can help her find the whereabouts of her parents. According to the historical records of the sacred boundary, the human race has more than one martial god. She smiled quietly. Are you going to set off again? Lin Chen smiled. Yes, I'm going to ask Fairy Ning out. Ning Qingxian rolled her eyes at him. If you don't think I'm a burden, you can take me with you. Then let's go. Lin Chen reached out and hugged the beauty's slender waist, then disappeared into the void. His clone and the divine dragon needed to stay in the Ice Heart Palace. Jiang Taishu was still undergoing the system's strengthening, so he couldn't deduce the enemy's movements. All of his strength had to be left here. Lin Chen flew through the void. This time, his destination was the mystic realm. He wanted to go to the Kangyu secret realm in the sacred boundary, the ancient god temple. Now that the situation in the sacred boundary had changed greatly, the ancient god, as a former wisp of true God's will, might be able to give him some pointers. In addition, Lin Chen had successfully eliminated the Yin son of heaven. This matter had to be told to the old man and solve a knot in his heart. Feeling Lin Chen's warm arms, the fairy's jade cheeks flushed slightly. Soon after, she seemed to have thought of something and sighed faintly. I've often thought about why the human race always has disputes and always has to solve problems through force. There are clearly better ways to solve them, so why can't they just sit down and settle things peacefully? Is there really no peaceful world in this world where everyone loses their cultivation and everyone is ordinary? Lin Chen suddenly said. A world where everyone loses their cultivation and everyone is ordinary? This world does exist. Ning Qingxian looked at him in surprise. Lin Chen continued, my hometown is like this. The lifespan of the human race is only 100 years. All living things are equal. Ning Qingxian looked at the youth's calm and somewhat self-mocking appearance. He couldn't help but laugh. But Qingxian, you're wrong. There is no world in this world that doesn't have disputes. No matter how advanced the ideology is, no matter how equal everyone is, there will never be a peaceful world in this world. I know you're naturally indifferent and elegant, but this answer will never exist. Lin Chen turned his head to look at Ning Qingxian, each word knocking on her heart. It's not that the human race only fights because they have cultivation. Even if they don't have power and hide in a corner where their true appearance can't be seen, as long as they can make a sound, as long as they can express their desires, the disputes between humans will never end. No matter if it's the exchange of swords with cultivation or the exchange of malicious words with the restriction of magic. The essence of both is the same. The evil of human nature will always exist. If you want it to disappear, you have to make the human race disappear. Ning Qingxian was stunned, and her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. After the beginning of the era of creation's destruction, the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Many regions turned into purgatory on earth. Witnessing this phenomenon, Ning Qingxian was endlessly worried. She had always been searching for another answer in this world. If there really was such a world and answer in this world, could it save the current sacred boundary? But Lin Chen personally shattered her naive expectations. Chapter 1721. After a long time, Ning Qingxian grabbed Lin Chen's robes tightly and buried her head in Lin Chen's arms. Is there really no such possibility? Lin Chen said helplessly, it's infinitely close to zero. Ning Qingxian said, haven't you always been able to create miracles? Even you can't do it. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. You think too highly of me. I'm not some great person. Ning Qingxian said, then how are you going to save the sacred boundary? Lin Chen stroked the beautiful woman's hair and said helplessly, I'm not going to save the world. It's just that the Genesis era is in my way, so I have to get rid of it. That's all. Whoosh tilde. A green light flashed by. Within the endless void, Lin Chen arrived at a secret ground that was shrouded in cold qi. It was the Tsungyue secret realm that Lin Chen had entered before. In the past, Lin Chen didn't have the strength to forcefully break it open. Now, he could tear apart more than half of the secret realm with a flick of his finger. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen and Ning Qingxian entered the secret realm together, inside a simple and desolate ancient temple. A beautiful fairy-like person in white clothes gently stroked the guqin and played a song, Jin's is too beautiful. Suddenly, the person's eyes turned cold. She swept the guqin strings with a flick of her finger, and a wind blade slashed out and tore the void apart. Who dares to trespass into the ancient shrine? Whoosh tilde. The wind blade whizzed past, and two figures appeared in the void. A young man's laughter echoed. This breeze is really not bad. It's even straightened my messy hair. The person in white's beautiful eyes trembled. Her attack didn't even move the other party's clothes. The intruder was no small matter. Qing Lian, back down. We're on the same side. The old man in sackcloth appeared. He had white hair and a youthful face. He looked into the distance and laughed while stroking his beard. Little brat, it's only been a few years and your body refinement has already reached the half-step king realm. Your spirit has transformed into a primordial spirit. Your saint power fluctuations make even this old man's heart palpitate. You have more than 7,000 high-grade odd crystals. Lin Chen respectfully cupped his fists together. Senior ancient god, I didn't disappoint you. The disciple who killed his master has already died at my hands. Ning Qingxian followed his lead and bowed slightly. Lin Chen handed the scrolls he had obtained from defeating Son of Heaven Yin to the ancient god. When the ancient god's will came into his hand, it trembled. When he heard the news about Son of Heaven Yin, he fell into a long silence before slowly closing his eyes. In the end, countless emotions turned into a sigh that reverberated in the hall. Immediately after, the ancient god laughed. Little brat, come in and have some tea. Let's talk about the current situation of the human race in the sacred boundary. Lin Chen and Ning Qingxian entered the hall and briefly explained the current situation of the human race in the sacred boundary. Good fellow, you actually killed your way to the dragon world. You even dared to attack the sacred prison formed by those fellows. Ha 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 ha. What? You even slept with the demonkin empress? Brat, not bad. You have a peerless killing weapon, I couldn't tell. Ha ha ha. How delightful. This old man really wants to see such a delightful scene with my own eyes. The Founding Era Alliance, huh? The 9 types of divine bird bloodlines are indeed troublesome, but with your potential, it's only a matter of time before you surpass him. The ancient god hadn't laughed so heartily in a long time. After hearing about Lin Chen's experience, he even wanted to keep him here to talk for 10 days and 10 nights. Lin Chen said seriously, "Senior Ancient God, with my current strength, can I revive you, or extend the will of your primordial spirit?" The Ancient God raised his hand to interrupt him and smiled faintly. "Little brat, I know what you want to say. Before I died, I indeed fell to the Saint Realm, but if you want to revive me or take me away, with your current strength, you still can't do it. At the very least, you have to become a god." Lin Chen frowned. Becoming a god was still too far away for him. Then, Lin Chen said, "Senior Ancient God, do you know these people?" Lin Chen handed over a dozen portraits drawn with the power of his primordial spirit. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were real people. Moreover, Lin Chen described the characteristics of these 17 people. The Ancient God was very experienced, so he definitely knew more than him. Perhaps he could get some information about these people from him. Lin Chen had to treat these 17 people seriously. The Ancient God was surprised. "It's actually these guys." He looked like he was recalling something. Back then, after the War of the 9 Races, there were people who wanted to be fishermen and obtained the opportunity of becoming a god. They were captured alive by the gods of the sacred boundary and interrogated for secrets. I thought they had died long ago. When the Ancient God introduced the origins of these people to Lin Chen, his expression was very interesting. Top assassins, array masters, fortune tellers, primordial spiritual bodies, proficient in forbidden techniques, archery saints, descendants of the sword and saber deities, Lin Chen muttered to himself. There was a kind of mysterious destiny in the unseen world. Weren't they exactly the same as his team? Lin Chen thought to himself, "It seems that there will be a battle between my people and them." Then, Lin Chen said, "By the way, Senior, why does the 9 continents have your divine weapon, firmament tower, and the origin of the eternal sacred fire?" Even someone as strong as Lin Chen did not completely understand the origin of the eternal sacred fire. When he wanted to help Bai Ruoyan with the bloodline of the divine dragon of creation, the eternal sacred fire would automatically protect its master. If they fought with real weapons, Lin Chen might not be able to defeat the eternal sacred fire with his current cultivation. The Ancient God's eyes were filled with a hint of hope and recollection. After a long time, he said slowly, "Forget it. With your current strength and potential, you will know sooner or later. There's no harm in telling you now. When the universe first opened, a wisp of divine fire accompanied the world and bathed all living beings in the divine realm. After the baptism of the divine fire, the gods of the human race were born. Then, one day, an extremely powerful demon god king broke into the universe below the divine realm." Lin Chen's heart trembled. Demon god king? He had only heard of demon emperors, not demon god kings. Demon god kings are far above demon emperors. According to this old man's fragmented memories, they seemed to have come from an even more distant universe and were involved in a great battle that shook the divine realm. That great battle involved the secrets of an even higher universe. The only thing that has been passed down is probably the dragon race. Back then, a dying ancestral dragon also descended to the divine river galaxy. As for what happened after that, this old man has already lost my memories. But one thing is certain. The human race of the divine realm sent 9 envoys with a wisp of the eternal sacred fire to suppress that demon god king. Even if it was only a wisp of the eternal sacred fire, its power far exceeded that of an ordinary sacred fire. Back then, this old man came down from the divine realm and killed one of the 9 envoys of the demon god king. Recalling this, the ancient god showed lingering fear for the first time. He did not show any fear even when facing the battle of annihilation before his death. Only that battle left a deep impression on him. Lin Chen was shocked. The ancient god came from the divine realm. Chapter 1722. 9 Emissaries. Elder Ancient God is one of the 9 emissaries from the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods was too illusory for Lin Chen. He had never imagined what the realm of the gods would be like. The ancient god continued, "At that time, the demon god king was seriously injured and wanted to swallow all the galaxies around the divine river galaxy to recover, but was stopped by the 9 emissaries from the realm of the gods. The battle of the gods took place at the edge of the divine river galaxy, where the mortal world was scattered. In that battle, countless lives were destroyed. Out of the 9 emissaries, 6 were sacrificed. In the end, when the demon god king was killed, he used the eternal sacred fire to imprison its will forever. At the same time, he used the sky tower to suppress its final sliver of will. Then he fused countless celestial bodies with the sky tower until the sacred fire burned away the demon god king's will. The ancient god sighed at this point. As long as the demon god king had a trace of will, it could make a comeback. The eternal sacred fire has a natural restraining effect on demons, so the sacred fire had to stay here forever until it burned into nothingness. The demon god king's demonic body was indestructible and superior to ordinary divine power. Although it died, it did not completely disappear and turned into fragments after it was shattered. At this point, it triggered a great war between demons in the mortal world. The demons who obtained the fragments of the demon god king's demonic body became the heavenly demon venerables. Most of the demon emperors in the demon world obtained the fragments of the demon god king's demonic body and became demon emperors. After the conversation, Lin Chen's heart was in turmoil. The eternal sacred flame actually had such a long history. The ancient god seemed to have thought of something and pointed at Lin Chen's forehead with a smile. As for the sky tower in the Jojo continent, it is an item from the realm of the gods. It needs the divine seal of the 9 emissaries to be fully activated. I can only make you its ally, but I cannot control it completely. A fire seal appeared between Lin Chen's eyebrows, then it gradually disappeared and hid in his body. Lin Chen cupped his hands. Thank you for your blessing, Elder. The ancient god smiled and said, if you encounter danger in the mortal world, activate this seal and the firmament tower will help you. However, if you are in the holy world, the firmament tower will not be able to help you unless you can completely control it. Moreover, didn't you say that your little girlfriend has an eternal sacred flame? If you want to revive my soul, perhaps you can try using the eternal sacred flame. Lin Chen and the ancient god talked about many things. Ning Qingxian listened quietly from the side, as if she could see the magnificent desolate era, the era when all the sages of the human race emerged. Lin Chen also truly understood that before the saints' world was founded, there were countless astonishing geniuses who had appeared in the human race. Well, it seems that before the sacred boundary was created, there was no one more handsome than me. That's good. A certain Lin stood up with a serious expression and smiled casually. Senior ancient god, if there's anything you need, feel free to call me using your primordial spirit imprint. The ancient god smiled lightly. Of course, I'm looking forward to the time when you become a god. I can still wait. Lin Chen teased, there's no need to wait. Senior can eat hot pot and sing while listening to a fairy play the zither. I might succeed. The two looked at each other and laughed. This kid doesn't even blush when bragging. I like it. Finally, Lin Chen asked, by the way, senior ancient god, how should I deal with this cultivation method of odd crystals? Lin Chen spread out the 7 ancient books and handed them to the old man. The ancient god was startled and released his spiritual consciousness to scan. He had even deduced the cultivation method of high-grade odd crystals when the Yin Son of Heaven was alive. The old man's eyes were still sharp when it came to this disciple's talent. It was a pity that he had embarked on the path of killing his master. Otherwise, this disciple and master would definitely become an eternal legend on the saint talent list. The ancient god shook his head and laughed. Do as you wish. I'm very confident in you. But there's one thing. He specially took out 2 ancient books and said with a smile, I want you to teach this cultivation method of middle-grade and low-grade odd crystals to everyone in the sacred boundary for free in the future. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. The ancient god laughed, and his laughter was heroic and clear. Ordinary geniuses have limited access to the higher levels. Since that's the case, I'm willing to set an example and help the mortals in the world. I hope that all the sincere geniuses in the sacred boundary can become dragons. Lin Chen smiled. Senior is righteous. This kid admires you. Okay, I will choose a suitable time and pass it on to more mortals in the sacred boundary in a more suitable way. If I don't do it responsibly, it will cause a huge uproar and prevent evil sects from knowing the method of creating odd crystals, which will endanger more people. The ancient god smiled. I'm at ease with you doing things. After leaving the ancient god shrine, Ning Qingxian asked curiously in the void, "What's next?" Lin Chen shrugged. "Next? It's very simple, just do it. Give me some benefits." 2 days later, in the Ice Heart Palace, all the servants looked at themselves in shock as if they had discovered a new continent, then looked at Lin Chen. "My burning heaven Luoyang Heart Sutra's power has increased by more than 6 times. My bloodline has broken through. My bloodline is actually close to the bloodline of a descendant of God. And my 7th grade sacred sword, Demon Moon Soul, I tested it just now and it's not inferior to an 8th grade one. My signature unique skill has broken through to a whole new level again. Even the previous doubts have been cleared up." All the servants almost knelt down in front of Lin Chen. "Master, you're forever a god." In these 3 days, their cultivation methods had broken through, their bloodline soared, their combat skills were enlightened, and their various methods were at least several times more powerful. If they were in the same level, they could beat opponents of the same level in minute. It was as easy as an adult beating a child. This upgrade was a qualitative change from the inside out. They really couldn't think of anyone else who could do it other than a true god who surpassed mortals. If this wasn't a miracle of God, then what was? The Divine Flame Palace's Grand Elder stared at Lin Chen. Her bottleneck hadn't increased since the last time she went into seclusion, but this time, it actually loosened a little. It was because the Divine Flame Heart Sutra's power had skyrocketed. Even someone as domineering as Shangguanju was now like a young girl who had been developed. Her snow-white dimples were filled with shock as she stared at Lin Chen. It was too terrifying. Her cultivation method and her signature technique had actually tripled in power. What kind of ultimate foundation was this? Lin Chen pretended to be shocked, clutching his chest, and said in horror, "What does your Divine Flame Palace want to do?" "Let me say this first. My spear already has an owner." Shangguanju glared at him fiercely, looking very flirtatious, and couldn't help but ask, "What did you do?" "Don't ask," Lin Chen interrupted her with a faint smile. "What did I do? I'll teach you at night when I'm free. Your Divine Flame Palace only needs to know to take good care of Ruoyon for me and follow me with peace of mind. In the future, the entire Divine Flame Palace will have similar benefits." The 3 people from Divine Flame Palace were shocked. The previous palace master was shocked but also gratified. The Grand Elder's fighting spirit was reignited. She was very clear what it meant for Lin Chen to be able to transform their cultivation method. This level far exceeded the benefits that Wu Pianju brought to them. They were definitely going to follow Lin Chen. After seeing the change in the Grand Elder's expression, Lin Chen laughed. "Everyone, let's not waste any more time. Let's go, let's fly to Sword Domain." Zi Qianqiu opened the array while Xiao Ling'er cast the space passage. During the journey, Lin Chen continued to refine a large number of new high-grade odd crystals, and his elemental attribute value skyrocketed. 4 days later. Sword Domain, Ancient Sword City. The simple and awe-inspiring city released a sharp sword intent that soared into the sky. Sword City was filled with sword tombs, sword monuments, and sword forests. It was filled with awe-inspiring supreme sword intent that stirred up the wind and cloud. Boom, boom, boom. A sword monument shattered, and a group of saints were sent flying by a sword. Their saint blood splattered across the sky. The leading green-robed man's handsome face was cold and solemn as he stared at the 20 people in the void. Among the 20 people, there were actually 3 saint kings, and one of them was the famous Sword King, the king of the Sword Dao, the ruler of the world. Entering the Sword Dao to become a saint king, wielding sword intent to break through life and death. This was the true king of kings. And the injured green-robed man was Jian Qingqing's father, Jian Cheng. At this moment, Primeval Sword City was encountering an unprecedented calamity. Chapter 1723. Jian Cheng roared unwillingly, "Have you all become the dogs of the Genesis era? Isn't it enough to dominate the Sword Domain? Do you want to cut off all paths of retreat in this world?" The 20 people in the air sneered, their eyes full of mockery and disdain. The leading purple-clothed Sword King raised his head and laughed. "Jian Cheng, you are too naive. Winner takes all. I only ask you, will you hand over Lin Chen's men? I was just warning you, the next sword will not be so simple." The white-clothed Saint King sneered, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Jian Cheng, your decision will affect the lives of the entire ancient Sword City. Don't seek your own destruction because of a little friendship." Lin Chen's servants had moved to this place, and some of them had returned to the Sword Domain. Some of them had been divined by some of the Sword Domain's divination masters. And it just so happened that the strongest rank 9 sect in the Sword Domain, the Eternal Sword Sect, had a good relationship with the Genesis era. They had sent out a small number of elites to capture them. If they didn't hand them over, they would die. Very simple. Behind the Eternal Sword Sect was the sky-bearing Sword King, Zhao Lingtian. This person was the strongest swordsman in the 36 domains of the sacred boundary other than the Sword God. He was also the only one who had reached sword intent connecting to God. In this era, without the Sword God, the sky-bearing Sword King was the strongest swordsman. Of course, excluding Jin Taichu. Why make things difficult for the people of Sword City? The dogs of the Genesis Alliance are always so cruel and violent. I don't care if I don't want my life, I will fight it out with you. At this time, the Pill Region's Elder Council, Yi Family, Realm Pagoda, Purple Cloud King Valley, and some of the servants and hidden experts had all appeared from the secret passage of Sword City. They were all ready to die, and they were all ready to fight to the death. There were a few servants at the peak of level 18-9 transformation stage who were ready to fight to the death, and they stood in front of the opposing Saint King. Purple-clothed Sword King raised his brows. "You have finally appeared. Take you down, consider it my gift to the Genesis era." Zheng Tilda. With a dragon roar, he unsheathed his sword, and purple clouds tore the sky apart. With a sweep of his sword, the soft cloud light shattered everything. It was as if this sword could turn the world into ashes in an instant. The only people who could survive this sword strike would only be important people. Everyone was ready to face death head-on. Just as they were about to charge forward, the space trembled violently, and the cloud of light shattered into fragments of light that filled the sky. It was like the stars in the sky, beautiful and magnificent. All the Sword Dao experts were stunned. Sword King Tai's previous attack was enough to kill most creatures below half-step Saint Kings. Even a Saint King couldn't take it so easily. Who was it? Boom tilde. Whoosh tilde. At this moment, the clouds in the distance split apart. 2 vast palaces appeared from outside the immemorial Sword City as if they were teleporting through the void. Bang! 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 The young man stepped onto the top of the palace, and the 2 great palaces flashed and turned under his feet at an extremely fast speed. The experts of the Eternal Sword Sect were dumbfounded. He actually drifted over with 2 palaces? How could he be so unconventional? Boom tilde. When the Iceheart Palace and Godflame Palace arrived outside the immemorial Sword City, a silver-robed man leaped into the sky and looked down at the experts of the Sword's Gate with a mocking smile. "You are from the Genesis era? Very good, you are surrounded by me alone." The experts of the Sword's Gate, surrounded by one person? Little brother, you are really unconventional. Boom tilde. Clang. Clang. Zheng. The saber light danced wildly, and the sword chi soared into the sky. The experts of the Sword's Gate were stunned. Damn, where did this brat come from? Fighting as soon as they met. Tai Gold King Sword. The purple-robed Sword King slashed out a golden path, and the golden light shook the sky. Sword of Innocence. Taishu Dragon Sword. With hundreds of sword strikes, the 20 experts of the Eternal Sword Sect all used their ultimate techniques to block Lin Chen's attack. Peng. Peng. Lin Chen's Saint Dragon used the Taishi Divine Light to cover everyone, and they quickly retreated. Master. The servants shouted in surprise, and they were all overjoyed. They felt that they had reached a whole new level. Their master, who they had not seen for half a year, had grown to an unimaginable level. The red-haired beauty beside Jian Cheng gazed at the man in her heart and was overjoyed. She felt happy from the bottom of her heart for his rapid increase in strength. In the team, Yi Qingwu waved her fists and shouted excitedly, "Lin Chen, why are you only here now? Quickly beat them up." Master. Lin Chen. Tai Sword King, who barely managed to block Lin Chen's first attack, was stunned, and his face was filled with shock. "You are Lin Chen?" Lin Chen held the demon-slaughtering spear in his hand, stepped on the cloud, and laughed loudly. Cut the crap, take my spear. If you dare to touch my people, you will have to prepare my big black spear. The spear danced, and the dark lightning in the sky danced like electric snakes, and the destructive lightning bolts shot down like electric dragons. Boom tilde. Peng. 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 The electric dragon spear light split into shadows and smashed down violently. The electric dragons pierced through the defenses of many Swords Gate experts, and their life-saving trump cards were used in the first exchange. Hiss. The people of Purple Cloud King Valley, Pill Domain, and Yi family gasp. What kind of combat power was this? Crushing a half-step king, a 9 revolution saint, and 3 saint kings in one exchange, and still having the upper hand. How monstrous had Lin Chen become in this half a year? Ling. Lin Chen shouted coldly, and Xiao Ling transmitted her voice to him. Master, the barrier has been completed, please fight to your heart's content. After saying that, a huge amount of spatial holy light flashed like silver light, and everyone under the protection of the Taishi divine light flashed 100,000 miles away in an instant. Peng. 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 When another series of explosions occurred, Tai Sword King and the 2 Saint Kings were once again hit by Lin Chen's clones in close combat. This time, Lin Chen aimed at the gap between their close combat range and instantly closed in with the speed of his movement technique. When he realized that Lin Chen actually had 5 clones, and that all of them had the saint power of the Saint King realm, Tai Sword King immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Retreat. Just as he was about to tear space and sneak away, he realized that there was an invisible barrier that had completely cut off the space of the outside world. They couldn't find a gap to go to the outside world. They wanted to escape, but Lin Chen didn't give them the chance. It was the clones' close combat attacks that gave Lin Chen the best opportunity. Chrono Transcendence talent. The 3 clones smashed out with their palms. First, Tai Sword King and the 2 Saint Kings disappeared in an instant. Then, the other 2 phantom clones instantly turned into thousands of after-images and sucked all the Swords Gate experts into the Chrono Transcendence plane. In the Chrono Transcendence, Lin Chen appeared with 7 phantom clones and looked down at all the people of Swords Gate. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to kneel down and seal your acupoints. Explain the matter of Genesis, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, die. A hint of killing intent flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. Tai Sword King laughed sinisterly. It's just a special spatial saint artifact. What are you so proud of? Lin Chen shook his head and said, I've given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, then regret it in the Yellow Springs. Chapter 1724. Since they didn't surrender, Lin Chen would take the initiative to attack. Zheng tilde. Lin Chen's incarnation slashed out with the Heaven Opening Sword, and the Heaven Opening Sword came crashing down. Immediately after, the doppelganger pulled the 9 Heaven Star Thunder and shot out an arrow. In a flash, it split into 5. Krong tilde. 1 Sword King, 2 Saint Kings, and 17 Swords Gate experts worked together to block Lin Chen's attack. Sword King Tai sneered, trying to kill us with this level of strength. Before he could finish his words, his pupils suddenly tremble. In the space above him, 5 lantern-like star clusters floated in the air around Lin Chen's incarnation, and the destructive aura made them feel the fear of death. The previous 4 Saint Kings were all defending with all their strength. This time, Lin Chen had already used 2 high-grade orange-level secret arts to distract them, and now was the time to circulate his saint power. Lin Chen laughed. Annihilation, star explosion. Krong tilde. It was another day of nuclear destruction. Starlight shone in all directions, and smoke engulfed the realm. The energy of the star explosion evaporated into countless mushroom clouds, and the destructive energy spread out like a giant python. Seeing that Sword King Tai and the 2 half-step Saint Kings were still injured, Lin Chen didn't even bother to ask. He raised his hand and pulled out his saber, and he used God's tear. Sword Will of Tai. Sword King Tai spurted out blood, and he slashed out again, and the Sword Will of Void destroyed all the fragments of Lin Chen's saber chi. Oh! Lin Chen was surprised, and he mobilized his incarnation again to cast Annihilation, Star Explosion. Sword King Tai gritted his teeth and slashed out 3 sword wills to protect himself. Krong tilde. The destructive aura of the annihilation star explosion surged out again. When the smoke dissipated, 3 figures covered in blood were still standing in the energy storm. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel, so this is the sword will of the Darching stage, so strong. Lin Chen did not cultivate intent realms. Intent realms were roughly divided into early stage, middle stage, great success, and spirit realm. This Tai Sword King's attainments in sword intent were slightly inferior to Fang Ling's. On the other hand, if a sword king used his sword intent, it would be a battle of life and death. Lin Chen's annihilation star explosion, which was powerful enough to kill Saint Kings, actually failed to kill them 2 times in a row. Sword King Tai snarled, "Lin Chen, if you kill us, Lord Zhao Lingtian will not let you go. If you let the 3 of us go now, you still have a chance." Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. "We're all adults here. Don't be so childish. I've killed so many of your Swords Gate disciples. Do you think you'll let me go if I let you go and have some supper in Swords Gate?" Clang. Lin Chen didn't use his spear. Wielding the heaven-freezing sword, he slashed out violently, and the 5 heaven-splitting giant swords fell straight down. Ignoring his injuries, Sword King Tai slashed his sword towards the sky, unleashing his last bit of sword intent to kill the giant sword in the sky. God's Tear, heaven-burning arrow. Lin Chen's clone slashed out again. 9-Cloud Star Fury drew his bow and shot out. In an instant, he split into 2 shadows and pierced through the defenses of the 2 kings. Following that, the saber light exploded. With endless saber chi fragments, they all killed the 3 of them. They crazily activated Annihilation Explosion and Annihilation Wound, sending them all on their way. The ultra spacetime plane was so powerful. In this place, all of Holy King's escape methods would be cut off. On this day, the entire Eternal Sword sect was shocked. The core Grand Elders, 2 Saint Kings, and a Sword King had all died at the same time. Host has received 12,400 top heavens path points, 9 billion saint level health points, 40,000 fire energy, 20,000 saint level rune energy, 20,000 saint level cultivation technique essence, 9 billion set essence, 42 million intermediate strengthening points, 1 billion saint level spirit. With the death of 3 Saint Kings, Lin Chen's attributes soared crazily. However, Lin Chen was no longer the same as before. The quantity and quality of the attributes dropped was directly proportional to the difficulty of the creatures killed by the host. Lin Chen frowned. Guys who have comprehended sword intent are really difficult to deal with. This was still sword intent at the great accomplishment stage. If it was sword intent connecting to God, Lin Chen's main body and 7 clones might not be a match for it. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he pondered. In the Founding Era Alliance, Jin Taichu and Jiang Poyi are known as the strongest Saint Kings below the true God realm. They have reached the realm of Saber Intent per Icelandic and Sword Intent per Icelandic respectively. Lin Chen could predict that these 2 people were the most troublesome types of enemies. I also need experts of the same level to hold these 2 guys back. If I don't solve the problem of these 2 guys, I have no chance of winning against the Genesis Alliance. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Looks like I can only leave it to Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun. Host has received 2 exclusive orange grade talent treasure chests, 1 special divine material fragment. At this time, the system screen popped up. Lin Chen was shocked. He had more than 10 orange grade talent treasure chest. If he fused them now, there was a high probability of obtaining a top-tier orange grade talent, or at least a high-tier orange grade talent. After killing another 3 Saint Kings, Lin Chen's harvest could be said to be extremely abundant. Every human Saint King had gone through countless eras of accumulation, and their wealth was not to be underestimated. One of them was comparable to an entire Grade 8 sect, or even more. Looking at the large number of treasures scattered all over the super spacetime realm, these were the treasures and accumulation of the Swords Gate Experts' Providence plant pouches. After being killed by Lin Chen, they fell here together with the attribute light balls. Lin Chen opened the Providence plant pouch and took them all. He sighed helplessly. Fighting is the fastest way to accumulate wealth, this is indeed true. Unfortunately, if there were no such things, I'd rather not fight at all. I'd rather find a beautiful place to chat with beauties, practice my spear, and do some sports. Isn't it better to fight all day long? Damn it, humans have so many things to do. Lin Chen's incarnation quickly absorbed a large number of golden Saint Origin coins to recover his saint power. Every time he cast the star explosion, it would consume more than 100,000 Saint Origin coins. If it weren't for the battle, Lin Chen would try his best to recover his saint power with medicinal pellets or golden Saint Origin coins. After all, Lin Chen's Saint Origin coins were not enough for him to squander freely. In the ancient Sword City, Lin Chen returned. Master. The servants that escorted the Dan region's elder council immediately clasped their fists and greeted respectfully. Yi Qingwu flew over like a butterfly and circled around Lin Chen like a curious baby. She looked up and down and smiled slyly. Not bad, Brother Chen. I haven't seen you for half a year and you've become so strong. You've defeated all those people just now? You're really powerful. Lin Chen smiled mockingly. Who are you looking down on? I've already killed them. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Yi Qingwu and Yi Li Shui's eyes lit up. Killed them? That was 2 Saint Kings and a Sword King. The people from Purple Cloud King Valley and Boundary Tower praised in their hearts, but their faces were still filled with shock and amazement. In just half a year, Lin Chen had improved by leaps and bounds to such a heaven-defying extent. They more or less knew that when he challenged Divine Flame Palace and killed 4 Saint Kings and Yin Son of Heaven, Lin Chen had paid a huge price. But now, Lin Chen had killed 3 Divine Kings and more than a dozen rank 8 and rank 9 sages. The current Lin Chen was no longer the same as before. Everyone present deeply felt that they were right to bet. That's right, now was the time to place their bet. They were on good terms with Lin Chen. If Lin Chen won against Genesis, they would benefit immensely. Chapter 1725. At this moment, Xiao Ling was overjoyed. She clapped her hands and said, Brother Fang Ling and the others are rushing back. Xiao Ling noticed that she'd improved, and she was filled with joy. Her beautiful eyes that were brimming with limpid autumn water stared at Lin Chen with tender feelings that were filled with worship and admiration. Even though she had a lot of experience, she couldn't suppress her excitement. If she didn't experience it herself, she wouldn't believe that her spatial divine art had improved by more than a few times. If it was before, she would have to wait at least 12 hours before she could sense that Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun were near the edge of the sword domain. Now, the two had just reached the edge of the sacred boundary, and she had already sensed it with her spatial divine art. The Lord's methods were heaven-defying. Hearing Fang Ling's name, Jian Cheng was enlightened. When we were in danger just now, we sent a message to Sir Fang Ling and the others. Jian Wuji, who hadn't seen for a long time, patted Lin Chen's shoulder and sighed. Kid, after so many years, you've become so strong. Lin Chen said humbly, Senior Jian Wuji, I can't take compliments. Please praise me more when you have time. Everyone laughed. Then, Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand. He looked around and said with a smile, since they're back, everyone, let's take root in the sword domain temporarily. At this moment, Jiang Taishu suddenly said, My lord. Everyone looked at him. His expression was especially serious. He said in a deep voice, although it's not appropriate for me to say this, Sir Fang Ling. Lin Chen raised his hand and interrupted him. Lin Chen smiled. I know what you want to say. You came out of the holy prison and followed me with your lives. I will also respond to your expectations. Lin Chen looked into the distance. He laughed loudly, overflowing with arrogance. I want the sword domain and saber domain's destiny to be completely liberated. From now on, as long as one's attainment is enough, all living beings in the sacred boundary and all sword cultivators with sincerity will be able to enter the divine realm of saber intent and divine realm of sword intent. Sword domain, eternal sword sect. Above the clouds, a cloud gate stood between heaven and earth. The white-robed man sat cross-legged in the clouds with a sheathless black sword beside him. The sword intent between his brows became even more exquisite and condensed. His sword intent was indestructible and had dominated the ages. There was a kind of supreme realm where one could do as one wish. This person was the current pinnacle of swordsmanship in the sacred boundary, the sky-piercing sword king, Zhao Lingtian. Sword intent connecting to divinity was the highest realm of the sword Dao, the ultimate realm to express one's strength. Those with divine sword intent could form 10,000 swords with a single thought and see through all things in the world. With a single thought, the sword intent would be released instantly, and it would break through anything that stood in its way. For example, if the user wanted to split an island apart, the sword intent would instantly split the island apart when this thought appeared in his mind. The sword intent followed the heart, arriving with a single thought. Nothing can stop it. Sword will and saber will were attached to the user's primordial spirit. Every time they were used, they would consume primordial spirit energy and saint energy. However, they could increase the power of any attack. Sword intent connecting to spirit and saber intent entering spirit were known as the strongest offensive techniques in the world. If they were attached to any swordsmanship or saber technique, they would be the most terrifying divine weapon. At this moment, only those who had reached the Saint King realm could clearly see the phenomenon above the sky-piercing Sword King's head. It was as if a divine dragon had descended to the world, and the dragon was spitting out a pearl. The dragon's tail was connected, and a vast dragon was entrenched in the sky of the sword domain. What was even more amazing was that there was a huge vortex spinning in the vast starry sky above the dragon. Inside the vortex above the dragon's head was a huge ancient door. Around the huge door, the bones of heroes were piled up like mountains. The tombstones of heroes were lined with feathers. There were too many heroic and legendary auras buried here, condensing and not dispersing. This was a scene that only Saint Kings could see. Saint Kings had opened 100 saint points, and the last one was located in the sacred eye point between their eyebrows. Only those with the sacred eye could see this scene. This scene was called the Gate of Providence. Other than powerful diviners, only the Saint King's sacred eye could see the Gate of Providence. Providence was the existence that balanced all things in the world. Ordinary people would never be able to understand or see the true appearance of providence in their entire lives. Providence was like water, and living beings were like fish. A fish without water could only move forward a few centimeters no matter how hard it slapped its tail. It was impossible for a fish to leap over the dragon gate and become a dragon, and the sword domain's providence was the key to the pyrrhocelestial realm for sword saints in the sacred boundary. If the providence condensed and closed, sword saints in the sacred boundary would not be able to peek into the pyrrhocelestial realm. Now, the sword domain's providence was sealed here. There was only one overlord here, the sky-piercing Sword King. Those who lost their providence would never be able to step into the Sword Tao omnipotent realm when the Gate of Providence never opened. Unless they had reached the Sword Tao omnipotent realm before the Gate of Providence closed. Suddenly, the sky-piercing Sword King, Zhao Lingtian, opened his eyes. His sword intent cut through the void and cut through the cloud. He said coldly, Tai Yi is dead. Together with the other two. Who dares to attack my sword sect? Boom tilde. The sword intent split the heavens, splitting the sky into two halves. How dare you attack my sword sect? Die. Slash. The sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the sky. The number one Sword King in the sacred boundary had personally made a move. Founding Era Alliance headquarters, Ying Jiufeng stepped into the air and looked at the martial god clan who had just arrived. Ying Jiufeng glanced at them. The true Dragon Saint King seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He said calmly, "It's not the time to launch an all-out attack. Although they have recovered from their injuries, their saint points are still empty. They still need some time before they reach their peak state." Ying Jiufeng said coldly, "How much longer?" The true Dragon Saint King said, "At least 3 months, not including the large number of criminals in the sacred prison. Of course, if you can find me another 9th grade saint-level alchemist, this time can be halved." Ying Jiufeng frowned and flicked his sleeves. "Fine, 3 months it is. Summon all the 9th grade Saint Kings. This time, I want to destroy Lin Chen once and for all." The gathering of 12 9th grade sects and families would be the most earth-shattering battle in the history of the sacred boundary. Ying Jiufeng seemed to have thought of something. He smiled and said, "Also, send out messengers and invite the families and sects behind the 42 Saint Geniuses to send out their experts to help us take down Lin Chen and the others." As soon as he said that, the 1000 Fox Saint King smiled. Next, the Saints' world would undergo a complete change. Lin Chen had massacred the Saint Talent Board. The result of this operation would not be so simple. Sword Realm, Ancient Sword City. Bang! Bang! Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun knelt down in shame. Everyone's mouth twitched. Damn it, the Saint King knelt down and admitted his mistake without hesitation. This scene was still shocking no matter how many times they saw it. My lord, it's our fault. My lord, if you want our lives, there will be no second. Lin Chen facepalmed and raised his hand to stop them. Stop, stop, stop. Stand up, each of you. You've been with me for so long, don't you know my temper? I'm not going to waste my time with you. It's over. Let's move on. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Lin Chen continued, let me ask you, how's the inheritance going? Fang Ling said, it's going smoothly. The Immortal Dawn sect has been through the primordial age for thousands of years and has countless extraordinary people. Its foundation is even comparable to 4 ninth-grade forces and above. It has a total of 8 great inheritances, and we're currently obtaining 6 of them. Among them, Qi Feiyan, Shangguan Wudi, Yun Tianguang, Qin Zhouxiao, Sichu Changxing, and Jiang Wn are receiving inheritances or baptisms. Among them, there are a few who might break through and become Saint Kings. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Breaking through and becoming a Saint King, with such a foundation, the Immortal Dawn sect was indeed one of the overlords of the primordial age. Chapter 1726. Lin Chen was amazed. If it were not for the Great War of the 9 clans, no one would have been able to annihilate a colossus like the Immortal Dawn sect. Lang Fanyun continued, Fang Ling and I were supposed to guard the place because the plane we were in was remote and far away. However, when we received the message, Jiang Wn had already come out of isolation, so we rushed back. Initially, we planned to pass the remaining 6 legacies to Ji Wuchen and Zi Chencho after they were done. However, we didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. If it weren't for my lord. Lin Chen smiled. I understand the gist of it now. However, no matter how strong a legacy is, it still needs time to master it. After you're done, bring me directly to the land of legacy. I'll lend them a hand. Then, Lin Chen said seriously, their opportunity has indeed arrived. As for your opportunity and future, I'll create it for you. Both of them were stunned. As if struck by lightning, their bodies trembled. Could it be that their lord? Lin Chen laughed heartily. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? The realm of sword will and the realm of transcendent saber will. Both of them trembled. Even someone as cold as Fang Ling revealed excitement, ecstasy, and anticipation. Yes, how many eras had they been waiting for? It was all for the sake of pursuing the realm of divine connection and transcendent. That realm was an absolute watershed. In fact, the reason why he chose to follow Lin Chen in the holy prison was because he wanted to gamble on him. They gambled that Lin Chen would lead them out of the holy prison. They gambled that Lin Chen could release their fate and create a new era. Lang Fanyun felt as if he was dreaming. Is this day finally coming? Lin Chen smiled. You've accumulated enough. However, you were harmed by a scoundrel back then and the fate of the saber and sword regions was sealed. As long as your fate is released, you'll be able to ascend to that realm immediately. However, before that, I still need to make a small preparation for you. After all, our next opponent is the Sword King with the realm of Sword Will. The realm of Sword Will was not to be underestimated. In short, even if the first Grand Elder of the Divine Flame Palace and Shangguan Ju joined forces, they would still be defeated by the Supreme Sword King with the Divine Sword Will. Moreover, it was a quick defeat without any suspense. Not to mention, Sword King Qingtian also had the Eternal Sword Sect, one of the strongest powers in the sword domain. Lin Chen said, since the other party has already made their move and is trying to take us down and join forces with Genesis, then there's no need for us to hold back. Gather our forces and fight our way over. You too, do you still remember what I told you last time? Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun were stunned. Immediately, they sat down with their legs crossed and began channeling their heart sutras and deducing their strongest sword and blade techniques in their minds. Xiao Ling waved her hand when she saw this, and her slender and jade-like fingers lightly moved, causing a spatial barrier to isolate and cover everyone. Host has activated attribute transfer function, consuming heavenly Tao points. This time around, Lin Chen had strengthened both their mental cultivation techniques and skills to the maximum possible level. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Chen did not upgrade the Annihilation Star explosion immediately. He needed to increase the overall strength of the team by several levels. Systematize all personnel. It was that simple and crude. And these two sacred weapons. Lin Chen stared at the fatal heavenly saber and ultimate Ju sacred sword floating in front of him and smiled playfully. Smack. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, beginning to strengthen a specified grade 9 sacred weapon, consuming 28812 strengthening points. The two sacred weapons began to glow with extreme brilliance and soared all the way. Strengthening a grade 9 sacred weapon, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose crazily. Damn it, Genesis, this time, I will strengthen 17 cultivation techniques and a grade 9 sacred weapon. I want to see if your team or mine is better. Dragon Realm. 15 primordial dragon clan higher-ups actually gathered together for a private meeting. The current 25 primordial dragon clans formed the main force of the dragon realm, and each clan's ideology was completely different, so there were often conflicts and clashes. If the dragon clans controlled by the 10 great dragon kings were said to hate humans, then the current 15 primordial dragon clans were said to be rational, and they pursued more possibility. That day, after bidding farewell to Lin Chen, there was an uproar in the dragon realm. The reason was that more than 50 divine dragon descendants had their bloodlines soared and raised by another level. This was unprecedented in the original history. Even the dragon god would not be able to do such a thing. At extinct Dragon Mountain, the dragon clan elders and dragon kings gathered at the peak. Today, the situation is no longer comparable to the past. If we miss the tide of the era, we will no longer have the chance to regret it. That's right, we should see more possibilities. Lin Chen is a person who dares to fight and disdains to associate with evil. Even the wills of the 7 divine dragon ancestors have recognized him, which proves that he is the light of the dragon clan. This kid can easily enhance the bloodlines of more than 50 of us in an instant, which proves that he even has the ability to enhance all of our bloodline. The primordial dragon clan higher-ups were in an uproar. Moreover, Lin Chen is not afraid of anything. He is obviously the type who is amenable to coaxing but not coercion. That's right, competing with Lin Chen is no different from competing with the Machine King. He is overestimating himself. We should try to reason with him. I've already received news that has caused a huge ruckus in the Saints' world. Even someone as powerful as the Saints' prison wants to deal with him. Even more human forces are targeting him. Right now, Lin Chen is surrounded by enemies from all sides. In addition, the gods have left. Now is the best time to enter the human sacred boundary. This is the best time to help Lin Chen and the only chance to befriend him. But you have to think clearly. We have an agreement with the human clans. We cannot cross the boundary. Otherwise, the humans will gang up on us. Then let them gang up on us. It just so happens that we can also share the pressure for Lin Chen. Think about it. After Lin Chen defeats the Founding Century Alliance, who will be the one who has the authority to speak in the sacred boundary? It will be Lin Chen, at that time, so what if we don't abide by the agreement? If Lin Chen wins, he will be the rule. The higher-ups and Dragon Kings became more and more excited as they discussed. Their opinions might not be the same, but at least they had the same goal. All of them wanted to befriend Lin Chen. It was better to provide timely assistance than icing on the cake. This is an opportunity. It is worth our gamble. Finally, a great Dragon King personally stepped forward. It was the great Dragon King of the extreme hell water divine dragon. She wore armor and a crown, looking valiant and heroic. The white jade beads on her crown clashed against each other, and her snow-white face revealed the natural demeanor of a king. She slammed the table and said sternly, "I don't care about your opinions on this operation. I am willing to send a Dragon King and 4 revered dragons to assist Lin Chen. Ha ha ha. Extreme Hell Dragon King, you are really generous. You can't be polite to my race. I will also send a Dragon King, 3 revered dragons, and a Dragon Guard." Humph, I will personally bring people to him. I don't believe he won't remember this favor. TSK, you are too young. Not only will I go personally, but I will also bring my race's princess over. What? Are you trying to cause trouble? Alright, my myriad fire divine dragon race will also send a few dragon dukes over. Damn you, who are you looking down on? Do you believe that I will order all the beauties in my race to be sent over as well? The descendants of the divine dragons outside the peak were stunned. The dragon world was in an uproar because of a human. Chapter 17:27. Some descendants of the divine dragons even twitched their mouths and covered their faces in shame. These dragon kings, and dragon elders, who used to be highly respected in the past, were all fighting for Lin Chen. Their faces and necks had all turned red. It was fine if they went to help. Good Lord, at the end of the fight, they wanted to give him beauties and treasures. Those who didn't know would think that they wanted to propose marriage. Suddenly, for some reason, as they fought, some of the dragon elders suddenly realized that there were fewer people. What's going on? Where's the old fiend? Even the old fiend is gone. Are they not going to help? No, they're running away. The stupid dragons are still fighting, but the smart ones have already started to go back and bring the dragons with them to find Lin Chen. Damn. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm going back to bring people. I'll lead you. The 10 dragon kings, who were standing outside the peak, were furious when they heard the conversation of the desolate era dragons. They almost cursed. The dignified dragon race actually had to wag their tails and beg a human for a favor. This was 2F** king shameful for their ancestors. The supporters and the opponents started to fight again. After thousands of years, the dragon world finally started to boil. 15 days later. Sacred boundary, 1,000 domains. Hundreds of sects contended for glory, and the 1,000 domains had many different sects with different characteristics. Today, Qian Yingxue from the Wuji Palace came to visit the Yuhua Baiyang sect, a 9th rank sect in the 1,000 domains. Baiyang sect, Moon Pavilion. The Yuhua sect master was wearing a beautiful palace dress. He smiled and said, "Haha, thank you for informing us today, Yingxue. My sect will make sufficient preparations. It's our fortune to be able to establish a relationship with the Wuji Palace." Qian Yingxue bowed slightly and smiled. "Senior, you must be joking. I'm just passing on great-grandfather's orders." Crack. At this moment, a crisp cracking sound was heard. The Yuhua sect master and Qian Yingxue were shocked. A lazy and devilish voice echoed in the void. "This is the human race. It's so boring. Why isn't there anyone here?" The Yuhua sect master's eyes narrowed. She was the sect leader of a 9th rank sect, and she was only one step away from becoming a saint king. Even someone as strong as a veteran saint king would not be able to sneak into the Baiyang sect without making a sound. Whoosh tilde. With the spear in her hand, Qian Yingxue's battle-intent soared. She looked valiant and cold as she faced the faintly discernible figure in the air. A young man with a pair of red wings stepped out of the clouds. In a split second, the entire sky was dyed blood red. His murderous intent shot through the sky. Qian Yingxue and the Yuhua sect master exclaimed in unison. "Demon race! The demon race dared to enter the sacred boundary? How could there be such a daring demon? No." The Yuhua sect master's beautiful eyes trembled as she said in a trembling voice. "This demon has the aura of a demon emperor. Moreover, it was very pure. He's the first direct descendant of the devil emperor's son. Could it be? The son of the demon emperor?" The red-winged demon laughed sinisterly. "It's been a long time since I sucked the providence of a human sect. This time, I'm going to suck them dry completely. Ha ha ha." A red eye appeared between his brows. He looked down at the sacred and majestic Yuhua sect beneath his feet, opened his arms, and laughed maniacally. "Weak humans, I'll give you a chance. One move. If your entire sect can take one move from me, I'll let you off. If not, die." The red-winged youth's maniacal laughter was accompanied by billowing demonic aura. It reverberated through the clouds within a radius of a few million miles, shaking heaven and earth, and shattering the space. At this moment, Countless hidden powerful figures of the Yuhua sect were shocked and came out of seclusion. Qian Yingshue's heart palpitated, and she revealed a rare look of fear. This demonic aura. It can't be wrong. It's already comparable to the 10 people on the Saint Talent roll. The Yuhua sect master shouted coldly. Everyone, listen to my orders. Fight the enemy at all cost. The son of the demon emperor appeared in the 1,000 domains. He had single-handedly challenged a 9th-rank sect. Blood realm rumble tilde. A beam of holy light shot into the sky and turned into a meteorite-like ray of light. The aura vibrated. At this moment, the entire sacred boundary was shaken. Another sage king had fallen. The enchanting figure was wearing a red dress. 2 red snakes were coiled around her slender waist, spitting out their tongues. She was as beautiful as a concubine. She walked in the air, and a group of figures with overwhelming demonic aura followed behind her. However, she wiped the blood from her lips nonchalantly and chuckled. The blood of a sage king and the marrow of a sage king's bones are really delicious in the demon realm. The gods are not here, but the demon race is here. I'm really looking forward to seeing how delicious that human Lin Chen's blood is. Heavenly demon supremacies, continue to search for Lin Chen's whereabout. Yes. The moment the Blood Realm Sage King fell, the entire world was shaken. The various 9th-rank sects in the 36 regions finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Sword Realm, the highest sky of the ancient Sword City. Jiang Taishu sat cross-legged in the void, staring at the disappearing stars of providence in the sky. He pinched his fingers and made a few calculations. Then, his expression changed slightly. Heavenly demon supremacy has appeared, and not just one. There are at least 10 of them. There are even a few demon race scents that are especially strange. This providence is like a demon emperor covering the sky. I have never heard of or seen anything like this before. I must inform the Lord immediately. Inside the ancient Sword City, Lin Chen met with Yi Lixue, Yi Qingwu, and the people from Purple Cloud King Valley. After hearing Yi Lixue's words, Lin Chen was shocked. The closing of the Sword Realm and Saber Realm's Gates of Providence has something to do with the top 10 on the Talent Saint ranking? Yi Lixue's cold face was solemn. She said seriously, yes, if you want to open the Sword Realm's Gate of Providence, you will offend the top 10 on the Talent Saint ranking. Lin Chen thought for a while and then said jokingly, since Auntie knows, why did you ask me to kill Chu Taixian from the Saber Realm? Yi Lixue said helplessly, I didn't ask you to act now. Who knew that you would have to act so soon? I estimate that you will need at least 3,000 years to equal or surpass him. Little demon Empress Yi Qingwu muttered to herself and clenched her hands. Chu Taixian, is this the person who caused Mother's bloodline to be in such despair? Saber Realm Chu Taixian. This person was also an ancient legend in the top 10 on the Talent Saint ranking. In front of Lin Chen, Purple Cloud King Valley, Shangguanju, and the others, Yi Lixue revealed the secret of many years. Yi Lixue was born in the heavenly sanctuary. Yi Lixue's grandmother was the descendant of the Saber Realm's true god's concubine. After that, after the War of the 9 Families, the true god's whereabouts were unknown. The descendants of the Yi family's grandmother suffered greatly and became living sacrifices because of their bloodline. Yi Lixue's grandmother had the bloodline of a god. What was mysterious was that after the Yi family's god's blood interbred with other gods' descendants, there was a certain probability that they would obtain a mysterious bloodline mutation. They would be like tigers that had grown wings on their original god's blood and obtain new abilities. And to a large extent, it would nourish the cultivation of the male god's descendants. So, the Yi family was the true sacrifice. The Yi family was raised like livestock by the Saber Realm's Chu family. They constantly reproduced and their mission was to give birth to more descendants for the Chu family and other families' god's descendant. The Yi family, who were completely raised as tools for reproduction, was once used as the currency for the Chu family to befriend other gods' descendants. The women of the Yi family had one of the most outstanding talents, but they lived worse than pigs and dogs. And the Yi family's male descendants and untalented female infants would be abandoned or killed. Yi Lixue was one of them who was abandoned later. Even someone as strong as Yi Lixue would feel pain and weakness whenever she talked about this memory. So when she entrusted it to Lin Chen, she felt so heavy. This was the path of revenge that belonged to her and the countless descendants of the Yi family. It was the meaning of her life that she had walked step by step until today. After that, Yi Lishue rescued even more useless abandoned children from the Yi family and established the successor Yi family. Then, she met the Purple Cloud King Valley. However, the scars of the Yi family were forever imprinted on Yi Lishue's body. She had always kept the hatred in her heart until Yi Qingwu's arrival gave her new hope. The god's blood in Yi Qingwu's body caused the bloodline to revert to its ancestor. At one point, it even surpassed the Yi family's grandmother. And if Yi Qingwu married a descendant with the god's blood, her cultivation and aptitude would undergo a huge change. Moreover, her descendant would be an extremely strong holy infant who would have the aptitude to enter the saint talent ranking. Yi Lishue did not know the background of an ordinary god's descendant. It was beyond her control, so she chose the Zhao family, who had the background of a god's descendant. According to her original plan, after Yi Qingwu married into the Zhao family, her child would be Yi Lishue's greatest hope for revenge. It was only when he met Lin Chen that everything changed. After listening to Yi Lishue's experience, Shang Guanju sighed. She sighed, if the godly Flame Palace accepted Wu Pianju's plan, I'm afraid they would end up like the second Yi family. Lin Chen smiled playfully. It seems like I have to settle this in one go. No worries, I'll take on the sword domain first, then the knife domain. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked to the core. Lin Chen was actually going to challenge the most ancient dual domain overlord of the 36 domains. Chapter 1728. Kaboom! At this moment, a sharp sword and saber intent pierced through the cloud. These two intents were far beyond great accomplishment stage and infinitely close to saber intent and sword intent. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. Looks like they've completed it. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun were out. Their sacred artifacts, mental cultivation techniques, and techniques had all been strengthened. Their combat power was complete. It was time. Swoosh. At this moment, Jiang Taishu walked into the hall and said respectfully, "My lord, I have something to report." Lin Chen said, "Could it be that a sage king died recently?" Jiang Taishu nodded. "Yes, the death of this sage king is related to demons. Demonic aura is everywhere." "Oh." Lin Chen's interest was piqued. "You mean this saint king was killed by the devil race?" Lin Chen was not surprised that a sage king died. He used to think that there were very few sage kings because he had not come into contact with them. Now that he stood at the peak of the sacred boundary, and the situation had completely changed compared to before, it was not strange for one or two sage kings to die. But if it was related to the demons, then forget it. The sacred boundary was the territory of the humans. What kind of concept was it for the demons to kill a sage king in the human territory? Jiang Taishu said seriously, "That's right. My lord, it's best to be careful. The death of a sage king this time is no small matter. Not only are there signs of the heavenly demon venerable appearing in the sacred boundary, but I've also deduced that more than 3 types of demonic aura have appeared. The demonic aura is noble. It's the emperor of demons, equivalent to the demon emperor." "Demon emperor?" Lin Chen rubbed his chin and chuckled. "Looks like my reputation has reached such a level. I'm really flattered. At my age, I have to bear the pressure of being handsome that I shouldn't bear. It's so annoying." After saying that, Lin Chen stood up. His gaze was sharp. "Let's not care about the demons for now. If they want to cause trouble, it will involve Genesis. Since they want to pass off the fish eyes as pearls, we will go straight to the root of the problem. Let's go. This time, it's our turn to attack. Taishu will cover our aura. Let's go to the Eternal Sword Sect." Eternal Sword Sect, Main Sword Hall. Today, the 3 Sword Kings of the Eternal Sword Sect had gathered. The Sky High Sword King had personally come out of seclusion. The remaining 2 Saint Kings of Swords Gate were also summoned by Sword King Qingtian. In addition to the 3 Saint Kings that died earlier, there were now 4 Sword Kings and 4 Saint Kings in the Eternal Sword Gate. Such a foundation would be considered top-notch even among rank 9 sect. Zhao Lingtian sat on the seat of the Hall of Swords. He said coldly, Taking down the ancient sword city has led to the death of the elder council of our Sword's Gate. This is a great humiliation to us. I will personally lead a team and send out all of my men to kill this brat." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the kings changed slightly. An old sword king with white hair and a youthful face said worriedly, "My lord, the Saint Talent Board has requested for you to stay in Sword's Gate for a long time." Zhao Lingtian glared at him coldly. "Are you asking me to do something? Others have already fought their way into the sword domain. Killing this king's men, where is my face? Ha ha ha." Suddenly, the young man's laughter reverberated in the sky, awe-inspiring and domineering. "Your face. From the moment you decided to join hands with the Genesis Alliance, you have already been fed to the dogs. No, I should say that when you monopolize the fortune of the sword domain and block the advancement of all the swordsmen in the world, you have no face to speak of." A group of figures tore through the void and appeared. It was Lin Chen and the others. This time, Lin Chen brought along the Celestial Flame Palace's Grand Supreme Elder, Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, Lin Ping'an, and 6 of his incarnations. It was not a lot of people, but they were all the strongest forces that Lin Chen could mobilize now. The last incarnation was left behind to guard the rear. The sword will connecting God was not to be underestimated. This time, they were not going to defeat him, but to kill him. To kill the strongest sword king of the sword domain, they had to use their trump card right from the start. Oh! Zhao Lingtian led the men and left Sword's Gate. He hovered in the air and looked at Lin Chen from afar. He sneered and said, "You are Lin Chen? And Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, I didn't expect you guys to be able to escape from the Saint prison." Fang Ling said calmly, "Don't act like you are in control of everything. Have you forgotten how you followed behind me and asked for my guidance? If it weren't for you and that old monster who framed me and sent me to prison, you would still be a little brother in front of me." Fang Ling clenched the sword hilt on his back and said calmly, "That old monster is dead, the next one is not far away." Zhao Lingtian laughed and said, "A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. Now that you are a Saint King, you want to challenge me? Do you think you can settle the score with me?" Fang Ling Jian's will surged and he said coldly, "No, I am only following my master to kill the enemy." Zhao Lingtian glanced around and said in surprise, "Pain Disaster and Celestial Flame Palace's Xian Yu? Even you want to fight with me?" Celestial Flame Palace's Elder Xian Yu said calmly, "I am not here to fight with you, I am here to kill you." Ha 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 ha. Qingtian's Sword King was as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. Kill him? Back then, he was one of the top 10 on the Saint Talent ranking and had already become a Saint King. He was one of the top Saint Kings and had mastered the highest level of swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen pushed Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun away. "Damn it, why are you still talking to him? Let's hit him in the face first." Lin Chen's palm was filled with 9-colored starlight. He raised his hand and threw the 9 tribulations star at Zhao Lingtian. Whoosh! A beam of 9-colored aurora split into 5 streaks of meteors and fell down. 9 tribulations star at the start. This was Lin Chen's most powerful killing move. Zhao Lingtian narrowed his eyes, and a peerless sword will appeared between his eyebrows. He held the sword and stabbed, turning and slashing. Kaboom! Bam! 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 A strange scene appeared. Lin Chen's 9 tribulation stars, which had split into 2, were all chopped into pieces and fell into the endless cracks in the vacuum. "Be careful, my lord," Fang Ling shouted. Splat! The sword will came at lightning speed. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun used their sword will to protect everyone. Lin Chen and the 3 doppelgangers were affected by the sword will. Whoosh! As the sword will passed, Saint blood spilled. All of Lin Chen's doppelgangers were injured even though they had activated the golden jade garment. Lin Chen's real body was not injured, but the star-chasing heavenly morning robe on his shoulder had a sword mark. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This guy, what a freakish strength. Just in terms of cultivation, he had already surpassed Grand Elder Xian Yu of the Godflame Palace. With the help of sword intent connecting to God, he actually directly destroyed his 9 tribulations star. He did not destroy it, but cut it into nothingness. Not only that, but even his doppelgangers were injured. A sinister smile appeared on Zhao Lingqian's cold face. To be able to force me to use my sword will at the beginning, Lin Chen, your strength is indeed extraordinary. Today, you came to me willingly, which is exactly what I wanted. Today, I will let you know what it means to be the strongest sword king. Watch how I destroy your defensive saint weapon. Zhe. The sound of the sword turned into a dragon's roar. Zhao Lingqian's sword was like a ferocious dragon as it struck. Be careful, my lord. Let us stop him. Lang Fanyun and Fang Ling unsheathed their sabers and swords and slashed forward like a pair of scissors. The sabers and swords clashed together. Kaboom! The two of them unleashed their half-step imminent deity and peri-celestial sword will and saber will, clashing head-on with Zhao Lingqian. The terrifying aura split the sky millions of miles in the east of Sword Realm. Zhao Lingqian shouted coldly, "Sword's Gate, take down Lin Chen, dead or alive."